Chapter 1283. When the disciple heard Jiang Fan's order, he was obviously surprised, but then he quickly bowed and said, "This disciple will go and send the message." After saying that, he couldn't help but glance at Xiaohua. Xiaohua lowered his head and didn't look up, but his slightly moving eyes took in everything. "Let's go." Jiang Fan came to Xiao Xianrui's side and very naturally held her sleeve. He smiled and said, "You're not feeling well. Come with me." Thank you, Brother Fan." Xiao Xianrui's face was still slightly red, but that red was very obvious on her pale and thin face, just like the sunset glow, poignant. Xiaohua sighed in his heart for no reason. His mind was full of the voices and smiles of Xiao Yueheng, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao, the three faces intertwined and gradually blurred. Jiang Fan flew in front of Xiaohua with Xiao Xianrui, but Xiaohua didn't dare to overtake him. He just held his body and flew bit by bit, just like a second-level qi refining disciple. Jiang Fan seemed to be testing him, or maybe it was unintentional. He flew very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and watched for a while, then snorted from his nose. Jiang Fan was at the peak of the 12th level of qi refining, but his escape light was not much faster than Xiaohua's. If Xiaohua wanted to catch up, it wouldn't take much effort. However, from the conversation just now, Xiaohua could see that although Xiao Xianrui had feelings for Jiang Fan and wanted to rely on the 100 Herbs Gate, she also wanted to protect him. She didn't tell Jiang Fan about his affairs in detail. In Jiang Fan's eyes, he should be the image of a useless person. If he wanted to safely get out of Yellow Flower Ridge, he had to endure it again and again. Fortunately, Yellow Flower Ridge belonged to someone. How could Xiaohua not know the way out? Xiaohua flew slowly along the countless routes he had taken before, and he looked like he was doing his best. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A screen of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and it instantly enveloped Xiaohua within it. As the light barrier fell down, it immediately emitted an intense and resplendent brilliance. It rapidly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, numerous blade-like objects appeared within the light barrier. These objects were actually formed from the spiritual energy of the world, and these blade-like objects constantly rotated, just like a spinning windmill. Wind blade. When Xiaohua saw this, his eyes unconsciously shrunk. He had heard Zhang Qingxiao talk about this wind blade before. It was a great enemy of qi condensation cultivators. Xiaohua saw countless rotating wind blades above the light barrier. They were like incomparably sharp steel blades. The moment Xiaohua recognized them, they all left the light barrier and shot toward Xiaohua from all directions, drawing countless strange trajectories in the air. Xiaohua was greatly shocked when he saw this. He only wore an ordinary Taoist robe and didn't possess any defensive ability. There was a stack of yellow talismans in his bosom, but he reckoned that they were all low-level goods that would absolutely collapse upon contact if used to resist the wind blades produced by this grand formation. What's going on? At the same time, Xiaohua was terrified, but at the same time, he immediately started to think he didn't quite understand. Could it be that they want to silence me? Impossible? Xiaohua immediately dispelled this idea, because Xiao Xianrui had already predicted this situation. First, she specifically ordered him to be sent out of Yellow Flower Ridge. If Jiang Fan wanted to kill him, he wouldn't do it here. After leaving Yellow Flower Ridge, there would be plenty of opportunities. Xiaohua suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately woke up. This guy is really testing my depth. It's because I haven't appeared for a month that they became suspicious. But since Xiao Xianrui didn't ask, they also can't say anything. I'm just a little disciple at the second level of qi condensation. Is it worth it to do this? Thus, after a brief moment of shock, Xiaohua immediately took out a stack of yellow talismans from his bosom in a flurry, and then frantically searched for defensive yellow talismans. That expression was simply extremely embarrassing. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua thought, the yellow talismans in his bosom were extremely low level. Just as the defensive Golden Bell talisman was about to be used, the wind blades flew in front of him. With just 2 or 3 wind blades, the light protecting Xiaohua's body was scattered. Xiaohua shouted himself hoarse. His legs were trembling. If it weren't for the wind blades below him, he would have already fallen from the sky. Seeing that the wind blades were about to pierce Xiaohua's skin, Xiaohua was still looking for yellow talismans in a flurry, but the corner of his eyes kept slanting to the side. With a ding sound, a familiar voice sounded, "Oh, it's Junior Brother Xiao?" Xiaohua pretended to be panicked and looked up. In midair, a ray of sunlight shone down, and a gap about the height of a person was opened. The disciple who had just sent a message in front of him stretched half of his body out and shouted, "Quickly come up." Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately flew out of the gap. Looking at Xiaohua's pale face, that disciple cupped his hands and said, "Junior Brother Xiao, my apologies. This yellow flower ridge's great formation had just been set up. This one still had some carelessness, please forgive me." Xiaohua nodded with lingering fear and said, I don't dare. This one also thought it was the same as before and didn't pay attention at all. Alas, even if you paid attention, I'm afraid you can't avoid it. That disciple nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Junior Brother Xiao, don't be afraid, embarrassed. Previously, your Shanghuaming's great formation? Alas, it really couldn't withstand a single blow. My 100 Herbs Gate had no choice but to set up more great formations." Senior is wrong. Xiaohua also shook his head. This one has already been expelled from Shanghuaming. I'm no longer his disciple. Whatever Senior says has nothing to do with this one. Oh, I forgot. The disciple woke up and said, "Let's go. I will lead the way. You follow carefully." When Xiaohua followed that disciple out, Xiao Xianrui was standing outside chatting with Jiang Fan. Xiaohua had just appeared in the great formation when Xiao Xianrui saw him. The trace of anxiety in her eyes disappeared. She frowned and said coldly, "Xiaohua, why did you come so late? Alas, your cultivation? In the future, you'll have to practice a lot. You're not even familiar with flying talismans." Xiaohua's face turned red and he said embarrassedly, "This junior knows. This junior will definitely practice hard in the future." Alas, what's the use of practicing hard? You'll be a rogue cultivator once you leave Yellow Flower Ridge. What future can you have? Xiao Xianrui looked at Jiang Fan and said, "I was just chatting with Brother Fan. I heard that the Huanhua sect is recruiting disciples again. If you have the heart to practice, you might as well go and take a look." Huanhua sect? Xiaohua was stunned. He had never heard of this name. The Huanhua sect is a big sect in the country of Xi. It's different from my 100 Herbs sect. They don't stick to one pattern when they recruit disciples. They don't only look at your foundation and aptitude. If you have the opportunity, even if you don't have the talent for cultivation, you can still be accepted into the sect. Jiang Fan said with a smile. However, because of this, the Huanhua sect has a bad reputation for teaching everyone regardless of background. I was just talking with Sister Rui. This place is quite suitable for you. Teaching everyone regardless of background? Does it mean that there are all kinds of disciples? Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Yes, that's right. The reason why they are called big sects is because of this. Xiao Xianrui nodded. Although your aptitude is extremely poor, I think that even a loose sect like the Huanhua sect may not be able to accept you. But, after all, this is still an opportunity. Go and take a look. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua bowed. Xiao Xianrui, please point out the direction. Xiao Xianrui looked deeply at Xiaohua and pointed in the direction of the Huanhua sect. She waved her hand and said, "Go. From now on, in the country of Xi, in the Xiaoyu continent, there will be no more Shanghuaming's name. You are also a rogue cultivator." Xiaohua felt a burst of misery in his heart. He nodded silently and once again bowed deeply to Xiao Xianrui. After cupping his hands to Jiang Fan and the others, he turned around and flew in the direction of the Huanhua sect. His speed was still very slow, so slow that Jiang Fan could catch up with him if he used his magic power. After flying for a while, Xiaohua suddenly looked back. In the distance, Xiao Xianrui was still standing there. Although he didn't know whether she was looking at him or not, Xiaohua's heart felt warm. She must be worried about him. Of course, maybe she was worried about others. Knowing Xiao Xinrui's thoughts, Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He flew at the speed of the second layer of qi, refining for a while. He felt that the divine sense that had just swept over him had disappeared. This time, his expression changed. He used his magic power and used all his strength to fly in another direction. After flying for a while, he immediately lowered his altitude and flew back in the direction of the Yellow Flower Ridge. It took him more than an hour to fly out of the Yellow Flower Ridge. It took him the time to drink a cup of tea to circle around the ridge. It only took him the time to eat a meal to return to the other direction of the Yellow Flower Ridge. The difference in speed was absolutely huge. The Yellow Flower Ridge was still covered in white fog, just like before. But Xiaohua knew that the Yellow Flower Ridge was absolutely different from before. Perhaps the legends in the world were still circulating, and the protagonist of the Yellow Flower Ridge had changed to someone else. At this time, it was really noon. The hot sun hung above his head. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and stared at the Yellow Flower Ridge not far away for a long time. Then he landed and searched all over the mountain. Xiaohua wasn't familiar with the surroundings of the Yellow Flower Ridge, but Zhang Qingxiao was very familiar with it. She had been noisy in Xiaohua's ears all day long. Xiaohua naturally knew that there were some more hidden caves in the mountains outside the Yellow Flower Ridge. When Xiaohua really found a cave and entered it, he used a stone to block the entrance of the cave. He couldn't help but think of his second senior brother, and his boiling hot tears flowed down his cheeks. Usually, they didn't feel any affection for each other. Sometimes, Zhang Qingxiao would bully him from time to time. Every time, Gong Mingwei would stand up and uphold justice for him. These things, he had never thought about them before and he didn't think much of it, but now, hiding in the cave that Zhang Qingxiao had once spoken of, those scenes of the past came one after another, endlessly gushing out. It was as if his rolling tears had no end. Chapter 1284. After letting the tears flow freely for a while, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and wiped them away. Xiao Xinrui, as a woman, could endure for his safety, so why couldn't he hide the sorrow in the bottom of his heart? It was dark inside the cave. Xiaohua sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, thinking quietly. Yes, from the moment he learned of Xiao Yuehong's death, until he met Xiao Xinrui, until he left Yellow Flower Ridge, he didn't ask about the cause of Xiao Yuehong's death, nor did he ask who the murderer was. If it wasn't the 100 Herbs sect, then it must be the 10,000 Poisons sect. These two sects definitely have something to do with it. Xiaohua mused. This Bai Chao Men is even more suspicious. Zhang Men did not meet with danger early or late, but when Xiao Xinrui went to the Bai Chao Men, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao went to deliver her, he met with danger? This must be a trap set by the 100 Herbs sect. Yes, it must be. They first used the banner of an alliance, and then they tried to unite by marriage. They made two preparations. That day, sect leader didn't agree to their marriage, so they made the first move and killed me, Shang Huaming. Then they entered Yellow Flower Ridge with the identity of an alliance and controlled senior sister. Even if others had some complaints, it was justified and no one could do anything about it. Of course, the 10,000 Poisons sect is also suspicious, but if the 10,000 Poisons sect killed sect leader and two senior brothers that day, they should have occupied Yellow Flower Ridge immediately. They definitely wouldn't have waited for my senior sister to come back from Medicine Farmer Peak and be occupied by the 100 Herbs sect. Right, what about Little White? What happened to Little White? That day, it was undergoing its lightning tribulation. Spirit beasts that can undergo lightning tribulation are all at the Foundation establishment stage. This is what second senior brother said. It can definitely help sect master. Xiaohua thought of Little White who was undergoing its lightning tribulation. I don't know the strength of the 10,000 Poisons sect, but sect leader said that the 100 Herbs sect has several elders in the Foundation establishment stage. It seems that Little White was either killed by the elders of the 100 Herbs sect or driven away by them. Xiaohua was more and more certain that the 100 Herbs sect was the culprit who killed Xiao Yuehong, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao. Even Jiang Fan's gentle smile was seen by him as hiding evil intentions. You want to test yours truly's cultivation? Do you think yours truly is that stupid? Xiao Hua thought angrily, poor senior martial sister, in order to save her life, she can only feel wronged. I hope this young Master Jiang will treat senior martial sister a little better. If he treats senior sister a little better, I might consider not taking his life in the future. If he makes senior sister feel wronged in the slightest, I'll cut him into 7 or 8 pieces first. Yes. Also, although senior sister wants me to go to the Huanhua sect, in reality, she doesn't want me to go to the Huanhua sect. This is a smokescreen. But, where can I go now? 100 Herbs Gate will definitely chase after me. If they can't catch up to me, they'll probably guess that I'm somewhere around Yellow Flower Ridge. I'll wait until it's dark before I leave. This time, I'll definitely fly far away. I can't let 100 Herbs Gate sense anything. Where are we going? Xiao Hua was at a loss. Ever since he woke up, he had been staying in Yellow Flower Ridge for the past 3 years. Apart from the last time he went to the Medicine Farmer Peak, he had never gone out. Regarding this country of what Dawn Rain continent, it was all pitch black. The overseas celestial clan? Maybe they can find my origin. Can I get a ship to go out to sea? Xiao Hua still pondered. If I can get a trace of memory from tracing light, I'm almost certain that if I can break tracing light, I'll be able to find out my origin. But, this thing, who knows how to break it? I'm afraid it's too far to put all my hope on tracing light. Maybe I won't have an answer even if I die of old age. It's better to cultivate while searching Dawn Rain continent, and see if I can dig out memories from tracing light. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, 100 Herbs Gate. Although they weren't the culprits Xiao Hua had identified, but they were doing what Xiao Hua had expected. Early on, Xiao Xinrui stood outside the great array of Yellow Flower Ridge. She waited until Xiao Hua's back could no longer be seen, but she still stood there. Let's go, Sister Ru. Xiao Hua has already gone far. He'll definitely be lucky if he goes to Huanhua sect and will be accepted into the sect. You don't have to worry. After all, he has to walk his own path. As his senior sister, you've done your best. Alas, Brother Fan, you must know the pain in my heart. This Shang Huaming is gone just like that. I feel terrible. Although Xiao Hua isn't my disciple, once he leaves, my heart is also empty. Xiao Xinrui didn't avoid these things and told Jiang Fan the truth. And I understand. Jiang Fan said with a smile. Nostalgia is human nature. Cultivators like us can't be free from vulgarity. Then I'll stay with you for a while. I hope that when you turn around and leave, you can face our beautiful future with a new mood. Thank you, Brother Fan, I understand. Xiao Xinrui nodded slightly and turned her head to look at the sky where Xiao Hua left. In fact, when she saw Xiao Hua flying at the speed of the second level of the Qi refining realm, she was already relieved. She knew that before Xiao Hua broke through to the second level of the Qi refining realm, his flying speed had already surpassed hers. Now that he had reached the second level of the Qi refining realm, although she didn't pay attention to how fast he was flying, it was definitely much faster than what she saw just now. Xiao Xinrui's mouth unconsciously curved slightly, revealing a smile that she hadn't seen for a long time. She laughed in her heart and said, "This junior brother is not much worse than second senior brother." She stood there and waited for Jiang Fan to urge her again. Only then did Xiao Xinrui follow him into the great array of Yellow Flower Ridge. When Jiang Fan turned around, he winked at the disciple standing next to him. The disciple nodded slightly. When both of them entered the great array, the disciple sent out a messaging charm. A dozen disciples of the 6th or 7th level of the Qi refining realm came out of the great array. They whispered in the disciple's ear and then chased after Xiao Hua. It wasn't until late at night that these disciples came back with tired faces. Looking at their depressed faces, it seemed that they didn't find anything. At this time, Jiang Fan was standing in the hall of Shang Huaming's former residence, pacing back and forth. From time to time, he would look up at the sky. Faintly, he muttered, "Junior brother Xing, can't you be a little more ruthless? You're making me so embarrassed." Jiang Fan scanned with his divine sense and knew that the disciples who were searching for Xiao Hua had returned. He quickly walked forward a few steps, but then his face changed color. "At this time, Outside the great array of yellow flower ridge, inside the cave, Xiaohua had already made up his mind. It doesn't matter where I go. The most important thing is to improve my strength. As long as my cultivation reaches the gold core realm, no, as long as I reach the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, I will be able to avenge the sect master. However, if I want to improve my cultivation, the first thing I have to do is to find spiritual plants and refine medicinal pills. Although the method of taking medicinal pills to improve my cultivation has its drawbacks, making my Dao foundation unstable, I don't have any other good methods. If there were any method to steadily improve my cultivation, I wouldn't drink poison to quench my thirst like this. The second thing I have to do is to find a cultivation method. Right now, I'm in the second layer of the aura refining realm, and I still have Shang Huaming's corresponding cultivation method to cultivate. Once I break through to the third layer of the aura refining realm, I'll be in a predicament where I have no cultivation method to use. In fact, if possible, it's best to find a cultivation method that can help me advance from the first layer to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, once and for all. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He stroked his ear and took out the summoning talisman that Kai Zhuoxia had given him from the space behind his head. He muttered, 100 Zhang Peak? An individual cultivator whose cultivation has reached the gold core realm? Sect leader thought that I could always cultivate Shang Huaming's cultivation method until I reached the gold core realm. Unfortunately, that cultivation method has already fallen into Jiang Jiantong's hands. In the past, I naturally had to listen to sect leaders' orders. I didn't need to go to 100 Zhang Peak and didn't need to covet other people's cultivation methods. But now, I've already become an individual cultivator. For the sake of Elder 100 Zhang's gold core cultivation method, I have no choice but to go to 100 Zhang Peak. Finished thinking, Xiao Hua stood up from the ground, pushed aside the stones blocking the entrance of the cave, and came out of the cave. Borrowing the weak moonlight, he knelt down in front of Yellow Flower Ridge and kowtowed 9 times. He silently muttered a few words in his heart, stuck a flying talisman on his body, and flew up. The direction he was going was precisely where Huanhua sect was located. What's this? Not long after Xiao Hua flew up, he happened to see an emerald green brilliance flashing under the mountain peak. That brilliance was extremely weak, only flashing for a moment. If Xiao Hua's 5 senses weren't sharp, he definitely wouldn't have been able to see it. At this time, Xiao Hua was already poor, so how could he let go of something that might be useful? When he landed and saw the thing on the ground, he couldn't help but frown. This thing was none other than the deity statue with a human body and a snake tail that Xiao Hua had seen in Shang Huaming's inheritance palace. This statue was leaning obliquely between the mountain rocks and messy grass. If it wasn't for the water-like moonlight, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't have seen it in his hurry. Why is this deity statue here? Could it have been thrown out by 100 Herbs Gate? Xiao Hua lifted the statue and looked left and right. After confirming it, he suddenly realized what Gong Mingwei had said in the inheritance palace. Only sect leader and senior sister know the restrictions of the inheritance palace. I guess senior sister compromised and opened the restrictions of the inheritance palace. After 100 Herbs Gates Jiang Fan obtained Shang Huaming's cultivation method, the inheritance palace would naturally be used for other purposes. And this statue was enshrined by Shang Huaming. 100 Herbs Gate probably has something they enshrine themselves. Jiang Fan could have just destroyed this statue. At worst, he could have just thrown it in the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. Why would it come here? Xiao Hua scratched his head. His previous guess was basically correct, but he wasn't Jiang Fan. He didn't know that Jiang Fan originally wanted to destroy the statue, but he didn't know what the statue was made of, so Jiang Fan couldn't destroy it no matter what. But if he threw it in Yellow Flower Ridge and if Xiao Xianrui saw it, it would be hard to say. Therefore, he told his disciples to throw it far away. There were always lazy people. The disciple who threw the statue was not familiar with this place. After flying for a while, he was scared, so he threw it away and went back to report. Xiao Hua was also coincidental. He flew past here, so of course he could pick it up. Xiao Hua looked around again, but didn't see anything else. He exerted force in his hand, And with a thought, the statue suddenly disappeared. It was taken into the space of his mind. Chapter 1285. Inside Yellow Flower Ridge, on top of Mincy Peak, Jiang Fan scanned with his divine sense and knew that his disciple had returned empty-handed. After the disciple reported back, he said coldly, "Xiaohua is just a boy who has just entered the second layer of qi refining. His flying speed is so slow. A dozen sixth-layer qi refining disciples actually spent an afternoon and several hours and still couldn't catch him? This disciple is stupid." This disciple and the others had estimated his flying speed and moved forward to search for him. Later on, when we saw that something was wrong, we spread out and searched the area within 100 miles. However, we didn't find any trace of him. "Are you sure you've searched all the places?" Jiang Fan asked coldly. "Yes, young master. He went for less than 2 hours, at most a few hundred miles. Our speed is much faster than his. There's no reason we can't find him." The disciple was very puzzled. No reason? We just can't find him now." Jiang Fan snorted coldly. "He flies slowly and his direction is fixed. Why can't we find him? Where could he have gone?" "Young master, this guy is only in the second layer of qi refining. His cultivation is pitifully low. What's the use of looking for him? If Xiao Xinzi finds out, how can you explain it to her?" "Nonsense, I was afraid she would be unhappy, so I didn't take him down in front of her." Listening to Jiang Fan's tone, he really treated Xiao Xianrui very well and didn't want her to be unhappy. But how was Shang Huaming killed? Our 100 Herbs Gate knows nothing. At that time, only Xiao Xianrui and Xiao Hua were at Yellow Flower Ridge. Since Xiao Xianrui has been killed, we can only ask Xiao Hua about it. Xiao Xianzi didn't ask because she knew she didn't have the ability to take revenge. But we can't. Since we have occupied Yellow Flower Ridge, we must know why Shang Huaming was killed. We can't repeat the same mistake. Xiao Hua said that he was sent to the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge to pick herbs. That does make some sense. But I've always wanted to ask in my heart. I understand now. Xiao Hua looks very simple and honest, but he's actually so shrewd. Have you searched the surroundings of Yellow Flower Ridge? Jiang Fan suddenly realized. No, I only searched in the direction of Huanhua sect. I also searched hundreds of miles away, but I didn't search around Yellow Flower Ridge. The disciple suddenly thought of something. Young sect master, you mean, Xiao Hua flew very slowly. He must have been afraid that we would catch up to him, so he turned back halfway and hid near Yellow Flower Ridge. Jiang Fan sneered. Let's go, he must still be somewhere around here. Yes, disciple will leave now. The disciple cupped his hands and left. At this time, Xiao Hua had already put away the god statue and was about to fly up. Suddenly he thought, Jiang Fan threw away the god statue in Shang Huaming's inheritance palace. Of course, he wasn't afraid of being seen by senior sister. Since this is the case, then senior sister must be unable to enter the inheritance palace. Then, wouldn't senior sister have lost her value? Senior sister's life is in danger? For a moment, Xiao Hua stood in the air, not knowing what to do. After a while, he let out a long sigh. What a pity, what a pity. I have the heart, but I'm powerless. Even if senior martial sister follows me out of Yellow Flower Ridge, where else can we go? It would be better to let senior sister stay in 100 Herbs Gate. She might even be able to keep her life. Forget it, let's go, let's go. As he spoke, he urged his magic power and flew rapidly in the direction of Huanhua sect. His speed was several times faster than it was at noon. Just as Xiao Hua flew away for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate arrived and searched desperately, but how could they find traces of Xiao Hua? Even after that, Jiang Fan sent a lot of people to search a larger area, but the direction they were looking for wasn't the direction of Huanhua sect. Not to mention how fast they were flying. Even if they followed Xiao Hua's previous worst-case scenario, even if their young sect master Jiang Fan and that foundation establishment stage elder went out to search together, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to find anything. Although Xiao Hua urged his magic power with all his might and raised his flying speed to the fastest, he flew forward for nearly 4 hours. At this time, the sky was already slightly bright. Along the way, he flew over a continuous range of mountains. Occasionally, he would see a sparse village on the plains or beside a river. Xiaohua only looked at them, not daring to stop. At this time, the flying talisman on his body was gradually losing its effect. Xiaohua had no choice but to stop. After looking around, his figure landed and flashed to the side of a mountain stream. Panting slightly, Xiaohua's nervous mood gradually calmed down. He calculated that he had just flown for 4 hours. Although he wasn't sure exactly how far he had flown, his speed should be several times faster than the second layer of the aura refining stage. Whether it was time or distance, he definitely far exceeded 100 Herb's Gate's estimation. Even the disciples who were chasing him earlier might not have chased him this far. Therefore, Xiaohua sat cross-legged, very peacefully regulating his breathing and recovering his magic power. Time flowed like water. When Xiaohua opened his eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky. The mountain stream was empty, and birds were singing. This kind of unknown sound was everywhere, giving off a feeling of paradise outside the world. Xiaohua closed his eyes again, relaxing his mind. It was as if he had grown another pair of eyes, reflecting everything around him into his heart. The quiet and peaceful atmosphere also made his slightly tired heart feel extremely tranquil. Alas, after a long time, Xiaohua let out a long sigh. What's the point of being a person? What's the point of only cultivating? Take school head Xiao for example. He's lazy, doesn't like trouble, and doesn't want to offend anyone. Unexpectedly, he was also targeted by 100 Herb's Gate, and in a moment of carelessness, his sect was exterminated. What's more, Little White was already a demonic beast undergoing tribulation. With great difficulty, it cultivated from a snake to the foundation building stage. How difficult was that? Unfortunately, when it succeeded, it became a small fish that got caught in the crossfire. I didn't hear Senior Marshall's sister mention Little White's corpse. Presumably, long before she returned to Yellow Flower Ridge, 100 Herb's Gate had already taken her back to Medicine Farmer Peak. Since cultivation is so cruel, it's really not as good as a mortal building a house by this stream. When he's thirsty, he'll drink morning dew. When he's hungry, he'll catch fish in the stream. He'll live a carefree life. Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua let out a burst of hoarse laughter. He said self-deprecatingly, even if it's this carefree life, how long can it last? Not to mention that life is short, several decades will pass in the blink of an eye. Even if I hide from the world here, how can it be a true paradise? Even a great formation like Yellow Flower Ridge was breached, and this mountain wilderness is even more defenseless. If any cultivator finds you displeasing to the eye, a yellow talisman will be enough to take your life. How can you still talk about living a carefree life? Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Only by cultivating extraordinary magical abilities can one have the freedom to not be controlled by others. Only then can one soar freely in this world. Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel his blood boil. His entire mind opened up, and an incomparable ambition was born. It was as if he wanted to trample this world under his feet. It's good to think clearly, but I can't think too far. Biting off more than I can chew will only make me fall even more miserably. After a moment, Xiaohua gradually calmed down. The corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile. I'll slowly raise my cultivation. Only when I have the strength will I have the qualifications to think about more things. Immediately, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the snake-shaped ring from the space. At this time, the ring was different from before. At the very beginning, the ring in Xiaohua's space only had a snake body. The snake body didn't have a snake head at the front, nor did it have a snake tail at the back. There were only a few vague claws. At this time, the snake body's back had already been mended. Only 2 claws could be seen growing out of the abdomen. Each of the claws had 5 toes, and they clawed down from the air. The mended snake tail was also different from an ordinary snake tail. The tail was extremely similar to a butterfly's wings. The shape of the entire ring was exactly the same as when Xiaohua saw Little White transform into a python dragon to undergo tribulation. Even if Xiaohua had never seen a dragon before, He already understood that this was a dragon-shaped ring. It was a ring that lacked a dragon head. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. What made Xiaohua frown and think hard the most was that when he was unconscious on the peak of Cherishing Flower Peak a few days ago, this dragon-shaped ring passed some incomplete cultivation method into his mind. And this incomplete cultivation method was the so-called dragon transformation art. At the same time, he also knew that this dragon-shaped ring was called Dragon Jade. It's very strange. This dragon transformation art looks extremely simple, but it's completely different from the Death Flower Dark mantra that I've comprehended before. It's as if it's simply not used for cultivation. Or perhaps it's used to refine the body? Xiaohua's only knowledge of cultivation came from Zhang Qingxiao's nagging, but even if it's for refining the body, this cultivation method, I'm also unable to make sense of it. I don't know how to start. Could it be because the cultivation method is incomplete? Maybe when I find this Dragon Jade's dragon head and complete this dragon transformation art, I'll be able to cultivate it. But that's also not right. If this dragon transformation art was given to me by Little White, then why can it cultivate into a dragon? This Dragon Jade is only the tail, and it's even less than half of mine now. Xiaohua scratched his head a bit. He held the Dragon Jade with both hands, his fingers stroking the fine dragon scales on the Dragon Jade's body as he thought carefully. Suddenly, his two hands touched the Dragon Jade's meridians. They jumped slightly, as if it was a kind of pleasant surprise, a kind of pleasure. What's going on here? Xiaohua's heart stirred, and he tried again. Sure enough, the meridians moved slightly again, as if they were not happy at all. When Xiaohua tried to send his magic power into the Dragon Jade again, the meridians did not have any reaction. Suddenly, Xiaohua remembered the change in his meridians when Little White was going through the tribulation. That lightning tribulation was clearly Little White's, so why are my meridians so scared? That lightning tribulation was clearly aimed at Little White, so why did it hit me instead? Could it be that my meridians are somewhat special? That's right, sect leader. Didn't he say before? He felt that my meridians are different from normal meridians, as if they have vitality and vitality. It can even be said that they're alive. Living meridians, really inconceivable. Could it be that my cultivation can't be raised normally because of these meridians? Could it be that I have to cultivate my meridians first before my cultivation can be raised normally? Xiaohua followed his own thoughts and Xiao Yuehong's words and continued to think without restraint. Suddenly, an inconceivable idea, one that he had never thought of before, appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Chapter 1286. My meridians, since they might be alive and are so sensitive to Little White's lightning tribulation, and Little White might be cultivating the dragon transformation art, then, can I also— No, that's not right. Can my meridians also cultivate the dragon transformation art? An unimaginable idea formed in Xiaohua's mind. Once this idea was born, it was immediately like withered grass meeting the spring breeze, dry firewood meeting a raging fire. It became uncontrollable, becoming a spark of fire that started a prairie fire. Moreover, as this idea brewed in Xiaohua's mind, he increasingly felt that this idea could be implemented. Meridians are thin and long, like a long snake. Although I don't know how long it is, if I cultivate it bit by bit, I will eventually be able to cultivate it to the end. Xiaohua was all smiles, as if he had discovered a huge gold mine. The saliva at the corner of his mouth was about to drip down. But if this dragon transformation art is successfully cultivated, my meridians will become a dragon. What about me? Will I also become a dragon? Xiaohua suddenly thought, I understand, the god in Shang Huaming's inheritance palace cultivated the dragon transformation art? She didn't have legs, only a snake body. Could it be that when I cultivate to the end, I will become that kind of person? If that's the case, I won't do it. Not a human, not a snake, really ugly. Xiaohua curled his lips and waved his hand. The statue of the god was taken out by him. It was unknown how heavy the statue was, but in Xiaohua's hand, it was not heavy at all. It seemed to be an empty shell. And, fortunately, The tail of this god is indeed a snake tail and not a dragon tail. I remember that Little White also had a dragon tail, exactly the same as this Long Yu. Presumably, this so-called god did not cultivate the dragon transformation art. Right? Could it be that this dragon transformation art was created by this god? Xiaohua thought again. Oh, that's not right. The middle part of this Long Yu is in the space behind my head. It has nothing to do with this god. Could it be that it is related to the overseas celestial race? Thinking, Xiaohua put the statue of the god into the space, and then put the Long Yu inside. Cultivate or not? Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. If I cultivate a dragon, I'm afraid it will be a yellow dragon? With Little White. Sigh, Little White is already gone. Even if I master the yellow dragon, I won't be able to see Little White again. Sigh, what am I thinking? I don't even know how to use the meridians to cultivate the dragon transformation art. Why should I worry about it? I really don't know how to treat a disease if I'm not sick. Xiaohua suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. I should think more about the bone refinement technique that I obtained from reverse light and see how I can master the light evasion technique step by step. Why would I suddenly think of cultivating the dragon transformation art? Using meridians to train. Xiaohua almost laughed involuntarily. However, there are many difficulties in cultivating the light evasion technique. Last night in the cave, he also thought about it a bit. According to the reverse light evasion technique that was transmitted to his mind, before cultivating the real light evasion technique, there must be two conditions. The first is to temper the bones of the whole body 7 times, completely tempering them into 7 colors like light. The fluctuations of the bones of the whole body should also be the same as light. Only then can the body merge with the light and cultivate the light evasion technique. The second condition is to master the 5 elements evasion technique of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the wind and thunder evasion technique one by one. Only then can one be qualified to cultivate the light evasion technique. These two conditions are out of Xiaohua's reach. Let's talk about the 5 elements evasion technique first. Xiaohua has never heard of it. Zhang Qingxiao has never said a single word in her daily chatter. As for Xiao Yuehong, who is in the middle stage of foundation establishment, he has never used the evasion technique. How can Xiaohua know? Then there is the bone refinement technique. It is clearly stated in the martial technique that one must first have the bone tempering fist technique and magic art. Then one must use the 5 elements origin to temper the bones. Not to mention what the 5 elements origin is, Xiaohua simply doesn't know. Even the bone tempering fist technique and magic art, although the golden figure in reverse light evasion technique used it many times, in Xiaohua's mind he doesn't remember it at all. The remnant memories that occasionally remain in his mind are telling Xiaohua that the figure is completely different from a human's figure. Since the figure is different, the bone tempering fist technique and magic art will naturally be different. In other words, what the golden figure taught is not suitable for Xiaohua. If Xiaohua wants to temper his bones, then he must find the bone tempering fist technique and magic art that are suitable for him. Good. I originally thought that I picked up a treasure and fainted for more than a month because I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some world-shaking martial technique. I didn't expect that it was actually just a reflection of the moon in the water, completely useless. In the end, I still have to painstakingly do it myself. Xiaohua doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thinks, if I want to practice the light evasion technique, one must find the 5 elements evasion technique and the other one must find the bone tempering fist technique or magic art. These are all inexplicable things, simply more unrealistic than comprehending how to cultivate the dragon transformation art. Xiaohua almost raises his middle finger. If I want to practice the light evasion technique, it would be better to be down to earth and cultivate ordinary martial techniques. From the second layer of the qi refining stage, the third layer, to the foundation establishment stage and the gold core stage, this is more realistic. There is always a bit of hope. After thinking it through, Xiaohua threw all unrealistic thoughts to the back of his mind and inwardly calculated, 100 Zhang Peak is very far from here. It can be said that it is in the opposite direction. If there are any dangerous places in between, The sect master didn't say anything. If I want to go there, I must first inquire about it and make some preparations. In any case, it is still early, there is no need to rush to 100 Zhang Peak. Although Senior Marshal Sister gave me some yellow talismans, it is still not enough. I have to find someone to exchange for some. But, who can I find? What can I use to exchange with them? Xiaohua has never been to E-City, he also doesn't know how to exchange. In his hands, he only has a single spirit stone on the body of the puppet in his mind. He really is poor to the point of jingling. That's right, I can use spiritual plants. Xiaohua suddenly slapped his head and suddenly came to a realization. No, in the space behind Xiaohua's mind, not only were there the absorption fruit and black tubergrass used to refine the Peiyuan pill, but also the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass used to refine the parasol pill were over 100 years old. Even the exquisite grass used to refine the foundation-building pill had sprouted tender shoots. Obviously, they were already over 100 years old. Moreover, Xiaohua faintly felt that ever since he advanced to the second layer of the qi refining realm, the spiritual light emitted by the tracing light in his mind space had strengthened. It seemed to be a bit stronger than before, almost 2 years old in a day. However, whether it was true or not, Xiaohua himself wasn't clear. After all, he had never seen spiritual plants over 100 years old. Everything he saw was from Shang Huaming's ancient records. The detailed age of the spiritual plants still needed to be confirmed further. However, even so, these 100-years-old spiritual plants were really amazing. After all, according to Xiaohua's experience, the spiritual plants that Xiao Xianrui and the others produced in E-City were all 10 to 20 years old. There was also the parasol pill refined from these aged spiritual plants. These kinds of things could occupy a place in E-City. Of course, the 100-years-old spiritual plants would be even more popular. But where is this E-City? I only heard second senior brother and the others say that it's in Jingbo City, but they didn't say the specific location. Moreover, there should still be some time before we leave E-City. Even if I go, what can I do? Just as he was thinking, he heard the sound of weapons in the air above the mountain stream. Hearing the sound, Xiaohua was startled. He hurriedly hid behind a thick tree several zhang away. He stuck out half of his head and secretly peeked in the air. It can't be the 100 Herbs sect chasing after us, right? He saw that in the air several zhang north of the mountain stream, 3 young Taoists around 20 years old were making hand seals and using their transcendence energy to drive 3 sword talismans. They were fighting back and forth. One of them was around 20 years old, around the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. He wore a Taoist robe, his teeth were white and his lips were red. His face was arrogant. His opponents were 2 men around 25 to 26 years old. One of them wore a Taoist robe, while the other wore slightly sloppy clothes. These 2 people were both at the 4th layer of the qi refining realm. At this time, their faces were already red and beads of sweat were dripping down from their foreheads. Although Xiaohua's cultivation level was low, he could tell at a glance that these 2 people were already at a disadvantage. Not only did the young Taoist's sword talismans move unhindered and unhindered, his sword moves were tight and his transcendence energy was even more profound. The other 2 people couldn't compare to him. The 2 people's sword talismans had already dimmed. The flying swords transformed from the sword talismans were swaying. Every time they collided with the young Taoist's flying swords, they seemed to be unable to withstand it. Go! One of them clenched his teeth and made a hand seal. The sword talismans suddenly emitted a sword light. Ignoring the brilliance of the young Taoist's sword talisman, it looked for an opening and stabbed towards the young Taoist's armpit. Then, the other person made a hand seal and his body swayed at the same time. He actually ignored the sword talisman and prepared to use a flight talisman to escape. "Huh, you think you can escape? Han Fei, why haven't you handed over the thing yet?" The young Taoist laughed wildly. He simply ignored the sword talisman stabbing towards him. He slightly channeled his transcendence energy. The flying sword transformed from the sword talisman suddenly split into 2 and stabbed towards the 2 people. Dual splendor sword? Seeing this, Han Fei was greatly alarmed. "Jiang Huanqi, you're a senior in the 6th layer of qi refining. Why are you still making things difficult for us 4th layer Qi refining juniors? Only those in the 6th layer of Qi refining can use dual splendor sword? Just as Han Fei cried out in alarm, his flying sword had already pierced Jiang Huanqi's body. A clear light appeared on Jiang Huanqi's body, blocking the flying sword. The sword couldn't pierce through it all. Meanwhile, the 2 sword lights he controlled pierced towards Han Fei and the young Taoist. What do you 2 loose cultivators know? I am in the 5th layer of Qi refining. I can also use dual splendor sword. How can you know the secret techniques of my splendid sect? Didn't you want to stop by the day before yesterday? Now that I personally delivered myself to your doorstep, why don't you dare to accept my challenge? Senior, you've wronged me. Han Fei's expression was very anxious. He looked at the similarly panicked loose cultivators next to him and said, "The day before yesterday, fellow Taoist Xiao Fengyue and I didn't go for you. We were preparing to ambush someone else. Senior, you walked into the ambush by mistake. Didn't we apologize at that time? Senior, why do you have to force us? Apologize?" Jiang Huanqi laughed coldly. Several fireball talismans and 2 earthen spike talismans. If I wasn't careful and didn't have the sect's secret treasures on me, wouldn't I have already lost my life? Chapter 1287. Cut the crap. If the words of a rogue cultivator can be taken seriously, then I'm afraid the sun in the sky will rise from the west. Hand over your life. Jiang Huanqi sneered, his sword talisman stabbing towards Han Fei. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue smiled wryly. Xiaohua couldn't tell whether they were really trying to ambush the other person, or whether they coveted Jiang Huanqi because he was alone. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue channeled their transcendence energy and fought a few more rounds. They were obviously no match for Jiang Huanqi. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to lose their lives, Xiaohua held his breath and carefully hid himself to avoid being seen by them. At this moment, a sudden shout came from the air behind Xiaohua. "Fellow Taoist, please have mercy." Xiaohua was slightly stunned and hurriedly turned his head. He saw several 4th or 5th level Qi refining cultivators in the air several hundred feet above the mountain stream. They were all wearing different Taoist robes as they flew over his head, flying towards the place where the 3 of them were fighting. "Shit, I'll be seen by others," Xiaohua hurriedly dodged. Of course, he avoided Jiang Huanqi and the others, but his figure was exposed behind a tree. Just as Xiaohua raised his head to look, one of the cultivators had already discovered Xiaohua's trace with extreme sensitivity. Xiaohua was greatly regretful. He didn't know what relationship these people had with Jiang Huanqi. He had just come out of Yellow Flower Ridge and might have gotten himself into trouble. He couldn't help but wonder if he should run away now. "Fellow Taoist, please have mercy." At the front of the group was a 5th level Qi refining cultivator. He wore a loose gray Taoist robe and his face was like a full moon. His face was red and shiny, and he had black hair and thick eyebrows. He was about 30 years old. His voice was extremely loud and clear. Just as he spoke, he waved his hand and 2 light blue radiances flew out, covering Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue. Condensing water talisman? When the light blue radiances hit the 2 of them, they immediately rippled into a watery mist. The mist immediately solidified and a thin layer of watery blue radiance formed on the 2 of them. At the same time, Jiang Huanqi's flying sword talisman transformed into a flying sword and stabbed Xiao Fengyue. When the flying sword saw the watery blue radiance, the radiance rippled but wasn't damaged. Jiang Huanqi involuntarily cried out, "Who are you? Why are you interfering with my Xianghua sect's business?" Xianghua sect? That person also flew over at this time. When he heard the name of the Xianghua sect, he couldn't help but frown slightly. After hesitating for a while, he turned his head and asked, "Fellow Taoist, which sect are you 2 from?" Jiang Huanqi was stunned. He thought that this person was Xiao Fengyue's helper, but he didn't know him at all. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue looked at each other. They cupped their hands and replied, "Fellow Taoist, please know that we are both itinerant cultivators." "Oh," the man nodded and said, "If you 2 fellow Taoists believe why don't you tell me about the matter with this fellow Taoist? Perhaps I can be the peacemaker?" Jiang Huanqi's expression darkened. Although this person didn't say anything, it was obvious that he wanted to interfere. If it weren't for the fact that this person was in the 5th layer of aura refining and had several 4th layer aura refining cultivators behind him, Jiang Huanqi probably wouldn't have been a match for him. Otherwise, he would have attacked him long ago. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Huanqi cupped his hands and said, "I am Jiang Huanqi from the Magnificent Flower Sect. Do you have any relationship with my Xianxia sect?" "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I have long heard of fellow Taoist Zhang's name. You're a good man who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. It's my great fortune to meet you now." The cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am Qing Fengmin, an itinerant cultivator who has been abandoned by the heavens. Since I've encountered a matter involving low-level itinerant cultivators, it's not good for me to not ask." Abandoned by the heavens? Itinerant cultivators? Jiang Huanqi frowned. It seemed that he wasn't familiar with this name, but when he heard Qing Fengmin's last sentence, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Abandoned by the heavens?" The so-called alliance of low-level itinerant cultivators that was formed 3 years ago? Fellow Taoist Jiang has a good memory. That's right. Qing Fengmin said with a smile, "It's not easy for itinerant cultivators like us to survive in the country of Xi, especially those below the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm. We're often in a precarious situation. In order to survive, I had no choice but to ally with some other itinerant cultivators and form this alliance. Fellow Taoist, please don't laugh at us." Although Abandoned by the Heavens has only been established for 3 years, it's developing very quickly. I heard that even some foundation establishment itinerant cultivators are showing signs of joining. Even the small sects in the country of Xi can't compare with this kind of reputation. How would I dare to laugh at it? Jiang Huanqi wasn't afraid of Abandoned by the Heavens and sneered. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. This is an unbreakable truth. Although I, Abandoned by the Heavens, only protect low-level itinerant cultivators below the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm, who hasn't started from a low-level itinerant cultivator. Those foundation establishment seniors naturally know the dangers of low-level itinerant cultivators, which is why they lend a helping hand. There's nothing strange about it. Qing Fengmin still had a smile on his face, and his etiquette didn't diminish. "Then fellow Taoist Qing, are you sure you want to interfere in this matter?" Jiang Huanqi's face turned cold. "Hee, fellow Taoist Jiang, don't be anxious. Although I, Abandoned by the Heavens, protect low-level itinerant cultivators, I don't mean to blindly protect them. If these 2 fellow Taoists are indeed in the wrong, and fellow Taoist Jiang really has a grudge against them, I will immediately turn around and leave. I won't ask half a word." Qing Fengmin said with a smile and cupped his hands. Jiang Huanqi snorted and didn't say anything else. Qing Fengmin then turned to Han Fei and said, "How should I address you 2 fellow Taoists? Did you have some misunderstanding with fellow Taoist Jiang?" Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were overjoyed when they heard this. It was as if a long drought had finally met with rain. They hurriedly narrated the whole story. The story was simple, just like what Xiaohua heard. The day before yesterday, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue had set up an ambush. They wanted to scheme against another person, but Jiang Huanqi had barged in. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were ruthless, wanting to kill him in one fell swoop. But after the 2 sides fought, the 2 realized that they were wrong. But how could there be right and wrong in the cultivation world? What's more, you were ruthless. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue wanted to make the best of it, but Jiang Huanqi was in the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm and a disciple of the Xianxia sect. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were far from being able to deal with him. After weighing the pros and cons, the 2 of them decided to stop. As they ran away, they sent out sound-transmitting talismans to express their apologies. Jiang Huanqi was on a mission from his sect, so he couldn't chase after them. He could only let them escape. When Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue saw that Jiang Huanqi didn't chase after them, they thought that he had forgiven them. In the past few days, they relaxed their vigilance and didn't deliberately hide their whereabouts. Who would have thought that Jiang Huanqi would complete his mission today and come back to settle old scores with them? Well, Hearing Han Fei and Xiao Fingyue's words, Qing Fengmin also frowned. Although this matter wasn't a matter of life and death, but it wasn't far from it. You ambushed him. If his cultivation wasn't high, wouldn't he have been dead by now? Seeing Qing Fengmin hesitate, Jiang Huanqi sneered. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue, on the other hand, were anxious. They cupped their hands and said, Senior Qing, it's really a misunderstanding between us. Think about it. Senior Jiang is in the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm and a disciple of the Xianxia sect. Even if we had 10 times the courage, we wouldn't dare to ambush him. Alas, Qing Fengmin sighed. You two have made things difficult for this matter. Even if I'm heaven-forsaken, I'm afraid I can't interfere. Hearing this, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue became anxious. They shouted, Senior Qing, please save us. If we can escape from this disaster, we are willing to join Heaven-Forsaken and follow your orders. Qing Fengmin shook his head slightly. My two fellow Taoists are too different. In Heaven-Forsaken, everyone is equal. We all have the idea of not giving up on ourselves and helping each other. Even I can't order others to do what I want. Senior. Xiao Fingyue's tone was almost pleading. Senior Qing, a 4th-layer Qi refining cultivator, flew over from behind Qing Fengmin and said with a smile, Senior Jiang of the Xianxia sect and fellow Taoist Han aren't mortal enemies. This is all a misunderstanding. Senior Jiang wants to kill fellow Taoist Han and Xiao Fengyue out of anger. Even if he kills them, Senior Jiang won't get any benefits. In my opinion, why don't fellow Taoist Han and Xiao Fengyue take out enough spirit stones or medicinal pills to compensate for Senior Jiang's loss in exchange for their lives? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Excellent. Qing Fengmin clapped his hands and laughed. You're right. He turned to Jiang Huanqi and said, Fellow Taoist Jiang, even if you kill them, it's just to vent your anger. There's no need to do so. If you can compensate them with external items and avoid karma, wouldn't that be great? Jiang Huanqi's heart trembled. He'd heard of the Heaven-Forsaken alliance before. At the time, he'd snorted disdainfully. They were all 4th-layer Qi refining cultivators, so what could they do? But now, facing so many 4th-layer Qi refining cultivators and a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator, he wouldn't be able to easily take Han Fei and Xiao Fingyue's lives. If they fought, he might not be able to escape easily. As a disciple of the Xianxia sect, he might not necessarily be afraid of Heaven-Forsaken, but what if? There's no what if. Jiang Huanqi sneered inwardly. He didn't have any deep hatred for Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue to begin with. Whether he killed them or not was up to him. If he was satisfied with something, he could spare them. Seeing Jiang Huanqi's silence, a smile appeared on Qing Fengmin's face. Fellow Taoist Jiang, you're indeed a disciple of a large sect. You're broad-minded and forgiving people whenever possible. That's the wisdom of the Xianxia sect's disciples. Come, fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Xiao, hurry up and thank fellow Taoist Jiang for his magnanimity. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Thank you for sparing our lives, Senior Jiang. Jiang Huanqi flicked his sleeve. It's too early to say. Let me see what you have that's worth your lives. In my storage pouch there are 100 low-grade spirit stones, 4 mid-grade spirit stones, a dozen or so spirit herbs that are 10 years old, and a dozen or so magia pills. Please kindly accept them, Senior Jiang. Han Fei said hurriedly. Xiao Fengyue also hurriedly said, the spirit stones, spirit herbs, and pills in my storage pouch are about the same as fellow Taoist Han's. Jiang Huanqi's face was full of contempt. Indeed, apart from spirit stones, Xiaohua hadn't seen many of these things before. To Xianghua Ming, the rest were not worth mentioning. Chapter 1288. As for spirit stones, although Xiaohua hadn't seen many, Shang Huaming must have a lot. After all, a parasol elixir could be exchanged for some low-grade spirit stones. If Xiao Yuehong wasn't lazy, Shang Huaming would have saved a lot of spirit stones. Seeing Jiang Huanqi's sneer, Qing Fengmin also smiled bitterly. After all, he was a rogue cultivator with a shallow foundation. He couldn't compare with a disciple of a sect. Xiao Fengyue obviously knew that their things were limited and not enough to exchange for their lives. He glanced at Han Fei and the two exchanged glances, then hurriedly said, "Please let us finish. Senior Jiang, we know that our belongings are shabby and these things are not worthy of your attention, but we also know that there is a dangerous place in the Amang Mountains where hundreds of years old Ling Longgrass grows. Because of our limited cultivation, we didn't dare to go deep and only picked some Ling Longgrass in the periphery. Please take a look at these Ling Longgrass first. If you think this information is credible, we are willing to exchange the information of the Ling Longgrass for our lives." Hearing this, Jiang Huanqi's eyes lit up. The Foundation Establishment Elixir was the key to advancing from the Qi refining stage to the Foundation Establishment stage. Even the Shanghua sect, which was one of the top cultivation sects in the country of Xi, was in short supply. Jiang Huanqi's aptitude was average among his fellow disciples. When he was just 20 years old, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi refining. Compared to some of the geniuses in the sect, he was much weaker. If he developed normally, he might not be able to reach the Foundation Establishment stage and might not even be able to get a Foundation Establishment Elixir from the sect. His Foundation Establishment cultivation was simply like a flower in a mirror. If he could get some mature Ling Longgrass and offer it to the Shanghua sect, the Foundation Establishment Elixir would be easy to get and his Foundation Establishment cultivation would be within reach. Well, even if it was just information, if the seniors in the sect picked the Ling Longgrass, they would be rewarded according to their merits. Thinking of this, Jiang Huanqi frowned and shook his head slightly. Fellow Taoist Xiao's words are too easy. If there really is a Ling Longgrass, it is equivalent to your lives. Just the information of the Ling Longgrass alone, I don't know if it is true or not. Hee, you want to uncover the grudge between I and you? It is really too easy. Senior Jiang, this junior's information is absolutely true. The two of us have never told anyone about this. If you don't believe me, how about this junior bring you there? Han Fei hurriedly said in a panic. Take me there? Jiang Huanqi was slightly tempted, but when he looked at Qing Fengmin and the others, he immediately rejected the idea and shook his head slightly. Senior, the two of us are sincerely apologizing to you. Xiao Fengyue smiled bitterly. How can you believe us? Next to him, Qing Fengmin said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Jiang, why don't we first take a look at their spiritual grasses and see if they match what they said? If fellow Taoist has any ideas, why don't you tell me? Hearing this, Jiang Huanqi smiled and took the spirit grass from Han Fei's hand. After carefully identifying them, he nodded and said, These spirit grass are very rare. Judging from their color, they should be grown in the wild. It is consistent with what the two of them said. Excellent. Qing Fengmin clapped his hands and said, in other words, fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Xiao didn't deceive fellow Taoist Jiang? I only said that the spirit grass is real. As for the exquisite grass, how would I know if it is real or not? Jiang Huanqi retorted. Well, fellow Taoist Jiang is right. Qing Fengmin didn't seem to be angry at being refuted. He only said gently, but the information of the exquisite grass in exchange for the lives of two people, even I feel that it is too easy. Then he hesitated for a while. Looking at Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue, he gritted his teeth and said, since it is the lives of two rogue cultivators who are willing to join Heaven Forsaken, I may have to offer something. As he spoke, he patted a small storage pouch in front of him. A dark green object appeared in his hand. Qing Fengmin smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, fellow Taoist Jiang, most of us rogue cultivators don't have anything valuable. The storage pouch I have is not much better than fellow Taoist Jiang's. If I offer a spirit grass or medicinal pill like the exquisite grass, I definitely don't have it. Looking at the object in his hand, he raised his hand and put it in front of Jiang Huanqi, saying, I obtained this when I was training in the Imitang Mountains a month ago. I don't know what it is, but I am sure that there is some great opportunity in it. I originally wanted to keep it to study or use it when the opportunity came. But since fellow Taoist Jiang is involved today, I can't care about anything else. Fellow Taoist Jiang, please take a look and see if it is worth it for fellow Taoist Jiang to stop. Jiang Huanqi didn't care and casually took it. But when he looked at it carefully, he couldn't help but stiffen. A trace of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Just as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, it was immediately replaced by doubt. Jiang Huanqi's eyes turned slightly. He raised his head and asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist Qing, is this? What is it used for?" Qing Fengmin smiled bitterly and said, "I obtained this by chance when I was traveling in the Imitang Mountains. I don't know what it is. I have been studying it for more than a month, but I still don't know its use. Alas, forget it." If fellow Taoist Jiang thinks that this thing has no origin, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. As he spoke, Qing Fengmin reached out to take it. I see." Jiang Huanqi withdrew his hand and nodded slightly, saying, "Since fellow Taoist Qing is so protective of rogue cultivators, after all, I used to be a low-level qi refining cultivator. I also know the hardships of rogue cultivators. This thing, although it has no origin, it is still fellow Taoist Qing's sincere heart. I will consider it as making friends with fellow Taoist Qing." When everyone heard this, they were overjoyed. Qing Fengmin smiled and said, "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Jiang." Then he turned to Han Fei and Xiao Fengmin and said, "Fellow Taoists, please tell fellow Taoist Jiang about that place. In addition, please swear that you will never mention this place to anyone else in the future." Of course, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue cupped their hands and smiled. Then, Jiang Huanqi clapped his hand and took out a silence talisman. He set up a restriction around the three of them. Qing Fengmin and the others couldn't hear their conversation inside the restriction. Looking at Han Fei and Xiao Fenyue's words and Jiang Huanqi's slight nod, the three of them seemed to be satisfied. Not long after, Jiang Huanqi waved his hand and put away the silence talisman. He cupped his hands and smiled at Qing Fengmin, saying, "Fellow Taoist Qing is really talented. If this heaven-forsaken is in your hands, it will definitely prosper in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. I don't dare. I am only one of the three initiators. Moreover, there is no hierarchy among the fellow Taoists in Heaven Forsaken. There is no control or prosperity." Qing Fengmin corrected him with a smile. Jiang Huanqi smiled and didn't say much. He cupped his hands and said goodbye to Qing Fengmin. He didn't even look at the others. After Jiang Huanqi left in a hurry, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue stepped forward and bowed with gratitude, saying, "Junior greets Senior Qing. Senior, thank you for saving our lives." No need. We are all rogue cultivators. Of course, we have to support each other so that we won't be bullied by others. Besides, as long as you join Heaven Forsaken, you will be fellow Taoists in the future. You don't have to be polite." Qing Fengmin hurriedly helped the two of them up and said with a smile, "Well, of course we have to follow the rules. But how do we join Heaven Forsaken?" Han Fei asked respectfully. That's easy. But before I explain it to you, I have to invite a fellow Taoist to come up." Qing Fengmin's face was genial. He turned to Xiao Hua and said warmly, "Fellow Taoist? Could it be that you want to hide behind the tree?" Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were stunned. The others also looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at them for a long time and knew that they were all rogue cultivators. Moreover, there was even a rogue cultivator who was Heaven Forsaken. He had already dispelled the idea of escaping. When he heard Qing Fengmin's question, he knew that he couldn't hide. He put on a smile and walked out from behind the tree. He flew into the air and cupped his hands, saying, "Junior Xiao Hua greets seniors." Han Fei and the others were shocked. They didn't expect someone else to be hiding under the tree. However, when they saw Xiao Hua's cultivation, they were even more shocked. Then, a wave of sympathy spontaneously rose in their hearts. That's right. Although these rogue cultivators didn't think highly of disciples from real sects, they were all cultivators from the first and second layer of aura refining and had cultivated since they were young. Which one of them hadn't broken through to the second layer of aura refining when they were about 10 years old? It was only because of various reasons that they couldn't reach the third layer of aura refining for a long time that their cultivation was crippled and they were expelled from the sect. Afterwards, due to other reasons, they slowly cultivated back to their peak. But, even so, They had long reached the third or fourth layer of aura refining before the age of 18. As for those who cultivated on their own from the beginning, they had never seen anyone reach the early second layer of aura refining at the age of 18. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you must have heard me. I am Qing Fengmin. Is fellow Taoist Xiao cultivating on your own? Or are you an abandoned disciple of some sect? After Qing Fengmin returned the greeting, he was certain that Xiao Hua was a rogue cultivator. This? Xiao Hua was at a loss for words. I have spoken too much. Qing Fengmin immediately came to his senses. He slapped his forehead and said with a smile, how could I ask about this secret of my own origin? It's only because I saw that fellow Taoist cultivation is low that I felt a sense of concern. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Xiao. I don't dare. Xiao Hua liked Qing Fengmin's amiable attitude very much. He quickly said, Junior also has some difficulties, otherwise I would have definitely told you. No matter, there's no need. Qing Fengmin waved his hand. I, heaven forsaken, have always believed that heroes don't ask about their origins. Miracles are man-made. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is a rogue cultivator, if you don't mind, I also invite fellow Taoist Xiao to join Heaven Forsaken. We can help each other. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised and said with a smile, Junior is also moved, but I don't know how to join Heaven Forsaken. How can we help each other and support each other? Qing Fengmin said with a smile, you and I are both rogue cultivators. When we cultivate, what do we lack the most? Chapter 1289. Of course it's cultivation methods and medicinal pills. Xiao Hua spat out almost without thinking. Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Qing Fengmin clapped his hands and laughed. As a disciple of a sect, there's no need to talk about cultivation methods. When you cultivate to a certain level, you'll be given a cultivation method. As long as you have the ability to cultivate, the sect won't be stingy with this cultivation method. Even the elders of the sect can't wait for you to cultivate to a higher level. It's the same for medicinal pills. Ordinary disciples will be given corresponding medicinal pills every month. If you can make more contributions to the sect, you'll get more medicinal pills. What? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and muttered in his heart, Shang Huaming doesn't seem to have this kind of treatment. On the other hand, we rogue cultivators are born with a flaw. Medicinal pills are a bit easier to exchange with spiritual herbs or spirit stones. What we lack the most is cultivation methods. I don't know how many rogue cultivators have been stuck at the low level of qi refinement for their entire lives because they don't have the corresponding cultivation methods. Qing Fengmin bitterly lamented. Including Xiao Hua, several people also felt the same way. Xiao Hua himself could also be considered a loose cultivator. Moreover, he was only at the second layer of the qi refining stage. If he wanted to go further, he didn't even have a single mnemonic. Then senior's meaning is? Xiao Hua felt a bit strange and asked, but he secretly muttered in his heart, could it be that there's a complete cultivation method in this Heaven Forsaken? Qing Fengmin seemed to see through Xiao Hua's thoughts and shook his head. Heaven Forsaken is just a rogue cultivator's self-help alliance. It's not a cultivation sect. How could there be any cultivation methods? Then, looking at the astonishment on Xiao Hua's face, Qing Fengmin said with a smile, this question. I don't know how many people have asked in the past 3 years, so even if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't say anything, I also know. Xiao Hua's face was embarrassed and he smiled apologetically, then, this cultivation method matter? To enter my Heaven Forsaken and exchange what you need with the low-level cultivators in Heaven Forsaken and help each other, the first and only condition is to contribute your cultivation method so that the cultivators in Heaven Forsaken can comprehend it. Ah? Xiao Hua stared blankly. He had never thought of this condition before. Xiao Hua turned his head to look at Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue. The two of them were also surprised and somewhat puzzled. Their expressions were not out of Qing Fengmin's expectations. He chuckled and said, this condition seems very harsh and difficult to understand. But my 3 fellow Taoists, think about it. If you join my Heaven Forsaken sect and contribute your cultivation methods to others to comprehend, you will be able to do so. While you contribute, You can also comprehend the cultivation methods of the other rogue cultivators of Tianqi. The number of cultivation methods is extremely huge. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. That's right, as long as I tell him the cultivation technique of the second layer of the aura refining realm, not to mention other people, even Qing Fengmin's cultivation technique would be at least the fifth layer of the aura refining realm, and Xiaohua would be able to immediately comprehend it. Thinking about it again, how many individual cultivators were there in Heaven's Forsaken? There were probably hundreds of them. Wouldn't he have hundreds of mental cultivation methods to comprehend? Beside him, Han Fei and Qiao Fengyue also came to a realization, and their faces flashed with pleasant surprise. Not only that, I presume that my three fellow Taoists also know the connection between body attributes and cultivation methods. Many individual cultivators are unable to cultivate because their body attributes don't match the cultivation methods they cultivate. This kind of trouble definitely doesn't exist in my Heaven's Forsaken sect. Fellow Taoists, think about it. No matter what attribute you have, in my Heaven's Forsaken, there will definitely be cultivation methods that match your body attributes for you to comprehend. Qing Fengmin added more firewood to the fire. Junior agrees. Han Fei rushed to say, Junior has been stuck at the fourth layer of the aura refining realm all this time because my cultivation methods don't match. I've cultivated for several years without any progress. Since there's an alliance of rogue cultivators like Heaven's Forsaken, how can Junior not join? It's just that our cultivation methods are only at the fourth layer of the aura refining realm. I wonder? Qiao Fengyue probed. That's right, Junior's cultivation method is even more shallow, only at the second layer of the aura refining realm. Xiaohua took the opportunity to say, Hee, although there are very few cultivation methods at the second layer of the aura refining realm, who told my Heaven's Forsaken to have such a purpose? Qing Fengmin smiled and said, I work for everyone, and everyone works for me. Even if fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation method is at the second layer of the aura refining realm, as long as you contribute it, you'll be considered joining my Heaven's Forsaken. All cultivation methods, including cultivation methods that directly cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm, can also be comprehended. There are cultivation methods that cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm? Qiao Fengyue was overjoyed and asked urgently. Of course. Qing Fengmin said proudly, there are also many capable individuals among my group of rogue cultivators. Not to mention Foundation Establishment, even Golden Core cultivation methods, not necessarily not exist. Junior also wants to join. How could Qiao Fengyue still hesitate? He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. I still have a condition that I haven't mentioned yet. Qing Fengmin waved his hand. Senior, didn't you say there was only one condition? Qiao Fengyue was curious. Oh, this can't be considered a second condition. Qing Fengmin smiled and said, in order to prevent people from harboring evil intentions and only coveting other people's cultivation methods and not completely taking out their own cultivation methods, I, Heaven's Forsaken, have a supplementary condition. That is, if those who join Heaven's Forsaken don't completely contribute their own cultivation methods, if this is discovered by others, their entire cultivation will be immediately crippled and they will be expelled from Heaven's Forsaken. Oh, so it's like that. Han Fei and Qiao Fengyue sighed in relief and said with a smile, this is natural. How can there be only taking and not taking out? Hearing the two's reply, Qing Fengmin said with a smile on his face, there are many benefits to joining my Heaven's Forsaken, so I won't say too much. You'll naturally know in the future. Oh, right, fellow Taoist Xiao, it seems you still haven't expressed your opinion? Seeing Qing Fengmin's eager gaze, Xiaohua was very conflicted. Logically speaking, Heaven's Forsaken's requirements were not high. As long as he took out what he knew of Shang Huaming's cultivation method, he would be able to comprehend other people's cultivation methods to the high levels of qi refinement and even Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivation methods. This was really a great temptation. However, Shang Huaming's cultivation method was passed down by Xiao Yuehong. Thinking of the names of Xiao Yuehong, Gong Mingwei, and Zhang Qingxiao, Xiaohua couldn't help but have the thought of treasuring Shang Huaming's cultivation method. He really couldn't bear to take it out and let others comprehend it. In fact, thinking about it from another perspective, Shang Huaming's cultivation method had already been used by Xiao Xianrui as a life-saving bargaining chip. Although he didn't take it out now, wouldn't there be many people in 100 Herbs Gate who could comprehend Shang Huaming's cultivation method? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua felt that he was deceiving himself. But, if it was really in his hands, he really couldn't take out this cultivation method. Forget it, let's think about it again. If I take out this cultivation method, will 100 Herbs Gate be willing to give up? Isn't that the same as revealing my whereabouts? Provoking 100 Herbs Gate's pursuit? Xiao Hua found a reason to convince himself. Alas, senior, this junior's cultivation method is really too shallow. How about this junior? Think about it again. Xiao Hua said with cupped hands. Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to worry about this. Qing Fengmin looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully and said, my fellow Taoists in Heaven Forsaken are all magnanimous people. They definitely won't care about this. However, since fellow Taoist Xiao still needs to think about it, I won't force you. Our country of Shi's rogue cultivators are one family. Heaven Forsaken is the best home for rogue cultivators. If one day fellow Taoist Xiao understands, you can join Heaven Forsaken at any time. Thank you for your righteousness, Senior Qing. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, then, this junior won't disturb senior anymore. Fellow Taoist Xiao wants to travel alone. Qing Fengmin didn't expect Xiao Hua to be in such a hurry to leave. He was slightly stunned and said, we're going to Jinghua City. I wonder if it's on the same way as fellow Taoist Xiao? If possible, it's best if fellow Taoist Xiao comes with us. Fellow Taoist Xiao's cultivation still makes I worried. Xiao Hua heard this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, that's just right. This junior also wants to see Jinghua City. If Senior Qing is interested, then this junior will disturb you. Don't mention it. We're all rogue cultivators. You don't need to be polite. Qing Fengmin said with a smile. Soon after, he slapped his forehead and said, look at me, I only thought about talking. I even forgot to introduce myself. Come. Let's introduce ourselves. From now on, we'll all be fellow Taoists in Heaven Forsaken. Xiao Hua and the other two didn't need to say anything. They had already reported their names just now. The first to speak was the fourth layer Qi refining cultivator who gave Qing Fengmin the idea just now. He wore an ochre-yellow Taoist robe, and his face was white and chubby. He looked quite young. I, Ma Qingqing, greets the three fellow Taoists. Fellow Taoist Ma, you're experienced and knowledgeable. You've also seen many cultivation methods. There's no harm in you picking one or two that are suitable for fellow Taoist Xiao and revealing a little to him first. I see that fellow Taoist Xiao isn't a fool. It's definitely because his cultivation method and constitution are incompatible that he's been unable to advance for so long. If he can obtain a suitable cultivation method, he'll definitely become an expert in Heaven Forsaken. Qing Fengmin said with a smile as he pointed with his finger. I know. Ma Qingqing replied with a smile. He flew in front of Xiao Hua and cupped his hands in greeting. Xiao Hua was grateful and also returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I am a few years older and my cultivation is also a bit higher. My experience and cultivation can also be considered to be some insights. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, you can ask me any questions. Ma Qingqing lifted Xiao Hua up and said with a smile, in fact, many fellow Taoists were the same as fellow Taoist Xiao at the beginning. They all had some misgivings, but it turned out that their way of thinking was wrong. Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to follow Heaven Forsaken's fellow Taoists for a period of time and you'll know whether what I said is correct or not. Xiao Hua hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Junior is afraid. Junior indeed has some misgivings in his heart, but if there's something Junior doesn't know, I hope Senior can dispel my doubts. Junior thanks you in advance. No harm? Ma Qingqing waved his hand. The world's loose cultivators are one family. This person is actually warm-hearted. Qing Fengmin only said he was a loose cultivator from Shi, but he suddenly spread it to the world. As expected, he's amazing. Xiao Hua muttered inwardly. He couldn't forget Pai Lan and the twin bears, Chong Huan, and the others. It didn't matter who he was with. These people, he'd better kick them out of this house first. Chapter 1290. Thump. Xiaohua suddenly thought, these Pai Lan twin bears can't also be members of Heaven Forsaken. If that's the case, then I can't join Heaven Forsaken. Heaven Forsaken doesn't know there's no rule against killing each other. If the Pai Lan twin bears saw me and tried to kill me, who would stand up for me? At this time, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue had already met several people from Heaven Forsaken under Qing Fengmin's introduction. Since Xiaohua still hadn't expressed his position, the people from Heaven Forsaken could only salute him as a form of greeting. Fellow Taoist Qing, this is a mental cultivation method that I comprehended. It's from a certain cultivation family in the state of Qi. It's only at the 4th level of Qi refining. Xiao Fengyue was somewhat impatient. He patted the storage bag at his waist and took out a thick booklet, handing it over to Qing Fengmin. Qing Fengmin looked at it with a smile on his face. He didn't reach out to take it, but waved his hand slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be impatient. To join Heaven Forsaken, you must contribute your cultivation method. This is the rule, but it doesn't mean that I care about this cultivation method. All cultivation methods are obtained from rogue cultivators and benefit rogue cultivators. You don't need to be in a hurry to contribute this cultivation method. I have a permanent residence in Jingwa City, and there are many cultivation methods there. It won't be too late for fellow Taoists to take out the cultivation method when we arrive at Jingwa City together." Xiao Fengyue's face was full of smiles. Where was the slightest doubt? He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Qing is right. I will listen to fellow Taoists' arrangements." "Good, then let's go." Qing Fengmin glanced at Ma Qingqing and Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist Ma, please guide fellow Taoist Xiao. His cultivation is shallow. I'm afraid he can't catch up to us." "I know." Ma Qingqing nodded, then patted his hand and shot out a flight talisman. To Xiaohua's surprise, this flight talisman was different from the ones he usually used. After Ma Qingqing put the flight talisman on himself, it didn't disappear but floated in the air. "It's just a lot dimmer." Seeing Xiaohua still standing to the side, Ma Qingqing said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please use this half of the double flying talisman." "Hee, it's just like the spell. Double flying talisman?" When Xiaohua heard the name of the flying talisman, he came to a realization. His finger moved slightly and a trace of magic power was sent over. Sure enough, the flying talisman flew onto Xiaohua's body and suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua sensed his surroundings and found nothing abnormal. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Qing Fengmin's loud voice. "Fellow Taoists, we're setting off now. It's estimated that we'll reach Jingbo City in 4 hours. I have already sent a message. I, Tianqi, will hold a welcoming banquet in Huayan Park for everyone." Everyone smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Qing, you're too polite." Immediately after, Qing Fengmin's figure flew away, and everyone else also followed. Only Ma Qingqing was half a step slower. He said to Xiaohua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, get close to me. Just like normal flying, you only need to stay within 3 feet of I." Xiaohua followed his words and stepped forward. Ma Qingqing made a hand seal and his figure also flew up. Xiaohua felt a force coming from under his feet and knew that the flying dual talisman had taken effect. Thus, he also slightly urged his magic power and his figure immediately chased after Ma Qingqing at the same speed. This flying dual talisman is really strange. It can actually bring people along. Xiaohua almost didn't use any magic power to follow beside Ma Qingqing. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. Then, he thought of how he used his hand to pull Kai Zhuoxia and madly flew away. That day, I didn't even use this flying dual talisman. She actually thought I was a nascent soul senior. It's really funny. After flying for a while, Xiaohua gradually discovered the benefits of having more people. Tianqi and the other cultivators all seemed to be at the 4th or 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. If they came out alone, although they were a bit better than Xiaohua who was hiding and restless, if they encountered some high-level cultivators, wouldn't they have to lower their altitude and carefully avoid them? But now, Qing Fengmin had brought nearly 10 cultivators with him. With Han Fei and the others, the group of more than 10 people could be considered mighty. Even if they encountered some high-level cultivators, they didn't need to panic too much. No wonder Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue wanted to join Tianqi. Not to mention anything else, just these loose cultivators gathered together will give them some courage. It's much better than being alone. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Just as he was thinking, a foundation establishment cultivator flew past at high speed in the distance. Although he wasn't flying in Xiao Hua's direction, Ma Qingqing and the others still stopped and waited for the foundation establishment cultivator to fly away. Just as Xiao Hua and the others were quietly waiting, Qing Fengmin's figure flashed and unexpectedly went to greet him. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. As a loose cultivator, Qing Fengmin actually knew this foundation establishment cultivator? Sure enough, looking from afar, Qing Fengmin saluted very respectfully. That cultivator also stopped and said a few words to Qing Fengmin before looking over. Ma Qingqing and the others didn't dare to be negligent and all saluted respectfully from afar. When the foundation establishment cultivator saw this, he nodded slightly and waved his hand as a greeting. Then, his figure flashed and he flew away into the distance. Qing Fengmin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not daring to move. He respectfully sent that cultivator off, then turned around and smiled at the people flying over. Qing Mo City's elder fan is indeed courteous. I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is Qing Mo City's elder fan? Han Fei's face was extremely excited as he hurriedly said, Junior heard that this elder is a late-stage foundation establishment expert and is also the most promising elder in Qing Mo City to advance to the Golden Core stage. I didn't expect that he's actually so amiable and approachable. Junior really doesn't dare to believe it. Yes, this is an expert who has advanced to the Golden Core stage. Junior, I don't know what to say. Junior can? No, not to mention the Golden Core stage. Even if I can reach the foundation establishment stage, I won't waste my life of cultivation. Xiao Fengyue also sighed. Fellow Taoists, don't give up. We loose cultivators are also cultivators of the country of Xi. Since we can set foot on the path of cultivation, of course, we also have the hope of peeking into the foundation establishment stage and even the Golden Core stage. Just now, Senior Fan has already agreed that if he has time, he will come to Jinghua City's Hua Yun Park to guide our cultivation. Qing Fengmin said at the right time. Really? Hearing this, not only Han Fei, but even Ma Qingqing and the others showed surprise and lack of confidence on their faces. Several people crowded around and asked, when will Senior Fan go to Jinghua City? Xiao Hua was stunned, but then he came to a realization. Loose cultivators relied on themselves for all their cultivation. There was no one to guide them, and the path of cultivation was quite bumpy. As the saying goes, the slightest difference can lead to 1,000 miles of error. As long as there was a little mistake in cultivation, it would directly affect the cultivation realm in the future. Although Elder Fan's cultivation method was different from that of the loose cultivators, if he could use the experience of his predecessors as a reference, he could avoid many wrong paths and save a lot of time. These were very convenient in the cultivation sections. When they were in Yellow Flower Ridge, Zhang Qingxiao often muttered in front of Xiao Hua. Although she had the intention of showing off, it also had a very important impact on Xiao Hua's cultivation. But this was impossible for loose cultivators. So, when they heard that there was actually a late foundation establishment stage senior coming to guide them, it was no wonder that they lost their composure like this. Elder Fan is a senior expert. Naturally, there are many things. However, since he has said it, he will certainly keep his promise. It's just that the time is not fixed. Everyone, don't panic. If Senior Fan has the time, I will naturally inform everyone. I won't disappoint everyone by coming to my Heaven's Forsaken. Qing Fengmin had a smile on his face, looking indifferent, as if inviting a late foundation establishment stage senior to come to Heaven's Forsaken was not a difficult matter. When the others saw this, they were even more envious. They all bowed and thanked him. Senior Qing's righteousness, we will remember it in our hearts. If heaven's forsaken orders, we will all obey. Ha, everyone is too polite. My heaven's forsaken is a loose alliance. The most important thing is to support each other. How could there be any orders? Let's go, Jinghua City is not far ahead. It's better to enter the city early. Qing Fengmin flicked his sleeve and flew ahead. Everyone's faces were indescribably excited. They whispered to each other and also followed. Xiaohua was a loose cultivator, so his feelings were naturally much less. Moreover, when he heard about foundation establishment stage cultivators, he very naturally thought of Xiao Yuehong. How could his expression still be excited? His expression was obviously completely different from the abnormally excited Ma Qingqing. Ma Qingqing was excited, but he naturally very keenly noticed Xiaohua's expression. Extremely puzzled, he said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I see that you don't seem happy because you saw Senior Fan. Why, do you look a little depressed?" Xiaohua was startled. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said with a crying face, "Senior, please understand. Seniors are all experts at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refining. Even if Senior Fan wants to give pointers, he will give pointers to seniors and others. With juniors' cultivation, I only need seniors' pointers. What difference does it make whether I see Senior Fan or not?" Ma Qingqing came to a realization. He patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't give up. As long as you are willing to work hard and find a suitable cultivation method, whatever foundation establishment stage or golden core stage, they are all within reach." The corner of Xiaohua's mouth almost twitched. This seems to be what Qing Fengmin said just now. Why did you suddenly use it on yourself? Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua probed, "Senior, Junior has a small question?" There's no harm in speaking. Even if it's a difficulty in cultivation, I won't hide it." Ma Qingqing waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's like this. Junior is a bit puzzled. Our country of Xi has many loose cultivators. Between each other, presumably many of them have some grievances. But if everyone joins heaven forsaken, towards their grievances, how do they deal with it?" Xiaohua organized his words and asked vaguely, "About this, fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation isn't deep. Could it be that you have a deep grudge with a cultivator?" Ma Qingqing wasn't surprised by Xiaohua's question at all and asked with a smile. Not at all. With Junior's cultivation, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't dare." Xiaohua shook his head and denied bluntly. "It's just that I saw the grievances between Senior Han and Shang Huazong just now. That's why I was moved, that's all." Chapter 1291. Jiang Huanqi is nothing more than a lowly disciple of the splendid sect. He has a master, a cultivation method, and someone to guide him to the 5th level of the aura refining realm. What is there to be proud of? When Ma Qingqing heard this, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. If it weren't for the fact that he's a disciple of the splendid sect, how could fellow Taoist Qing be so humble? For the sake of fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Qiao, he even offered up the precious things he obtained and took their lives. If it were anyone else, do you think we wouldn't be able to take their lives? When Xiaohua saw Ma Qingqing's gentle appearance just now, he thought that Ma Qingqing's nature was kind. Now that he heard these words, he suddenly realized that he was really wrong. This is the cultivation world, a place where strength is respected. Could be kind. However, when he thought about it again, Ma Qingqing's words were also extremely correct. Not to mention the splendid sect, one of the largest sects in the state of Xi, even the 10,000 Poisons sect, when they came to provoke Shang Huaming, didn't they also bring disciples at the 5th or 6th level of the aura refining realm? In the 100 Herbs sect, the disciples they sent were also around the 6th level of the aura refining realm. Senior's teachings are correct, Xiaohua said with a smile. It's only because Senior Jiang has a master that he has nothing to fear and doesn't put us rogue cultivators in his eyes. That's right, Ma Qingqing clapped his hands and said, it's precisely because of this that fellow Taoist Qing initiated this heaven abandonment. He wants to gather the rogue cultivators of the state of Xi together and make a tower out of sand to resist the persecution of the cultivation sects. Persecution? Xiao Hua stared blankly. This word was a bit subjective. Oh, I misspoke. Ma Qingqing realized that he had said too much and immediately answered Xiao Hua's question. Actually, what fellow Taoist Xiao asked just now, this poor Taoist had also asked fellow Taoist Qing a long time ago. Which one of us rogue cultivators isn't struggling to survive? It was normal to offend one or two people. I had an irreconcilable enemy. Ahem, fellow Taoist Xiao will naturally find out about this in the future. Back then, the two of us were fighting over a cultivation method, and each of us used ruthless methods to try and kill the other. In the end, I was lucky enough to succeed, and only then was I able to cultivate to the 4th layer of aura refining using the cultivation method. As for that enemy of I, he was seriously injured and left. I originally thought that he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his life, but who would have thought that when I joined Heaven Forsaken last year, I actually discovered that this guy had also reached the 4th layer of aura refining, and had even joined Heaven Forsaken one step ahead of me. Io? Senior, did you guys make a move again? Xiao Hua asked urgently. What do you think? Ma Qingqing looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and didn't answer. I don't think so. Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he said with a smile, could it be that Senior shakes hands with him and makes peace, and a smile dissolves all enmity? Bullshit, Ma Qingqing laughed loudly and cursed, those are just jokes made by the secular world. I almost killed that person, so how could he possibly bury all enmity with a smile? Hehe, Junior saw that Senior didn't seem to have made a move, so I took this as an excuse. Xiao Hua said embarrassedly. I naturally didn't make a move. As Ma Qingqing flew forward, he looked at Qing Fengmin, who wasn't far ahead, and said in a low voice, that day, I also followed fellow Taoist Qing to see my enemy. As soon as the two of us saw each other, we wanted to make a move, but we were still persuaded by fellow Taoist Qing. Huh? Could it be that Heaven Forsaken forbids individual cultivators from fighting? Although Xiao Hua knew that if he didn't ask, Ma Qingqing would still tell him, but he still asked with a confused look. How could that be? Didn't fellow Taoist Qing say that Heaven Forsaken is just a loose alliance? They don't care about the individual behavior of individual cultivators. They only have some routine regulations to protect the mutual interests of Heaven Forsaken's members and to guarantee that individual cultivators won't harm Heaven Forsaken. As for the fights and enmity between each other, Heaven Forsaken doesn't stop them. Ma Qingqing said with a smile. Seeing Xiao Hua scratching his head, Ma Qingqing continued to say, actually, that day, fellow Taoist Qing didn't say anything. He only said 2 sentences. 2 sentences? Xiao Hua's curiosity was piqued. Yes, the first sentence was, Heaven Forsaken doesn't interfere with the enmity between individual cultivators. If you fight, whoever lives or dies, I won't interfere. The second sentence was, you're all in the 4th layer of the aura refining realm, so there's not much difference. Even if you fight to the death, the winner will definitely be seriously injured, and his cultivation will decline greatly. Now that you've taken out your cultivation methods, in my opinion, it'd be better to cultivate separately and wait until your cultivation far surpasses your opponent's before fighting. Ma Qingqing raised his eyes and looked into the distance. It seemed that Qing Fengmin was the one who said those words. When Xiao Hua heard this, he inwardly nodded. Those 2 sentences were indeed to the point. When the two of us heard that, we couldn't help but feel enlightened. With Heaven Forsaken's cultivation methods, we no longer need to worry about cultivation methods. Instead of fighting on that day, it'd be better to see who reaches the foundation building realm first. At that time, killing the opponent would naturally be easy. Therefore, the two of us stopped fighting. Ma Qingqing turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua. He said with a smile, however, even though I have such thoughts, I don't know if the other side also has the same thoughts. When Heaven Forsaken is around, both sides will have some misgivings, so we just need to be a bit more careful. Right? Fellow Taoist Zhao's worries are. Soon after, he saw Xiao Hua's awkward expression again. He slapped his forehead and said, look at me, I asked too much again. In fact, according to I's knowledge, Heaven Forsaken not only doesn't prevent individual cultivators from fighting, but also regularly organizes some martial arts competitions. On one hand, it can eliminate everyone's enmity, and on the other hand, it can also improve one's cultivation. Oh, right, the best thing Heaven Forsaken does is to often organize some large-scale activities. These are all carried out according to the information provided by some individual cultivators. Every member of Heaven Forsaken can participate. Who gets the benefits depends entirely on their own cultivation and luck. Some large-scale activities? Xiaohua stared blankly and asked, Senior, what do you mean? What large-scale activities? Fellow Taoist Xiao is not a member of Heaven Forsaken, so of course I can't tell you these things. However, I can reveal a little. For example, the exquisite grass that fellow Taoist Han mentioned just now. He and fellow Taoist Xiao's strength is not enough to search for it, so we can send this information to Heaven Forsaken. Heaven Forsaken can quickly gather enough people to search and harvest it together. Of course, fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Xiao can not only get a certain amount of compensation after the event, they can also go together with other fellow Taoists. Ma Qingqing said mysteriously, it is said that last year, before I joined Heaven Forsaken successfully organized hundreds of fellow Taoists in the periphery of Inkzhao Black Forest, and found a cultivation method, some medicinal pills, and the remains of a magic weapon. Inkzhao Black Forest? Magic weapon remains? Xiaohua was even more stunned. These are all rumors I heard. Individual cultivators who didn't participate in these things are not very clear about these things. Ma Qingqing laughed. However, I heard that the fellow Taoist who obtained this cultivation method has already cultivated to about the 10th level of qi refining. Senior, this cultivation method, don't you need to contribute it to Heaven Forsaken? Of course not. Only at the beginning of Heaven Forsaken must contribute one's own cultivation method. After that, everything obtained will naturally be one's own. Ma Qingqing said in all seriousness, if it was all given to Heaven Forsaken, who would go and risk their lives? You don't know, fellow Taoist Xiao, I heard that on that day, only 10 of the 100 fellow Taoists returned. Ma Qingqing said in a low voice again, however, we individual cultivators live precarious lives. This kind of risk can still be taken. If we were like the fellow Taoists last year, who obtained the cultivation method and medicinal pills, we would immediately be able to reach the sky in a single bound. If we were alone, which qi refining level 7 individual cultivator would dare to go to Inkzhao Black Forest? Even if it was the periphery, it still wouldn't do. Xiaohua was silent. In the end, only 10 of the 100 individual cultivators returned. 90 people were buried in the so-called Inkzhao Black Forest periphery. This was really not an ordinary risk. Moreover, looking at Ma Qingqing's appearance, he was actually extremely envious of the individual cultivators who were able to participate. If he had entered Heaven Forsaken that day, presumably he would have already gone to Inkzhao Black Forest. Oh, right, Senior, where is Inkzhao Black Forest? Why do qi refining level 7 individual cultivators not dare to go to the periphery? Xiao asked. What is your cultivation level? When fellow Taoist Xiao enters Heaven Forsaken, you should first raise your cultivation level to qi refining level 5. Otherwise, even if I take you there, you would have died in vain. Ma Qingqing's words were not pleasant to hear, but there was no contempt in his tone. Xiaohua knew his own cultivation level, so it was not good for him to ask too much. How about it? Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you have any other questions? Ma Qingqing said with a smile, Jingbo City is just ahead. I spoke until my mouth and tongue became dry. I don't know what fellow Taoist Xiao has thought about it. In fact, as long as fellow Taoist Xiao enters Heaven Forsaken, you will quickly find out. There is simply no need to inquire everywhere like before. Xiaohua's heart was truly moved. Whether it was listening to Qing Fengmin's introduction or Ma Qingqing's explanation, no matter what, entering the Heaven Forsaken realm would only bring him benefits and no harm. It was only the Death Flower and Underworld cultivation method. However, just as he was about to nod his head, the image of Xiao Yuehong lazily lying down on Yellow Blossom Ridge and basking in the sun immediately flashed through his mind. 3 years. 3 years after he gained his memories, Yellow Blossom Ridge was like his home. Taking out the things at home to share with others, Xiaohua always felt very awkward. Seemed to be very stingy. Xiaohua couldn't help but think. Haha, forget it, fellow Taoist Xiao, there is no need to force yourself. Heaven Forsaken has always adhered to the principle of voluntary participation. When you think it through one day, you can send a message to I at any time. Ma Qingqing knew that Xiaohua definitely had some unknown misgivings in his heart, but no matter how much he thought about it, he absolutely could not imagine that the root cause was Xiaohua's own unknown stinginess. Thank you for your magnanimity, senior. Xiaohua didn't use too much magic power. He followed Ma Qingqing all the way, so of course he was grateful. No need to be polite. Everyone cultivated from the first level of qi refining. Ma Qingqing said with a smile. Then, he clapped his hand and took out a scarlet-yellow talisman from his storage bag. He handed it over and said, "This is I's summoning talisman. If there is anything, you can send a message to I." "Thank you, senior." Xiaohua respectfully received it. Xiaohua put away the summoning talisman, but Ma Qingqing still looked at him, making Xiaohua feel very unnatural. After a long while, he heard Ma Qingqing ask, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't plan on giving I a summoning talisman?" Chapter 1292. Hearing this, Xiaohua stared blankly. His face flushed red, and he hurriedly waved his hand. Senior misunderstands. It's not that Junior doesn't want to give, it's Junior simply doesn't have a messaging talisman. You don't have a messaging talisman? Ma Qingqing was greatly surprised. Yes, Junior hasn't been to E-City and hasn't bought a messaging talisman. Only now did Xiaohua realize that he had never asked Gong Mingwei or Zhang Qingxiao where their messaging talismans came from. And the messaging talismans he used were all casually given by Zhang Qingxiao. Ma Qingqing couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Xiaohua's face became even redder. Sorry, fellow Taoist Xiao. I really didn't expect that fellow Taoist actually hasn't been to E-City, and you haven't refined a messaging talisman. Ma Qingqing cupped his hands in apology, but then he laughed again. Hee, I really don't know how fellow Taoist Xiao cultivated these past 10 years. Xiaohua murmured, but didn't say anything. After laughing enough, Ma Qingqing said, "This messaging talisman is different from other yellow talismans. Messaging talismans don't require extremely high cultivation. Any blank talisman paper can be refined, and it doesn't require any special talisman brush or talisman ink. If it's at E-City, you only need to use an extremely small amount of low-grade spirit stones to exchange for a lot of already refined messaging talismans. You only need a trace of your own magic power to turn the blank messaging talisman into your own. Oh, right, since fellow Taoist Xiao is a loose cultivator and hasn't been to E-City, of course you don't have blank talisman paper, let alone a blank messaging talisman." As Ma Qingqing spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a small stack of yellow paper from his storage pouch, handing it over. He said, "This is a blank talisman paper. Your cultivation is low, so you naturally can't refine other yellow talismans, but it's more than enough to refine a messaging talisman." Xiaohua took the talisman paper and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior." No need. These talisman papers are of the lowest grade. They were refined by I myself and aren't worth any spirit stones. You can use them. As Ma Qingqing spoke, he taught Xiaohua the incantation to refine a message talisman. There are many ways to refine a message talisman. Us loose cultivators have low magic power. My incantation is also passed down among loose cultivators. Every member of Heaven Forsaken knows about it. You can ask around and you'll know. Xiaohua's messaging talisman. Ma Qingqing's every word. Ma Qingqing's every word. Xiaohua listened to Ma Qingqing's mnemonic chant. It wasn't difficult, but it required a bit of skill, as if it was tailor-made for low-level cultivators. Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, Xiaohua urged his magic power to pick up a talisman paper and refine a messaging talisman. But in the instant his magic power surged, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He suppressed 90% of his magic power, using only 10% to refine the talisman. This is Xiaohua's first time refining a yellow talisman, and he's flying in the air. Ma Qingqing also had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want Xiaohua to refine it on the spot. He only wanted Xiaohua to leave the item behind and wait until they reached Jinghua City. After Xiaohua finished refining, he would first send a message to Ma Qingqing so that Ma Qingqing could go and get it. But looking at Xiaohua's refining technique, although it was a bit unfamiliar, the incantation was extremely smooth. Many of the areas he wanted to point out were completed with extreme ease. It was as if this messaging talisman was a piece of cake for Xiaohua. Xiaohua's right hand's finger moved, sending out the last strand of magic power. Chi! A faint sound rang out. The yellow talisman paper was covered with a faint talisman. Moreover, the talisman paper turned crimson red. This, although Ma Qingqing had long been prepared, seeing the messaging talisman successfully refined, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Messaging talismans were the lowest level yellow talismans in the cultivation world, but they were still yellow talismans. Since they were yellow talismans, they had to involve talismans and incantations. This wasn't something that could be completed by purely relying on magic power. To a large extent, it depended on the refiner's comprehension of cultivation. The messaging talismans used by rogue cultivators were admittedly much simpler. The requirements for refining were also much lower. As long as one was at the first level of aura refining and had magic power, they could refine it. But 100 first-level aura refining, no, 1,000 rogue cultivators at the third level and below. If they wanted to refine a messaging talisman, they wouldn't be able to refine it without several attempts. Ma Qingqing had given Xiaohua that stack of talismans for practice. Ma Qingqing absolutely couldn't have imagined that Xiaohua, with his cultivation at the second level of aura refining, would actually be able to successfully refine a messaging talisman in one try. What's wrong? Senior, could it be that there was something wrong with Junior's technique? Xiaohua was somewhat perturbed, but he was even more astonished and uneasy in his heart. This was because when he was refining the messaging talisman just now, he once again felt that extremely familiar feeling he had when he saw Xiao Yuehong use the alchemy incantation in Shi Hua Peak's pill room. This alchemy incantation for refining the messaging talisman was the same as Xiao Yuehong's alchemy incantation that he had seen before. Although it looked very unfamiliar, when Xiaohua truly used it, he felt that it was very natural. Some of the incantations or details that he hadn't yet completely comprehended in his mind were smoothly displayed when he used his fingers to pinch them together. And when these incantations were made with his fingers, Xiaohua's mind immediately understood. It was as if he had once cultivated this incantation before, but in his mind, there was no impression. When Xiaohua saw Ma Qingqing's astonishment, he thought even more about Zhang Qingxiao's suspicions that day. Sure enough, Ma Qingqing opened his mouth and said a few words, but he didn't say anything. In the end, he exerted all his strength and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is your first time refining a messaging talisman?" As expected, Xiaohua inwardly cursed. After thinking for a moment, he could only brace himself and reply, reporting to Senior Ma, "This is indeed Junior's first time. Otherwise, how could I not even have my own messaging talisman?" But after saying "but" a few times, Ma Qingqing smiled bitterly and said, "I finally understand why fellow Taoist Qing valued fellow Taoist Xiao so much and insisted that I persuade fellow Taoist Xiao to join my heaven forsaken. It seems that fellow Taoist Qing had long seen through fellow Taoist Zhao's peculiarity." When Xiaohua heard this, his heart thumped, and he inwardly regretted his rashness. "But this Senior Qing, how did you see that I am different from others?" Xiaohua inwardly muttered again. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior Ma, please don't flatter Junior. Junior being able to refine it in one go, I'm afraid it has something to do with the few pages I read a few years ago. Junior remembers that those pages only had a few spells that were similar to this messaging talisman. As for what they were used for, they were all incomplete. Junior didn't have a cultivation technique to practice, so I practiced those spells until I was proficient. Is that so? Ma Qingqing seemed to not believe it. As he flew, he frowned and pondered. After a moment, he still raised his head and waved his hand at Xiao Hua, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao might not know, but this messaging talisman is admittedly simple. However, if you're not at the third level of qi refining and have a certain understanding of cultivation, even if you've memorized these spells and techniques, it's still impossible to successfully refine it in one go. You have to practice more. Even if fellow Taoist Xiao has memorized many spells, if you don't practice them on talisman paper, you definitely won't be able to easily use them." Xiao Hua complained in his heart. How could he know this? Alas, in the future, I won't be able to casually use these spells in front of others anymore. Xiao Hua's intestines were green with regret. He really didn't want to attract attention. However, although fellow Taoist Xiao can successfully refine the messaging talisman in one go, your magic power is still ordinary. This messaging talisman can only be used within a dozen or so li. If it's any further, it won't work. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you should still come to my heavens forsaken to find a suitable cultivation technique and properly raise your realm. Ma Qingqing advised earnestly. Xiao Hua saw that Ma Qingqing took the initiative to change the topic and hurriedly said with a smile, "Junior is indeed slow-witted. This cultivation technique," without waiting for him to finish speaking, Ma Qingqing's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He clapped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I remember now. You don't need to contribute a cultivation technique to enter my heavens forsaken." There's such a good thing? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was also overjoyed. Nonsense, he didn't need to take out any cultivation technique and could comprehend other people's cultivation techniques for free. How could he not be happy? He of course. Ma Qingqing looked at Xiao Hua with a card up his sleeve and said, "Fellow Taoist Qing also said just now that in the process of my cultivation as a rogue cultivator, what I lack the most are cultivation techniques and medicinal pills. These words are not false, but apart from these two, there are still other things that are extremely necessary." Yellow talisman? Since it was said like this, even if Xiao Hua didn't understand, he could also know that it was a yellow talisman. Yes, fellow Taoist Zhao's mind is indeed sharp. It's precisely a yellow talisman. Previously, I said that cultivation techniques can be taken out and comprehended together, but medicinal pills and yellow talismans can't be taken out and used together. Every sect has their own alchemy and talisman-making techniques. Although I, heavens forsaken, don't have my own spells, rogue cultivators who are proficient in these two spells are still extremely needed. So it's like this? Xiao Hua's little tail secretly curled up. I didn't expect that I would also become a talent that others lack. Of course, this talisman-making technique still needs fellow Taoist Qing's examination. If fellow Taoist Xiao knows alchemy, I can guarantee right now that there's simply no need for any test. I can immediately bring fellow Taoist Xiao into my heavens forsaken, and heavens forsaken cultivation techniques can be comprehended by fellow Taoist Xiao. Ma Qingqing was still somewhat unsatisfied and said somewhat regretfully. When Xiao Hua heard this, he inwardly curled his lips. Alchemy, forget it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't reveal it again. Right? According to Senior Ma's meaning, if this junior enters heavens forsaken, for the time being, you still can't let this junior choose all the cultivation techniques? Xiao Hua asked. Yes. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you also know that alchemists are much more scarce than talisman makers. Up until now, I, heavens forsaken, only have a dozen or so talisman makers, and not a single alchemist. Although fellow Taoist Xiao can easily refine messaging talismans, after all, it's only said that you might have this ability. Whether or not you can actually become a talisman maker will still have to depend on your future cultivation. Therefore, I, heavens forsaken, can't immediately give the cultivation techniques to fellow Taoist Xiao to comprehend. It can only depend on fellow Taoist Zhao's progress, or on fellow Taoist Zhao's contribution to my heavens forsaken, and how many yellow talismans you refine for the rogue cultivators of my heavens forsaken, to decide how many cultivation techniques I'll give fellow Taoist Xiao to comprehend. Chapter 1293. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua secretly calculated whether or not he should join the Forsaken Heavens. Since the Forsaken Heavens valued talisman masters so much, even if he was seen by the Blue Bears, they probably wouldn't dare to make a move. Senior Ma, talisman masters are protected by the Forsaken Heavens, right? Xiao Hua was still not at ease. Of course. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please rest assured. Talisman masters are very respected in the Forsaken Heavens. If any rogue cultivator makes things difficult for a talisman master, they will definitely be attacked by the other rogue cultivators. Ma Qingqing seemed to know that Xiao Hua would ask this question. Alas, I still exposed some things. Xiao Hua saw Ma Qingqing's expression and knew that some of the words just now had already fallen into his ears. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua was about to ask again when he suddenly heard Ma Qingqing say with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's not talk about it for the time being. Look, Jingbo City is just ahead. When we reach Hua Yun Park, I will explain in detail to fellow Taoist Xiao." So fast? Xiao Hua was stunned. Following the direction of Ma Qingqing's finger, he looked and couldn't help but be stunned. After looking for a moment, he stuttered, "Senior Ma, this is Jingbo City?" "Hee, of course, this is our state of Xi's famous Jingbo City." Ma Qingqing said with a smile, "Isn't it very unexpected? Did you not expect Jingbo City to look like a large mirror made up of countless small mirrors?" "Yes, indeed, it is somewhat unexpected." Xiao Hua answered honestly, "I guess this is also the origin of Jingbo City's name." "Let's go, fellow Taoist Qing is already slowly descending. Let's hurry over." Ma Qingqing urged his magic power and flew down with Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua was still looking into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be shocked. He had never left Yellow Flower Ridge and had heard about Jingbo City for 3 years. He only knew that there was a city here. In his impression, it was just the appearance of a city, even similar to the appearance of a town in the secular world. But now that he saw the real Jingbo City, he knew that he was wrong, extremely wrong. What kind of city would that be? No, Jingbo City should not be seen as a city, because from a high vantage point, it was a huge lake. The lake was divided into countless small grids. There were so many grids that it was impossible to count them all. The shapes of the grids were also strange. Some were triangular, some were rectangular, and some were diamond-shaped. Most of them were irregular shapes. From the air, these tiny lattices were folded and sparkling under the midday sun. They were like tiny mirrors, with a tiny sun in each of them. The huge lake formed by all the tiny lattices formed a huge mirror, reflecting all the sunlight. It was like a huge sun on the ground. This is also called a city? Xiao Hua was almost mumbling to himself. In fact, he himself didn't know where he saw the city he thought it was. However, as he gradually flew lower and closer, Xiao Hua was shocked to find that he was wrong again. Every tiny lattice in Jingbo City was not really tiny, but every lattice was a huge lake. On the lake, there were countless, immortal treasures that looked like small boats. They seemed to wander casually, but in a very orderly manner. Every lake was separated by an extremely wide land. On the land, there were many towers and houses, as well as spacious streets. On the streets, in the towers, and even on the small boats, there were many cultivators strolling about. Occasionally, several cultivators with extremely high cultivation would fly across the streets and between the lakes. However, beyond the huge lake, there was a flat area about 10,000 feet away from the edge. There were also many people here, but they all converged into a stream of people and flowed in a dozen directions nearby. Among these people, some were walking out from the lake, and some were walking in from the outside. Outside the lake, there were many cultivators like Xiao Hua flying in from all directions. After landing in the air, they walked forward. They also converged into a stream of people and walked towards the edge of the lake in an orderly manner. However, when all the people reached an oval-shaped area at the edge of the lake, they all gathered at a dozen points and slowly passed through the invisible places. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Perhaps these dozen or so points are the city gates for entering and exiting? Then, Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the transparent sky above Jinghua City. The strong noon sun pierced straight into Jinghua City, but he couldn't see anything unusual. However, Xiaohua already understood that there must be an extremely powerful city protection array protecting the entire Jinghua City. Sure enough, seeing Xiaohua's dumbstruck and curious expression, Qing Fengmin chuckled and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this Jinghua City looks very spacious. Any early-stage aura-refining individual cultivator can drive straight in. However, as you can see, only a few people can fly in Jinghua City. Everyone else has to walk honestly. Fellow Taoist, this is your first time in Jinghua City, so you should be careful. In Jinghua City, cultivators below the nascent soul stage cannot fly. Hehe. In fact, even if you want to fly, Jinghua City's great formation will suppress you. You absolutely can't fly. Oh, speaking of Jinghua City's great formation, don't think that we can see through Jinghua City with a glance. Above Jinghua City is the famous Nine Flames Myriad Winds Great Formation, passed down from ancient times. Combined with Jinghua City's heart-purifying Great Formation, water, fire, and wind blend together. Even nascent soul stage old devils wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Nine Flames Myriad Winds Great Formation? Heart-purifying Great Formation? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Didn't Xiao Yuehong mention it? In Dawn Rain Continent, formations had already been lost. How could there be two great formations in Jinghua City? He thought for a moment, but still didn't ask. He only smiled and said, "The Nine Flames Myriad Winds Great Formation should be above Jinghua City." Then, where is the so-called heart-purifying Great Formation? Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao has talent in the art of talisman crafting. Presumably, you have exceptional aptitude. I won't say anything for now. Fellow Taoist might as well take a look first. Ma Qingqing unexpectedly kept him guessing. This Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He could only narrow his eyes and carefully look. Io! Xiaohua suddenly understood. He pointed at the countless lattices and cried out, "Senior, could it be that each and every lake is a great formation?" As expected, Ma Qingqing's smile became even wider, and he almost gave a thumbs up. When I came here for the first time, I was dizzy from these countless small mirrors swaying about. How could I still carefully identify them? Fellow Taoist Xiao actually hit the nail on the head, truly amazing. I dare not. Junior was just casually guessing. Xiaohua hurriedly declined. However, what fellow Taoist said is also correct and also incorrect. Ma Qingqing changed the topic and pointed at Jinghua City. It said that this Jinghua City was originally a huge lake. In ancient times, a cultivator with great divine abilities used a divine ability that could move mountains and drain seas to lay down a great formation. That great formation is in the lake, which is also right below Jinghua City. This Jinghua City is actually above a lake? Xiaohua was stunned. This was something he didn't expect. This ancient times? When was it? Hearing Ma Qingqing mention the ancient times twice, Xiaohua also paid attention. However, after thinking for a moment, he still restrained himself from asking. All right, fellow Taoist Xiao, please calm down. Now that we're already in the vicinity of Jinghua City, we still have to be a bit more respectful. Ma Qingqing saw Qing Fengmin and the others descend again, and he also solemnly warned Xiaohua. Calm down? Respectful? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback and thought to himself, entering Jinghua City, we still have to be respectful? Could it be? Just as he was thinking, Ma Qingqing descended, and Xiaohua even more didn't dare to make a sound. Qing Fengmin and the others landed on the ground from afar. Just like the cultivators Xiaohua saw just now, they were really quiet, and no one spoke much. Everyone tidied up their clothes and was about to move forward when Ma Qingqing shouted in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Qing, Please wait a moment. What's the matter? Qing Fengmin was obviously a bit unhappy. Ma Qingqing ignored him and walked to Qing Fengmin's side, pulled him to the side, and whispered in his ear. Xiaohua knew that he was talking about him. Sure enough, Qing Fengmin suddenly turned around and stared straight at Xiaohua. There was some surprise and joy on his face, and even more disbelief. Then, Qing Fengmin looked back at Ma Qingqing and whispered a few words, then lowered his head and pondered for a moment. When he raised his head again, he had already returned to his original state and brought Ma Qingqing to Xiaohua's side. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is not the place to talk. Wait until we enter Jinghua City, then we'll talk about this matter at Huayun Park. Qing Fengmin's voice was still as harmonious as before. I'll listen to senior's instructions. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. The dozens of people at the side looked on in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Let's go. Qing Fengmin didn't say much, waved his hand, and led the way. Seeing this, everyone didn't dare to ask any more questions. They followed behind Qing Fengmin, and gradually merged into the flow of people in Jinghua City. Xiaohua followed Ma Qingqing and walked at the back of the crowd. He curiously snuck furtive glances all around while thinking about how to deal with the matter of heaven's relinquishment. Beneath Xiaohua's feet was an ordinary mountain at first, but after walking for a while, it became a huge blue stone. When he stepped on it, he felt a slight heat. This place was still far from Jinghua City. At a glance, all he could see was a stretch of light blue stone. This caused Xiaohua to be quite flabbergasted, and he inwardly grumbled, "This? Just how much thought did it take? Just how many blue stones did it take to pave?" He slightly turned his head again. Behind him were several cultivators around the 4th level of qi condensation, but they appeared to be only a little over 10 years old. Each and every one of their small faces revealed pleasant surprise and curiosity. Their expressions were even more wonderful than Xiaohua's. As for these middle-aged cultivators around the 11th level of qi condensation, they vigilantly looked all around. When they saw Xiaohua turn his head back, they coldly stared at him, their gazes revealing contempt. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1294. What is this necessary? Xiaohua was naturally even more vigilant. Seeing the warning eyes of the nearby 11th level qi refinement cultivators, Xiaohua was truly speechless. He muttered, "This young master also had a sect a month ago. It's not any worse than yours." However, looking at the 11th level qi refinement cultivators and the 4th level qi refinement children, Xiaohua knew that this sect was definitely more famous than Shanghuaming. Sure enough, Ma Qingqing, who was walking beside him, sensed it. He pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, these are the disciples of Xuanyan School. Don't provoke them." Xuanyan School? One of the 3 great cultivation sects in the country of Xi? Xiaohua was shocked and glanced at them even more. Well, one of the boys seemed to have noticed and glared at Xiaohua. "See? Xuanyan School is very unfriendly to us loose cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao should stay away from them." Ma Qingqing seemed to be used to it and explained. And not only that, even small sects like Shanghuaming are very wary of loose cultivators. Xiaohua muttered and quickly walked forward. Whoosh, a violent wind blew over the heads of Xiaohua and the others. Without waiting for Xiaohua to raise his head, he saw a figure fly over his head and go straight ahead. Not only Xiaohua, but the surrounding people were also in an uproar. Who is this senior? He actually dares to fly outside Jinghua City? A 10th level qi refinement cultivator blurted out. That's right. Who is so daring to not give face to Jinghua City? Not giving face to Jinghua City is not giving face to Elder Mu Chang, not giving face to City Lord Lu. But Elder Mu Chang and City Lord Lu seem to be mid-nascent soul cultivators. Just now, that figure seems to be an elder of Lan Li sect, a foundation establishment cultivator said. This is Lan Li sect's 3rd elder, Taoist Master Zhuoming. He is a mid-nascent soul senior. He has a good relationship with Elder Mu Chang. Directly flying over like this is not a taboo. An old man whose cultivation Xiao Hua couldn't see through said in a deep voice. He, fellow Taoist Jin is right. The other old man couldn't hold himself back and said, Senior Zhuoming is a nascent soul stage cultivator, his strength is there. Even if his friendship with City Lord Lu is shallow, can City Lord Lu stop him if he flies over? If it wasn't for his old friendship with Elder Mu Chang, perhaps City Lord Lu would have to go out of the city to welcome him. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you're here too? In other places, Oris core stage cultivators like us can directly enter, but this Jinghua city just doesn't allow it. This is really annoying. Chen Daoyu said in a low voice. Shu, lower your voice. Zhang Daoyu smiled and said, Jinghua city is powerful and has countless disciples. They are not inferior to the 3 major sects in the country of Xi. Small sects like us? Let's not talk too much. Isn't that so? Look at Xuanyan School. Their disciples will have to walk into the city with the others, so we don't have to regret anything. Golden core stage cultivator? Xiao Hua understood and looked over. Not only him, but everyone at the side also looked at these 2 old men. However, although Xiao Hua couldn't see the cultivation of these 2 old men, he felt that their cultivation wasn't much higher than Xiao Yuehong's. How could they only be golden core stage cultivators? If these 2 old men didn't say anything, wouldn't Xiao Hua still treat them as ordinary people of the secular world? This is really strange. Just now, that so-called nascent soul stage senior, although he didn't stop in midair, I could clearly feel the pressure emanating from his body. These 2 Oris core stage seniors, why couldn't they feel it? Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. The surroundings had already returned to tranquility. Everyone was a cultivator, so of course they knew the importance of strength. Besides some envy in their hearts, they could only bury their heads and hurry on their way. Xiao Hua slightly turned around and inadvertently saw that the group of young disciples from Xuanyan School behind him, the disciple who glared at him just now was still looking in the direction Reverend Zhuoming flew past with a solemn expression. This little guy. Why does he have such an expression? It's different from the envy and curiosity of others? Xiao Hua had just thought this when that disciple seemed to have noticed. He immediately lowered his head and glared at Xiao Hua a few more times. Did I provoke you? Xiao Hua curled his lips and ignored him, continuing to walk forward with the others. The further they went, the more they felt the strangeness of Jinghua City. An invisible force pressed down on Xiao Hua's body from very far away, becoming heavier and heavier. However, when they arrived in front of a strangely shaped brilliance that was over 100 zhang wide, that force suddenly disappeared at some unknown time. Xiao Hua saw that the others were silent, so he didn't dare to ask, only using his eyes to look at everything in front of him. That was an indescribable brilliance. Its edges were faintly lavender and aqua blue alternating. The brilliance was like ripples of water, rippling in circles, boundlessly spreading into the sky above Jinghua City. The brilliance was like 100 zhang wide door, but also like 100 zhang wide bronze mirror. The cultivators who approached it walked in without hesitation, leaving behind a blurry figure on the brilliance. It seemed like a back view, but if you looked carefully it was different, because that back view didn't move. Hurriedly, it was the backs of other people waiting, one by one. This Jinghua City's entrance is quite strange. Xiao Hua was very curious. He didn't have the divine sense of a foundation establishment cultivator, so he could only see with his eyes. When he walked into the brilliance, he suddenly saw that within the brilliance, in midair, there seemed to be a dozen or so cultivators wearing strange clothing. These cultivators were all at the 10th layer of qi condensation, and there were even a few at the 11th layer. They all strangely floated in the air above the brilliance, their bodies swaying at will with the brilliance. Moreover, their expressions were cold as they looked down on the cultivators passing through the brilliance, their bodies occasionally pacing from one place to another. It was as if they were the guards of this Jinghua City's entrance. Soon, it was Ma Qingqing and Xiao Hua's turn. Ma Qingqing didn't hesitate at all, plunging head first into the brilliance, leaving behind a broad back view. Xiaohua glanced at it, and just as he was about to step forward, the dozen or so little boys from Xuanyan school laughed and ran a few steps. As if they were playing, they pounced forward with puff 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 sounds. In an instant, the dozen or so figures of different appearances were imprinted on the brilliance, causing the surrounding cultivators who were about to pass through to cover their mouths and laugh. In a flash, Xiaohua's tense heart suddenly relaxed. In the cultivation world, in the bloody cultivation world, there was still no lack of childlike innocence. Perhaps, in many inconspicuous places of every sect, there was an extreme amount of joy. For example, Shanghuaming, the small cave that Zhang Qingxiao once drilled into. When Xiaohua passed through the Jinghua city's entrance, his eyes clearly lit up and his ears also rang. Countless lights and countless sounds appeared, much more lively than the silence from a moment ago. Before Xiaohua had time to look into the distance, he saw Ma Qingqing standing before him, all smiles. The dozen or so little boys who had just run inward to his front left, scrambling to be the first to run to the lakeside. There seemed to be several small boats quietly moored by the lakeside. Around the boys were several of their senior brothers with relaxed faces, and there were also others who were hurrying in all directions. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please come this way." Ma Qingqing saw Xiaohua enter and didn't deliberately lower his voice. "Senior Ma, please go first," Xiaohua said politely. Qing Fengmin was already waiting in front. When he saw Ma Qingqing bring Xiaohua over, he beamed and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've thought about your matter for a moment. I should invite fellow Taoists to Heaven-Forsaken's Cloud Garden and let I and a talisman master take a careful look. After all, a messaging talisman, as long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can refine it. What do you think, fellow Taoist?" Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant, but there was nothing he could do, unless he didn't plan on joining Heaven-Forsaken. "I'll listen to Senior Qing's instructions," Xiaohua said with a smile. "And that's good. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow us to Cloud Garden first." Qing Fengmin also didn't waste time, and brought everyone straight ahead. When Han Fei and the others saw Xiaohua following them again, they knew that the situation had changed, and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. This Jinghua city streets are admittedly incomparably spacious, and many people don't feel crowded walking inside, but the houses on both sides of the street, why are they like the shops of the secular world? Many of them are two-story small buildings? There's even a very simple shop? Xiaohua looked all around as he walked, and he was also bewildered in his heart, looking at what's written on the shop front. Some are yellow talismans, some are medicinal pills, and some are spiritual herbs. And there's also repairing magic tools and weapons. What's the difference between this and E-City? Why did eldest senior brother and the others have to wait until E-City to come? Normally, they could just come and trade with these shops at any time. Of course, no one answered Xiaohua's doubts, and he also wouldn't foolishly ask other people. There's a shabby yellow talisman shop here. Xiaohua's eyes were sharp, and he had already seen a small shop with a shabby wooden signboard hanging in a corner. On the signboard was a large talisman. In the shop, there was an old man whose cultivation couldn't be seen. He was wearing a felt hat, and he was sitting at the entrance with his hands crossed and his head lowered. The warm sunlight shone on the old man's body, and he seemed to be taking a nap. But in Xiaohua's mind, an immature thought suddenly flashed through, and a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. However, he immediately withdrew his gaze from the yellow talisman shop, lowered his head, and suppressed his emotions. He quickly walked a few steps and caught up with Ma Qingqing. Tianqi seemed to have a certain reputation in Jinghua City. At first, no one greeted Qing Fengmin, but after walking for a while, the number of people who greeted him gradually increased, and the number of times Qing Fengmin stopped also gradually increased. Xiaohua was somewhat impatient, but Ma Qingqing's face was somewhat radiant, and he said in a low voice, "Look, fellow Taoist Qing really has a wide range of connections. There are actually so many old friends in Jinghua City. No wonder he can grasp all the news in the state of Xi in a timely manner. It's really not simple." Xiaohua first curled his lips. All he cared about was how to improve his cultivation, and he didn't have much patience for any social interaction. But then, Xiaohua's heart stirred again. Chapter 1295. Looks like Tianqi. I really have to join. With Senior Qing's information, I'll definitely find out the truth behind 100 Herbs Gate's destruction of my Shang Huaming. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, but 100 Herbs Gate is obviously the mastermind and the beneficiary. Even if Tianqi knows about this, what can he do? Tianqi is just a group of loose cultivators. They're all in the qi refining stage, far weaker than 100 Herbs Gate. And the matter of avenging the Gate Master and my 2 senior brothers still falls on me. Before I have any confidence, I can't reveal any clues. I can't attract 100 Herbs Gate's attention. No one can pay attention to me. After a while, everyone stopped in front of a small building. There was a stone tablet in front of the small building, and strange runes of unknown use were engraved on it. At the entrance of the small building, there was also a square signboard, and on it were 3 simple and unadorned words, Cloud Garden. Fellow Taoists, welcome to Tianqi. This Hua Yun Garden is one of Tianqi's properties in Jinghua City. I really used spirit stones to exchange for it. Fellow Taoists, please feel free to come here. It was rare for Qing Fengmin to be so relaxed and humorous, causing Han Fei and the others to smile. Ma Qingqing smiled and said, "This is fellow Taoist Qing's hard work. As a loose cultivator, I really feel ashamed. Fellow Taoist Ma, you're too kind. As long as we persevere, we can achieve great things. Although we loose cultivators are weak individually, as long as we gather together, we're definitely a force to be reckoned with." Qing Fengmin cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Please, everyone, please. Senior Qing, please go first." Han Fei and the others naturally declined out of courtesy. Qing Fengmin took the lead and left. Everyone entered one by one according to their cultivation level. Xiaohua was naturally the last to enter. The small door of Hua Yun Garden didn't look big, but after entering, Xiaohua understood that there was actually another world inside. In front of him was a rather large lotus pond. The pond was filled with sparkling lotus leaves, and dozens of blooming lotus flowers were facing the sun, incomparably enchanting. Looking at the side of the lotus pond, there were several lofts. The front of each loft was faintly glowing. It seemed that one could only enter with a yellow talisman. Along the front of the loft, there was also a path made of blue stone, extending to the back of the lotus pond. Inside the pavilion, by the lotus pond, there were a few rogue cultivators dressed in different attire. Some were leisurely, some were in a hurry. However, they were all around the 5th level of qi refining. When they saw Qing Fengmin, they all smiled and bowed respectfully. The cultivators who had followed Qing Fengmin entered the Huayan Park. After greeting Qing Fengmin, they went their separate ways, presumably having their own matters to attend to. As for Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue, a 4th-layer qi refining loose cultivator called Zhang Zhihao greeted them and led them to the nearest pavilion. After waiting for the number of people to decrease, Xiaohua followed Ma Qingqing to a loft. Ma Qingqing smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this way please." As he spoke, he slapped his storage pouch and stuck a yellow talisman on the door of the pavilion. The door opened with a creak. "Senior, please." Xiaohua tactfully walked behind Ma Qingqing. Ma Qingqing wasn't polite and led Xiaohua into the pavilion. This pavilion was also extremely large. Xiaohua glanced at it and saw that it was almost half the size of Shang Huaming's main hall. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This is probably some kind of magic technique, right? This small 2-story building might have a very large courtyard behind it, but this pavilion, how could it have such a large space?" Seemingly understanding Xiaohua's thoughts, Ma Qingqing smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please sit." A profound spatial magic technique was used to enlarge the cramped space. If it was your first time seeing it, I'm afraid you wouldn't understand. Spatial magic technique? Xiaohua stared blankly and said curiously, "It sounds like an amazing magic technique. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please sit down and explain in detail." Ma Qingqing knew that if Xiaohua entered the heaven-forsaken realm, he would have the identity of a talisman master. Perhaps he would have something to rely on in the future, so he was especially polite. Xiaohua naturally also knew, but he was still a second-layer qi refinement cultivator after all, so he didn't dare to belittle himself. He only cupped his hands modestly and said, "Senior, please." Ma Qingqing sat down with a smile and pointed at the small white fruit on the table beside him, saying, "This is a specialty from the bottom of Jinghua City's lake, the white kernel fruit. It's very refreshing and has quite the detoxification effect. Fellow Taoist might as well try it." "Thank you, Senior." Xiaohua nodded and also sat down. He picked up one and threw it into his mouth. This white kernel fruit wasn't like other spirit fruits. It was unexpectedly hard. When he bit down, crunching sounds could be heard, and his mouth was filled with a fishy bitterness. This is also a specialty?" Xiaohua frowned as he ate. However, when he swallowed the white kernel fruit, a fine stream of clear energy rose and gradually spread to his limbs and meridians, causing his mind to become much clearer. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed amazing. When I ate the white kernel fruit that day, he directly spat it out. I didn't expect. Fellow Taoist only frowned. Ma Qingqing clapped his hands and said. Xiaohua didn't bat an eyelid and replied, "How can Junior spit out what Senior bestowed?" And that's right. The one who received I that day was also a fellow Taoist at the 4th layer of Qi refining. I didn't have any misgivings. Ma Qingqing nodded slightly and looked around. He pointed with his finger and said, "Space magic is a magic treasure. It can change or increase or decrease the size of space. Only seniors at nascent soul stage and above have the magic power to cast it. I have only heard of it, so even if I wanted to talk about it in detail, I wouldn't be able to. However, most of the space magic in Jinghua City borrow the power of the Great Purifying Heart Formation to cast it. With Jinghua City's City Lord Lu's status, it's impossible for him to personally cast it." Xiaohua nodded as if he understood. After thinking for a moment, he respectfully asked, "Junior has learned very little and doesn't know many things. There are many things that I would like to ask Senior for advice on." It's fine. Looking at fellow Taoist Qing's appearance, he also wants you to enter my Heaven's Forsaken sect. As long as you enter the Heaven's Forsaken sect, we rogue cultivators should naturally support each other. If fellow Taoist has any questions, I will do my best to answer them. However, at this time, as long as it doesn't involve the Heaven's Forsaken sect, even if it's a question in cultivation, I can help you resolve it." Ma Qingqing said with a smile. "Thank you, Senior." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Junior has 2 areas that I don't understand. They don't involve the Heaven's Forsaken sect, so I hope Senior can enlighten me." "And please speak. Just now, when Junior followed Senior into the city, we met 2 golden core stage seniors, but Junior couldn't see through the cultivation of these 2 seniors? Some ordinary detection magic didn't work. Why is this?" Xiaohua said respectfully. So fellow Taoist Xiao is asking about this. Ma Qingqing said with a bit of surprise, "This is actually very simple. These 2 golden core stage seniors have a cultivation technique that conceals their cultivation. Not to mention that fellow Taoist is only at the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage and doesn't have divine sense. Even if a foundation establishment stage or golden core stage cultivator were to use their divine sense, they might not be able to see through it. Only seniors whose cultivation is higher than these 2 golden core stage seniors by 2 levels or more can use their divine sense to see through their true strength. A cultivation technique that conceals their cultivation?" Xiaohua's heart stirred and he asked, "These cultivation techniques, why are they so mystical?" Yes, there are all kinds of strange things in the cultivation world. What kind of cultivation techniques don't they have? What kind of cultivation techniques don't they have? This cultivation technique isn't anything special. Many people know it. The only difference is the profoundness of the cultivation technique. I heard that the most profound cultivation technique is 4 or 5 levels higher than the other person's cultivation." Ma Qingqing said without any hint of envy. "Thank you Senior for your guidance. Junior's second question is?" Xiaohua hesitated and asked, "This Jinghua City's city lord Lu and old man Mu Chang are both mid-nascent soul stage seniors. The disciples who guard Jinghua City are also at the 10th level of the qi refining stage. Which sect in our country of Xi does this Jinghua City belong to?" Hearing Xiaohua's question, Ma Qingqing sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked Xiaohua up and down and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, why did you suddenly ask such a strange question?" Xiaohua was startled and quickly got up. Senior Ma. Did Junior ask a question that shouldn't be asked? It's Junior's first time seeing a nascent soul stage senior. My heart was moved and I also saw the peculiarity of Jinghua City. That's why I thought of asking. I don't know which other sect besides our country of Xi's 3 major sects has such great strength. Oh, so that's how it is. Ma Qingqing's face relaxed and he waved his hand. Sit, fellow Taoist Xiao. This question is actually nothing. However, to talk about the city lord of Jinghua City in Jinghua City, I always feel a little awkward. If it's difficult, Senior doesn't need to say it. Xiaohua tactfully said. And we'll talk about this matter in detail after we leave Jinghua City. Many people know the origins of the city lord of Jinghua City. Just ask around and you'll find out. Ma Qingqing didn't want to talk about this with Xiaohua and casually said, I only want to tell you one thing. This city lord Lu and old man Mu Chang are not from any sect in our country of Xi. Xiaohua was surprised. They're also rogue cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really ignorant. In our country of Xi's cultivation world, besides cultivation sects and rogue cultivators, are there no other people? Cultivation family? Cultivation family? Xiaohua suddenly realized. He more or less. Ma Qingqing obviously didn't want to talk about it in detail. What does more or less mean? Xiaohua muttered, they shouldn't be from a cultivation family. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked again, That's right, Senior Ma. Previously Senior said that in E-City, there are some blank communication talismans. As long as you inject a trace of your own magic power, it will become your own communication talisman. How is it refined? Oh, about this, each sect has different refining methods. Just take those simple refining methods that I taught you just now. Ma Qingqing saw that Xiaohua was tactful and was very willing to tell Xiaohua some details that didn't need to be kept secret. Xiaohua listened and was secretly happy. It's just as I expected. It should be like this. But immediately, he came to a realization, this kind of secret technique, a cultivator who has never refined a communication talisman before, how can I know at a glance? Chapter 1296. After Ma Qingqing finished speaking, Xiaohua smiled wryly. Senior, this method sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. It's far more difficult than refining a message talisman for yourself. That's natural. Refining a message talisman yourself and combining it with the talisman paper is enough to achieve your goal. If you refine a blank message talisman, not only do you have to restrain your magic power and not leave any traces of yourself in the message talisman, you also have to leave out the key areas that control the message talisman and wait for new magic power. If you haven't practiced talisman crafting for several years, it's absolutely impossible to complete this technique. Ma Qingqing should have also tried it, as he said with great experience. Otherwise, if we rogue cultivators can all refine blank yellow talismans, how will those talisman shops in Jinghua City survive? How will those alchemy and talisman crafting sects like the Black Pill sect and Huangdao sect survive? Junior understands. Xiaohua was about to stand up and give his thanks when he saw Ma Qingqing turn his face slightly and say with a smile, Fellow Taoist Qing has come. Fellow Taoist Zhao's matter has been settled. Sure enough, a brilliance flashed at the hall's door, and Qing Fengmin walked in with slightly furrowed brows. Seeing Qing Fengmin's face devoid of joy, Xiaohua's heart thumped. He was both disappointed and faintly relaxed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've been waiting for a long time. Qing Fengmin said as he walked. I dare not. I've troubled Senior. Xiaohua hurriedly stood up. Fellow Taoist Qing, the matter seems not to be going well? Ma Qingqing said curiously. In the past, I have also seen talisman crafters join my heaven forsaken. It seems to be very easy. Hehe, fellow Taoist Ma is extremely right. My heaven forsaken has always welcomed rogue cultivators who can refine pills and craft talismans to join. Moreover, there are generous rewards and relaxing environments. It's just that fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is truly too far apart from a talisman crafter's identity. Moreover, you only have the talent for talisman crafting, but you don't truly understand talisman crafting. Therefore, if you want to join my heaven forsaken without taking out your own cultivation technique, you must have 3 or more talisman crafters jointly appraise you to see if you really have the potential to develop. Qing Fengmin slightly nodded, shortly after, a bitter smile. But just now, I searched around Cloud Park and didn't even find a single talisman crafter. Alas, I have to say that fellow Taoist Zhao's luck is truly terrible. Then, what should we do? Xiao Hua's face showed great anxiety. Don't worry, Qing Fengmin said with a smile. It's just a matter of time, and it may not be a bad thing for fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Qing, what do you mean? Ma Qingqing asked curiously. Didn't fellow Taoist Ma say it already? This is fellow Taoist Zhao's first time refining a yellow talisman. The longer Tianqi's inspection, the more fellow Taoist Xiao can practice, right? Qing Fengmin said with a smile. Haha, that's exactly the case. Great. Ma Qingqing clapped and laughed heartily. He patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, How is fellow Taoist Zhao's luck bad? It's simply great luck. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose, not knowing how to answer. Qing Fengmin took out an extremely thin booklet from his bosom and handed it over, saying, Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is a booklet that records the refining method of the fireball talisman. It's something that I obtained by chance. If fellow Taoist wants to join my Tianqi, I'm afraid that the communication talisman won't pass the inspection of the talisman masters. You'd better comprehend this fireball talisman as much as possible. If you can refine the fireball talisman when fellow Taoist Ma sends you a message, even if you can't pass the inspection of the 3 talisman masters, I will still think of a way to let you join my Tianqi. This? Xiao Hua's heart was moved. Looking at the booklet in front of him, he didn't know whether he should accept it or not. Take it. Ma Qingqing said with a smile. In the future, when fellow Taoist Xiao joins my Tianqi, you can get closer to fellow Taoist Qing. Don't let down fellow Taoist Qing's painstaking efforts today. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to think too much. This is the simplest method to refine a fireball talisman. It can't be considered rare. You can exchange it for only a few mid-grade spirit stones on the market. Moreover, after fellow Taoist Xiao finishes looking at it, you can return it to I. Qing Fengmin said with a chuckle. Many thanks, senior. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony. He reached out and received it. After flipping through it a few times, he put it away. Seeing Xiao Hua accept it without any trace of politeness, Qing Fengmin's face revealed an even gentler smile. There's one more thing that I have to ask fellow Taoist Xiao to bear with. Xiao Hua stared blankly. Please instruct me, senior. Because fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't joined my Tianqi for the time being. Fellow Taoist can't stay in my Huayun Park like fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Xiao. You can only wait outside Huayun Park and wait for fellow Taoist Ma's message. Qing Fengmin said with extreme embarrassment. Oh, so it's like this? Xiao Hua promptly said with a smile, No matter. Junior will leave right now. I'll first go to Jingpa City to take a look and wait for Senior Ma's message. Qing Fengmin glanced at Ma Qingqing and said with a wry smile, If it were that simple, I wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Ma Qingqing agreed. Cultivators aren't allowed to stay outside Jingpa City at night. Unless they want to stay overnight, everyone else has to leave Jingpa City. Fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is low. There are Jingpa City guards in Jingpa City, so no one will find trouble with fellow Taoist Xiao. However, it's hard to say when you leave Jingpa City. Therefore, fellow Taoist Xiao can only stay overnight in Jingpa City's inn. Qing Fengmin said, I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao has any spirit stones on him? No, not a single one. Xiaohua shook his head like a rattle drum. And I also feel that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't have the ability. As he spoke, Qing Fengmin took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and said with a smile, "The inns in Jingpa City are more expensive. Fellow Taoist, please accept this mid-grade spirit stone and find a slightly more simple in outside Huayun Park. It should be able to support you for a period of time." Mid-grade spirit stone? When Xiaohua heard this, his eyes unconsciously stared at Qing Fengmin's hand. He had seen spirit stones in Shanghua Ming, but he had never asked about their quality. Although he didn't have any spirit stones on him, didn't the puppet in his mind space have one? When he glanced at it, he already knew that he should also have a mid-grade spirit stone. He also hurriedly declined, "No need, senior. You've already done so much for this junior. This junior really has no way to repay you. If I accept another spirit stone from you, this junior really doesn't have the face to do so. No need to be polite, fellow Taoist Xiao. This can be considered a loan from I to you. When you have more spirit stones, you can return it to I." Qing Fengmin still placed the spirit stone in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he stared at the spirit stone. In fact, he really didn't want to accept it. Previously, he had already taken a fireball talisman from Qing Fengmin, so he owed him a favor. If he accepted the spirit stone again, he wouldn't know how to repay this favor in the future. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you so stubborn?" Ma Qingqing said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Qing also has good intentions." Xiaohua's heart moved. Just now, outside Jingbo City, he was still thinking about how not to attract the attention of others. Why was he so foolish now? Being a maverick was admittedly an elegant conduct and not asking for help from others, but it also indirectly distinguished himself from ordinary people. For the current Xiaohua, this was really unwise. Xiaohua understood and immediately reached out with a smile. "Many thanks for Senior Qing's understanding. This junior will accept this spirit stone for the time being. When there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay Senior. No matter. When you enter my heaven forsaken in the future, you will be an ordinary fellow Taoist. There will always be time and opportunity." Qing Fengmin laughed very happily, then cupped his hands and said, "I still have some chores to take care of, so I won't accompany fellow Taoist. After a few days, I will have fellow Taoist Ma send a message to fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't let I down." "I don't dare. This junior will naturally do his best." Xiaohua sent Qing Fengmin off with a smile, then said to Ma Qingqing, "This junior is not a member of Heaven Forsaken. This Huayun court is indeed not suitable for staying for long. This junior will take his leave now." "And that's good too, fellow Taoist Xiao. Temporarily stay outside for a few days. I urge fellow Taoist Qing to quickly take care of fellow Taoist Zhao's matter." Qing Fengmin said with a smile. After leaving Huayun court, Ma Qingqing looked left and right, then pointed to the southwest and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I won't see you off. The inns in Jingbo City? There are different levels of wealth. In the southwest of Jingbo City, there are some slightly simple inns. Fellow Taoist can go take a look. Other places? It's fine if fellow Taoist doesn't go. Fellow Taoist should spend this mid-grade spirit stone sparingly. After all, this spirit stone is not easy for us rogue cultivators." "Oh, so it's like this. May I ask, how many spirit stones does an ordinary inn cost per night?" Xiaohua had no experience in this area. "It's not certain. Some require one low-grade spirit stone, some require several, and some require one mid-grade spirit stone," Ma Qingqing explained with a smile. "Of course, there are even more outrageous ones. Liaoqing Court uses high-grade spirit stones to pay. If you want to go there, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Qing will need to give you 100 mid-grade spirit stones." Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Ma Qingqing. After seeing Ma Qingqing enter Huayun Court, Xiaohua turned around and headed southwest. After he walked far away, in front of Huayun Court's entrance, several rogue cultivators went in and out as usual without any abnormalities. Xiaohua had also walked very far away. He found an opportunity to slightly turn his body. Seeing that there wasn't anything unusual behind him, he sped up his footsteps, turned around, and entered another main street. After identifying his left and right, he quickly walked towards the shop that sold yellow talismans that he had previously passed by. Although Xiaohua's sense of direction was extremely poor, the roads in Jinghua City were easy to find. It didn't take long for Xiaohua to find this shabby shop with the word talisman written on it. In the shop, the old man was still sleeping with his head lowered. Xiaohua looked around and saw that there weren't any miscellaneous people. Just as he was about to enter, a strange cultivator wearing a cloak that covered his entire head suddenly walked out of a nearby shop and walked straight toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua very naturally stopped in his tracks. After looking around a few times, he unconsciously frowned and quietly retreated a few steps to get out of the way. That person's pace was very fast. In large strides he arrived in front of Xiaohua. The closer he got, the deeper the doubts in Xiaohua's heart. Chapter 1297. When the cloaked cultivator walked to his side, Xiaohua peeked curiously. That cloak was very peculiar, covering the cultivator from head to toe. Xiaohua couldn't see anything inside the cloak, let alone the cultivator's face. He couldn't even sense the cultivator's cultivation level. Height can also be changed? Xiaohua was flabbergasted. When that cultivator came out of the shop next door, Xiaohua clearly felt that he was much shorter than him, but when he got closer, this person was almost the same height as him. Xiaohua knew he was tall, half a head taller than the average person. If that person was the same height as him, there was no reason for him to look short just now. Oh, this is the cloak's effect. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Right at this moment, perhaps because Xiaohua had been staring at him for too long, the cultivator sensed something and slightly tilted his head under the cloak. Immediately, two cold gazes shot out like sharp swords. A little fellow at the second level of qi condensation, what are you looking at? Be careful or I'll take your life. That voice was very hoarse and at the same time cold, as if this wasn't Jinghua City, Xiaohua's life would be taken by him at any time. Xiaohua shuddered and quickly lowered his head, saying repeatedly, "Senior, please calm down. Junior didn't do it on purpose, please calm down." That cultivator didn't say much. His footsteps were like moving clouds and flowing water, and his height also slowly changed. Not long after, he walked far away. Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at that person from the corner of his eyes. He sighed and was about to raise his head when a voice rang out again. "Fellow Taoist." Xiaohua jumped in fright. That voice was right next to his ear, and he almost jumped up. He hurriedly turned around and saw that the old man who was still dozing off just now had already woken up. He had a signature smile on his face and was quietly standing behind him. "Senior," Xiaohua saw that the old man was already a fourth-layer qi refinement cultivator, so he didn't dare to be negligent and immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "I don't dare." "Fellow Taoist, did you come to visit this small shop?" Even though the old man saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the second level of the qi refinement realm, he didn't dare to slight him. He put on a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't underestimate this small shop. It's the only shop that my Fujian faction has set up in Jinghua City. Inside are all yellow talismans refined by the elders of my Fujian faction. I guarantee that they're genuine and cheap." Xiaohua's forehead was slightly sweating. He was indeed not used to having a cultivator with a higher cultivation than him lowering his posture like this in front of him. "But, Senior, can Junior go in and take a look?" Xiaohua probed. "Of course. Please, fellow Taoist, come in." The old man quickly got out of the way. However, he still looked at Xiaohua strangely and smiled apologetically. "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to call me Senior. My surname is Bai. Just call me fellow Taoist Bai." Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "My surname is Xiao." "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please come in." Xiaohua first looked at some of the yellow talismans placed on the stalls around the shop. There were fireball talismans, earth thorn talismans, ice seal talismans, and other normal yellow talismans. There were also some yellow talismans that he had never seen before. However, these yellow talismans looked very crude and the runes on them were very shallow. Presumably, they were some low-level goods. After entering the shop, the space inside was actually very large. It was far from how cramped it looked from the outside. All kinds of strange yellow talismans were placed on the four walls of this space. There were about a dozen of each type of yellow talisman. They were quietly placed within the pale white brilliance on the walls. That brilliance reflected the appearance of the yellow talismans. Moreover, it was magnified by a lot. Xiaohua didn't need to get very close to see it extremely clearly. Xiaohua wasn't very proficient in yellow talismans. He just casually stood in front of a type of yellow talisman. Without waiting for him to carefully examine it, the old man immediately said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you want to buy this Earth Escape talisman? Isn't this a yellow talisman unique to my Fujian faction?" Earth Escape talisman? Xiaohua stared blankly and blurted out, "Earth Escape? Isn't that one of the 5 elements escape arts?" When the old man heard this, he was clearly even more stunned than Xiaohua. His expression froze for a moment, and then his smile became even wider. "Oh my, fellow Taoist Xiao actually knows about the 5 elements escape arts. It seems like this old man's eyes were blind. I even thought that fellow Taoist was some wandering cultivator. So it turns out that you're a disciple of a famous sect." Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he said with a slight smile, "I wouldn't dare. I just occasionally heard my teacher mention it. I wonder if this Earth Escape talisman—" "Oh, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. This Earth Escape talisman is still different from the legendary Earth Escape talisman." The old man's face was a bit embarrassed. My faction's previous generation elder also incidentally obtained a remnant book of the Earth Escape art. Only then did he figure out this Earth Escape talisman himself. It's Earth Escape talisman and Earth Escape talisman of other sects. The effect is about the same. Please dispel my confusion, fellow Taoist Bai. The legendary Earth Escape art can escape underground. As long as there's earth, it can be like a flying technique, unhindered and unhindered. It's said that the 5 elements sect's true Earth Escape talisman also has the effect of Earth Escape talisman. It's just that the distance and depth are different. As the old man spoke, he stretched out his hand and took out the Earth Escape talisman, and he handed it over to Xiaohua. "But my talisman Zhan sect's Earth Escape talisman, because it's a remnant book of the Earth Escape art that they've comprehended, so it can only hide a cultivator's body underground. Within a radius of several tens of kilometers, the cultivator can move freely. But if the cultivator escapes too far, they can't. Of course, this Earth Escape talisman of my sect has an advantage that others can't. It's able to conceal a cultivator's aura and pressure, guaranteeing that it won't be discovered by cultivators of the same realm." As Xiaohua listened, he carefully examined the Earth Escape talisman in his hand. This was an earthen yellow talisman, and its texture was extremely soft. When held in his hand, it was like silk. He only needed to use his hand to touch it, and he knew that this was absolutely not a yellow talisman that he'd seen in the past. On the yellow talisman, there were numerous talismans visible to the naked eye, and they were abnormally exquisite. Even though they hadn't reached the stage of being sentient, strands of spiritual energy were emitted from the talisman from time to time, indicating that this yellow talisman was also extremely rare. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Who knew how many spirit stones this kind of yellow talisman would cost? So how could he afford it? Sure enough, that old man smiled again and said, "Even though this is a middle-grade yellow talisman, its effect is comparable to a high-grade one, and its price is only 1 middle-grade spirit stone. It's very cheap and good. If fellow Taoist Xiao were to buy it, you could use it to save your life in times of danger." Seeing that the old man's misunderstanding was gradually deepening, Xiaohua didn't dare to look at it any longer and returned the Earth Escape talisman to the old man. That old man was clearly somewhat disappointed. After returning the Earth Escape talisman to its original place, he politely asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what kind of yellow talisman do you want to look at?" "Fellow Taoist Bai, do you accept yellow talismans here?" Xiaohua thought for a moment, but still braced himself and said it. The old man's brows wrinkled, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you making fun of me? My Fuzhan sect specializes in making yellow talismans, so how could we possibly go and buy other people's yellow talismans? So it's like that? Xiaohua was somewhat embarrassed. Thinking about it, that's right. They originally specialized in making yellow talismans, so if you went to their shop to sell yellow talismans, wouldn't that be slapping their faces? Thinking that he couldn't come to their shop for nothing, Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Does fellow Taoist Bai have any fireball talismans here? And the middle-grade fireball talismans are over there. The old man's face revealed a trace of a smile, and he used his hand to point in front of him. What about low-grade ones? Xiaohua couldn't possibly buy a middle-grade fireball talisman. They're outside. The old man's attitude started to become cold. Xiaohua responded and walked out first. His eyes looked around, and after searching once, his eyes suddenly lit up. Coincidentally, next to the low-grade fireball talisman, there really was a stack of blank messaging talismans. Xiaohua ignored the old man and quickly walked over. He picked up the messaging talisman and carefully examined it. Upon seeing this, although the old man was somewhat disappointed, he still clenched his teeth and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, this messaging talisman is also a refined product of my Fuzhan sect. 1 low-grade spirit stone. This old man can make the decision and give you 100 of them. What do you think? Xiaohua didn't respond. He first carefully examined the messaging talisman paper, then looked at the talisman characters on it. Only then did he understand. He raised his head and said, This kind of low-grade messaging talisman, I'm afraid it's not even comparable to a low-grade one. Fellow Taoist Bai actually wants such a high price? The old man was somewhat tongue-tied, but he didn't appear embarrassed in the slightest. He said, Messaging talismans, these kinds of daily yellow talismans, are the most lowly. Generally, they're refined by themselves. Who would come to my shop to buy them? Only low-level cultivators, because their magic power is insufficient and they want to send messages over a long distance, they would come to buy them. Even if my sect refined high-grade messaging talismans, they would still need to have enough spirit stones. Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. He was somewhat dazed. When he passed by here earlier, he suddenly had an idea. He had some talisman paper and could refine messaging talismans. If he could use all of his magic power to refine messaging talismans, the quality of the messaging talismans he refined should be pretty good. If he could bring them here to sell, he would definitely be able to obtain some spirit stones. However, now it seemed that things weren't as simple as he thought. Soon after, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the fireball talismans. Those fireball talismans were similar to messaging talismans and also appeared to be abnormally crude. Thus, he picked one up and asked, What about this low-grade fireball talisman? The old man said weakly, If fellow Taoist Xiao is interested in buying, then 1 low-grade spirit stone for 10 talismans. Oh, 8 talismans. This is a special discount since it's fellow Taoist's first time here. Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, Since it's a discount, then just make it 10. Why be so stingy? Sigh, the old man sighed, 10 talismans it is. This old man hates bargaining the most. I'll listen to you. Xiaohua counted out 10 fireball talismans. Just as he was about to take out spirit stones from his bosom, he suddenly slapped his forehead and asked, That's right, fellow Taoist Bai, what's the price of mid-grade and high-grade fireball talismans? The old man's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, 10 low-grade spirit stones for a mid-grade fireball talisman. As for high-grade fireball talismans, they cost 50 to 100 low-grade spirit stones. So expensive? Xiaohua actually didn't know whether it was expensive or not. He only said in astonishment, It's not expensive, not expensive. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know. Let's not talk about the power of the spiritual fire within this high-grade fireball talisman. Just the control of the spiritual fire and the difficulty of the technique are completely different from mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the greater the power of the spiritual fire and the easier it is to control, the more expensive it is. One mid-grade spirit stone is nothing. Chapter 1298. So it's like that? Xiaohua pinched his chin, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, then I have to go in and see what's the difference between middle grade and high grade. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there's no need to trouble yourself. I just happen to have both high grade and middle grade fireball talismans in my storage pouch. Seeing this, the old man beamed with joy. He slapped his storage pouch, and two extremely exquisite fireball talismans appeared in front of Xiaohua. Then he looked at Xiaohua from top to bottom and said in a low voice, I know that fellow Taoist Xiao went down the mountain with senior brother. It's all right, as long as you bring your senior brother here, I will definitely give fellow Taoist some benefits. Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but his eyes immediately turned, and he said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist be careful with your words. As he spoke, his eyes carefully examined the two yellow talismans. Sure enough, the high-grade fireball talisman was exceptionally exquisite. Not only were the runes fine, but there was also a trace of spiritual energy contained between the fine lines. Even the talisman paper was clearly different. When he began to distinguish the difference between the runes on the two yellow talismans, he suddenly came to a realization. Oh, I forgot. Messaging talismans don't use talisman ink or talisman brushes. The runes of these fireball talismans are drawn with talisman ink and talisman brushes. I don't even have these, how can I make talismans? Looking up again, sure enough, on the other side of the stall, there were some talisman ink and talisman brushes neatly arranged. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua didn't continue to ask. He carefully looked at the difference between the two yellow talismans and returned them to the old man and said with a smile, I didn't take too many spirit stones for now, so I'll just take these fireball talismans. The old man didn't think it was strange. He took the yellow talismans from Xiaohua, put them away, and said with a smile, It's all right, I'll wait for fellow Taoist Xiao to come again. However, when Xiaohua handed over the middle-grade spirit stone, the old man's expression was somewhat splendid. Cough cough, that. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I know that fellow Taoist doesn't want to reveal your identity while wearing a storage pouch, but can't fellow Taoist give I a low-grade spirit stone? For this middle-grade spirit stone, I have to give fellow Taoist 99 low-grade spirit stones. How will fellow Taoist take it? Oh, that's right. Xiaohua's face was embarrassed. This was something he had never thought of. Xiaohua's eyes swiveled and he laughed. Storage pouch? Sigh, I didn't say. Is there anything fellow Taoist doesn't use here? I will use these remaining spirit stones to exchange with fellow Taoist. The old man's face was slightly startled, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you make it sound so easy. A storage bag is worth at least dozens of high-grade spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, this middle-grade spirit stone, how can it be exchanged? It seems that fellow Taoist Zhao's sect, storage pouches don't count for much. Xiaohua's face was slightly red as he sighed. He took out the fireball talisman from his bosom and said, Then there's no other way. Tomorrow, I can't. I'll talk about it next time. When the old man heard this, his eyes turned slightly. He looked at the sky and said with a smile, I see. It must be quite difficult for fellow Taoist Xiao to come out. Since we are fated to meet, then I have to think of a way for fellow Taoist I. What method does fellow Taoist Bai have? Xiaohua was somewhat excited in his heart. Sure enough, he heard the old man say, I obtained a storage bag in my early years. Moreover, it's already worn out. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, then you can take it first. I will only charge you 90 low-grade spirit stones. 90? Xiaohua shook his head. I only want to use it this time, and I actually have to spend 90 low-grade spirit stones. This business is really inappropriate. I won't exchange. Don't, fellow Taoist Xiao. You also know that you don't lack any spirit stones, and you also don't care about some storage bag. But this storage bag is still a storage bag. That small storage bag can also be used. If you sell it in a specialized shop, It really can be sold for a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. I only want to make friends with fellow Taoist, that's why I bid like this. Ah, forget it. Then 60. Xiao Hua spread his hands to express his helplessness. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I usually don't haggle. 80. 70. If it's not possible, I will leave. Xiao Hua reduced the price a little. Forget it. Then fellow Taoist should see you later. The old man shook his head with a helpless expression. Xiao Hua also didn't know whether what he said was true or false. After thinking for a while, he put on an unhappy expression and waved his hand, saying, forget it, forget it. Just treat it as forming a good karma. 80 it is. The old man didn't have any expression. He seemed to think that this was a matter of course. He slightly smiled and turned around to enter the shop. Not long after, he came out with an ordinary storage bag in his hand and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, fellow Taoist Xiao, there are 19 low-grade spirit stones inside. Please take a look. Xiao Hua calmly took it. He didn't even look at it and said with a smile, it's only because there's no way to store spirit stones that I use this. Why go through so much trouble? Fellow Taoist Xiao, as the saying goes, don't show off your wealth. If fellow Taoist carries this kind of storage bag, I'm afraid you won't be remembered. Fellow Taoist by his right, this poor Taoist has learned. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to place the storage pouch on his waist and patted it. From now on, this poor Taoist will use this. I will wait here for fellow Taoist Zhao's next visit. The old man said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Bai, don't worry. The next time I come, I will definitely give fellow Taoist a surprise. Xiao Hua waved his hand and slowly walked out. After turning a corner, Xiao Hua hurriedly opened the storage bag and thought to himself, this black-hearted shop owner won't give less than 1 spirit stone, right? When he opened the storage bag to take a look, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There were exactly 19 spirit stones in the storage bag, but the space inside the storage bag was really too small. Shang Huaming only had 2 storage bags. Xiao Hua hadn't used Xiao Yuehong's storage bag, so he didn't know how big the space was. Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Xinrui's storage bag should be 3 feet in size. And the one in Xiao Hua's hand, let alone 3 feet, at best. It was only 3 feet in size. It was naturally possible to put some spirit herbs, pills, or spirit stones, but other things, don't talk about it. You get what you pay for. 80 low-grade spirit stones, which is the price of a fireball talisman, how can it buy a proper storage bag? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, but then he snorted coldly, but this young master doesn't lack storage space. This kind of thing is just for decoration. As he spoke, he patted the storage bag and a low-grade spirit stone appeared in his hand. He muttered, I don't know what the price of an inn is. Can 1 low-grade spirit stone stay for a night? Xiao Hua was still too optimistic. How could 1 low-grade spirit stone stay in an inn for a night? He had asked all the small inns in the southwest direction, and it seemed that the cheapest one was 10 low-grade spirit stones for a night. Looking at the sky, Xiao Hua also lost the intention to continue looking. He took 10 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the inn, and was led to a room by a waiter without any cultivation. The waiter pushed the door open and invited Xiao Hua in. He smiled and said, Immortal Elder, this room has already been set up with a formation. You only need to stick the yellow talisman on the counter on the door, and this formation will be activated. Other than Immortal Elder, no one else can enter or leave. Of course, this yellow talisman will automatically lose its effect after 24 hours. Immortal Elder, please come to the counter. And I know. Xiao Hua waved his hand. When the waiter was about to withdraw, Xiao Hua pretended to be indifferent and asked, Oh right, waiter, are there any spiritual herbs and medicinal pills nearby that can be bought? Immortal Elder knows that most of the things here are accommodation. The spiritual herbs and medicinal pills are all in the east of Jinghua City. However, for Immortal Elder's convenience, some large shops also opened a few small shops here. Our inn is not far to the west, and it just so happens that there is a banyan grass shop. If you need ordinary medicinal pills, you can go there and take a look. Thanks, Xiaohua smiled and said. The waiter was somewhat flattered and hurriedly said, Immortal elder is too polite. Soon after, he looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. But a moment later, he bit his lips and said in a low voice, Immortal elder, en? What's wrong? Xiaohua had already seen the waiter's expression and unconsciously became vigilant. The Immortal elder, do you have any healing pills? These words were said in a very low voice, but immediately after, the waiter didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak and hurriedly said, No, it's okay, I was just casually asking. Looking at that expression, it seemed like he had already been rejected 10,000 times. Hearing this, Xiaohua slightly wrinkled his brows. He knew that ever since he woke up, he hadn't seen any secular people. However, he also knew from Zhang Qingxiao's mouth that there were still a lot of secular people in this Xiaoyu continent. And in the eyes of cultivators, these people were simply like ants and would never be put in their eyes. Medicinal pills for healing injuries were also precious in the hearts of cultivators. How could he give it to this waiter just because he asked? If the waiter had some kind of spirit stones or the like, perhaps there would still be a trace of hope. However, Xiaohua still asked, What do you want to do with healing medicinal pills? You're not a cultivator? Seeing Xiaohua's inquiry, the waiter's face reddened and there was a slight sadness in his eyes. He still bit his lips and said to Xiaohua, Immortal elder knows. My mother is seriously ill. I don't know how many doctors I've found, but they all couldn't cure her. There was a doctor who knew that I was working in this inn and gave me an idea. He said that the medicinal pills you immortals use might be effective. How long has your mother been ill? Xiaohua said warmly, How many people have you asked? Sigh, my mother has already been ill for as long as a year. I previously asked everyone I saw, but no one paid any attention to me. In the last 2 months, I already stopped asking. The waiter looked at Xiaohua pitifully and said, I know that this medicinal pill is precious. Immortal elder, if immortal elder has extra, just treat it as giving one to me. I'll work like an ox or a horse to repay immortal elder. Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the waiter. He didn't know whether he should believe this waiter or not. If what this waiter said was false, he was only a small cultivator at the second level of qi condensation. If he was targeted by others, it would be troublesome. You already haven't asked anyone for it for a long time. Are you asking me for it again? Xiaohua asked with interest. To be continued. Chapter 1299. I won't hide it from Senior Immortal. The southwest area of Jinghua City is relatively barren. Only those with slightly lower cultivation come here. Generally, those who come to the inn are middle-aged people. Of course, there are also very old people. There aren't many young people like Senior Immortal. Presumably, Senior Immortal's cultivation is profound. Since Senior Immortal's cultivation is profound, then you must have a lot of immortal pills. Seeing that there was hope, the waiter's face flushed red. He stammered, Actually, the most important thing is that the other Senior Immortals don't even care about this lowly one. Senior Immortal actually said thank you to this lowly one. So it's like that. Xiaohua didn't expect that saying the word thank you would cause trouble. Alas, if it was the truth, he would accept it. Who told him to really have a healing parasol pill? But who could guarantee that this waiter's words weren't false? What should I do? Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed. Should he give it or not? Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something and a smile appeared on his face. Without the slightest hesitation, he slightly turned around and took out a parasol pill from the space behind the waiter's back. Then, he patted his storage bag and handed the parasol pill to the waiter. He said with a smile, Seeing that you are a filial son, how can I not help you? This is a healing pill. Take it. It can be considered a meeting. The waiter was even more surprised. He stared at the pill in disbelief. His hands trembled, but he didn't dare to reach out to take it. Xiaohua smiled and stuffed the jade bottle into the waiter's hand. He turned around and sized up the room. The room wasn't big, only 1 zhang in size. Apart from the necessary decorations, there was nothing else. It was abnormally simple and crude. Senior Immortal, thank you for your great kindness. This lowly one is called Fan Riguan. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to tell this lowly one. As long as this lowly one can do it, this lowly one will definitely satisfy you. Behind him, the waiter knelt on the ground and said very sincerely. Xiao Hua hurriedly helped him up and said with a smile, "This is only an ordinary healing pill. It is used by cultivators to treat internal and external injuries. I don't know if this pill is effective or not. Don't thank me like this." Then he continued, "However, this is eyes only pill. As for the rest, even if you break your head, you won't get it." As for what it is? Hee, it's nothing. I'm also new here. Oh, by the way, is there anyone selling yellow talismans? Talisman paper, talisman ink, etc.? He knew nothing about Jinghua City, so he had a lot of questions to ask. Yes, there are 2 beside the shop that I told you about. However, you'd better go to the one in the east. Although the shop is small, I heard that the owner is a disciple of some sect. He's very honest and won't bully customers. By the way, the shop that sells medicinal pills and herbs that I mentioned just now, although it is close to the inn, but the owner is not very good. If you have any business, you should walk a few more steps. Walk down the street, there is a shop called Mo Ling Chao Tang. Although the shop is very small, but the reputation of the immortals there is very good. The waiter quickly recommended, this Wu Yao pill is really useful. Xiao Hua was happy in his heart. Then, he activated the so-called formation in the room and retreated. He said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble the waiter to point out the direction for I don't dare." Immortal Elder, this way please. The waiter carefully put the Wu Yao pill into his pocket and then said embarrassedly, "Immortal Elder, I haven't asked for your Dharma name yet." Dharma name? Xiao Hua pursed his lips and said with a smile, "I's cultivation is shallow, how can I have a Dharma name? I's surname is Xiao." "Oh, Taoist Xiao, I understand." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, the waiter immediately cried out in joy. "Taoist Xiao?" Xiao Hua smiled and secretly said, "This Dharma name seems pretty good." The waiter led Xiao Hua out of the inn. He originally wanted to lead Xiao Hua over, but how could Xiao Hua let him go? He only let the waiter go back and went himself. At this time, the sky had already turned dark. On the street, there were a lot fewer cultivators, and it was a bit cold and cheerless. Xiao Hua looked around and walked towards a place not too far in front of him. He walked towards a shop that didn't look very big. However, after walking a few steps, a cloaked cultivator walked out from the inn at the side. This person's cloak was different in color and style from the one Xiao Hua saw before. But it gave Xiao Hua the same strange feeling. That person's cultivation, face, figure, and so on were all covered by this cloak. Not a trace of it could be seen. Xiao Hua couldn't figure out this person's cultivation, but he knew that it was definitely higher than his. He hurriedly dodged to the side and let that person go first. That cloaked person walked out from the inn. He didn't even look at Xiao Hua and directly walked past him, walking into the distance. The instant this person walked past Xiao Hua stole a glance. That person's height was also the same as his. This cloak, there's definitely something wrong with it. Xiao Hua was already certain. I'll go back and ask that waiter. After seeing that person whose face and cultivation he couldn't see calmly walk away, Xiao Hua once again moved towards the shop not too far away. The shop really wasn't too big. Just like what the waiter said, there was also an old man with white hair and beard inside. Beside him were several youths whose cultivation was only around the second layer of qi refining. They were greeting customers. Although it was already dusk, there were still a lot of people inside the shop. After looking around, Xiao Hua walked away. First, that waiter already said that there was a better shop ahead. Second, he didn't want to attract the attention of others. Following the direction pointed out by the waiter, he walked for a while and arrived at an inconspicuous place. Sure enough, there was another small shop. That small shop, was even smaller than the shabby yellow talisman shop he saw before. It only had a small door that could only allow one person to enter and exit at a time. There was also a shabby plaque on the door that said Mo Spirit Herb Store. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to go forward. He stood at a corner not too far away from Mo Spirit Herb Store and quietly watched for a moment. He couldn't see the situation inside the shop from the outside, but during the time that Xiaohua was standing there, no one came in or out. Moreover, there weren't many people on this street. Occasionally, a few people would hurriedly walk by and they wouldn't even glance at Xiaohua. And here it is. Xiaohua was very satisfied. If it wasn't for the waiter's guidance, he really wouldn't have been able to find this place. After looking left and right and making sure that there wasn't anyone in the way, Xiaohua tidied up his clothes and steadily walked over. As soon as he stepped into Mo Spirit Herb Store, Xiaohua saw a row of black lacquered wood counters. The counters were only about half the height of a person. Behind the counters was a wall that flickered with a faint brilliance. The inside of the shop was cold and cheerless. There was only a short old man with grizzled hair and a thin face. He held a thick book in his hand and was leaning against the counter. He seemed to be reading it with great interest under the brilliance of the wall. When the old man heard the sound of footsteps, he raised his head with an astonished expression. However, when he saw Xiaohua's cultivation level, although he didn't show any disdain, he still lowered his head and kept his gaze on the pages of the book. His body that was leaning against the counter didn't even move. Xiaohua opened his eyes wide and sized up the shop that only had one person. His gaze then fell on the old man. The old man's cultivation level was around the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. He wore a shabby Taoist robe and held a book in one hand and his goatee in the other. He had a rather complacent appearance. Cough cough, Xiaohua coughed twice and approached the old man. The old man rolled his eyes and moved his gaze away from the book. He coldly asked, "Fellow Taoist, what brings you here?" Xiaohua wrinkled his brows and said in a deep voice, "Is this how fellow Taoist welcomes guests?" My sect opened a shop in Jinghua City, so we naturally have to welcome guests. But if fellow Taoist is a loose cultivator who intends to take advantage of others, I won't welcome you." The old man lowered his eyelids and no longer paid attention to Xiaohua. This is what Fan Riguan meant by a good reputation? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua asked, "How did fellow Taoist know that I'm a loose cultivator?" The old man slanted his eyes at him and sneered. "Around 20 years old and only at the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm. If you were in a cultivation sect, not to mention a large sect, even my Mo Ling sect, would only be a boy growing grass. How could we let you leave the mountain? Besides, the sky is about to turn dark. If you weren't a loose cultivator, you would have already been together with your master, who would stroll around like you." When Xiaohua heard this, he unconsciously didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two reasons were really too far-fetched. This is what you mean by a good reputation? Xiaohua sneered. "I wrongly accused someone of recommending your Mo Ling herb store." "Recommending? Which loose cultivator?" "Hee, did you take advantage of me?" The old man closed the book and placed it on the counter as he sneered. "Took advantage?" Xiaohua immediately came to his senses and cupped his hands. "Junior surname is Xiao. I was introduced by the inn's Fan Riguan." "Fan Riguan? That silly boy who asked for medicine for his mother?" The old man was clearly stunned. "Yes, it's him." Xiaohua nodded. "Fan Riguan asked for medicine for his mother. Of course, his filial piety is commendable. What's there to be silly about?" Soon after, Xiaohua looked at the counter and sneered. "On the contrary, some cultivators clearly have a lot of medicinal pills, but they don't extend their hands to help. They even call others silly. What do you know?" The old man almost jumped up. He pointed his finger at Xiaohua's nose and said, "The physique of a secular person can only use the medicinal herbs of a secular person. How can the medicinal pills of a cultivator be taken by a secular person?" I don't know where that fan brat heard it from, but he insisted on asking for an immortal pill for his mother. "First of all, my medicinal pills are public property of the sect. I alone can't make the decision. Even if I gave him the medicinal pills, there are countless medicinal pills here. Which one would I give to him? Even if I gave it to him, if his mother took it, wouldn't it immediately disappear? It would be better if she didn't take it. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart thumped. He cursed inwardly. How could he have forgotten about this matter? Seeing Xiaohua's expression greatly change, the old man resentfully said, "Could it be that some little loose cultivator with a conscience gave him the medicinal pills that he scrimped on?" Chapter 1300. When Xiaohua heard this, he felt great regret. His face was ashen as he cupped his hands and said, "Junior is a little loose cultivator with a great conscience. Junior has disturbed you." Saying this, Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and turned to leave the store. You really gave the medicinal pill to him?" The old man was clearly stunned. His figure fluttered as he flew out from the counter and blocked in front of Xiaohua. He asked curiously, "You're a little loose cultivator. Even a medicinal pill is difficult to obtain. How could you so easily give it to a secular brat you don't know?" "Senior, please step aside. Junior will quickly go and retrieve the medicinal pill. Don't make a big mistake." Xiaohua was a little anxious. "No hurry. Kid Fan lives in the west of the city. It's a day's journey from here. If he wants to go back, he'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. You can go back tonight and ask him for it." The old man's face had eased a lot. "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the old man and said, "Although we are cultivators, we were also raised by our parents. Putting ourselves in their shoes, if Junior's parents were sick, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Junior would fight for it. What Fan Riguan did was also Junior's doing." "Good." The old man clapped and said, "I didn't expect loose cultivators to have such a strange person like fellow Taoist. This is the first time I've seen one. If other loose cultivators had half of fellow Taoist kindness, I wouldn't be cheated so often." Xiaohua knew what others thought of loose cultivators and didn't want to say anything. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior should let Junior go back first. If Junior doesn't get the parasol pill back, Junior's heart won't be at ease." "Parasol pill?" The old man was stunned, then he waved his hand and said with a smile, "No matter, no matter. The parasol pill is only a low-grade medicinal pill. It only has some special effects in treating internal and external injuries. It doesn't have too strong of a medicinal effect. If a secular person takes it, it won't harm their life. You can rest assured about this." "Really?" Xiaohua said happily. "Yes, I have cultivated medicine and refined pills for dozens of years. Would I lie to you?" The old man said with a smile. That's good, that's good. Don't do bad things with good intentions." Xiaohua was relieved. "Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, are you here to buy some pills?" The old man asked with a smile. His attitude was completely different from before. "For fellow Taoist Xiao's kindness, I can give you the profits." "Thank you, Senior. I still haven't asked for Senior's Dharma name." Xiaohua said. "What Dharma name?" "My surname is Liang. You can call me fellow Taoist Liang." The old man replied straightforwardly, "I don't dare. Senior Liang, this junior is not here to buy pills." Xiaohua looked at the old man and said, "This junior has some spiritual grasses that I want to sell to Senior." "Spirit grass?" The old man wasn't surprised. He only shook his head slightly and said, "My Mo Ling sect doesn't lack any spiritual herbs. If it's pills, I can consider it. But spiritual herbs, don't even think about it." "What if it's a spiritual herb that's over 100 years old?" Xiaohua finally asked. "Over 100 years?" The old man frowned and said, "That also depends on what kind of spiritual herb it is. If it's absorption fruit, exquisite grass, and the like, I definitely want it without hesitation. But if it's other spiritual herbs, I can't guarantee it." In the space behind Xiaohua's head, all the spiritual herbs were already close to 200 years old. Even the exquisite grass had sprouted. However, spiritual herbs like absorption fruit and exquisite grass were used to refine Peiyuan pill and foundation establishment pill. Not to mention that Xiaohua himself had them. Even if he wanted to take them out, he might not necessarily have the courage to do so. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Senior Liang must be joking. This junior just happened to obtain some spiritual herbs in a remote place. I only wanted to exchange them for some spirit stones. How could I have such precious things? Fellow Taoist Xiao, take them out and let me have a look. If it's possible, I will fulfill your wish. The old man didn't hold back and said with a smile. Okay, Xiaohua patted the abnormally small storage pouch on his waist. More than 10 different kinds of spiritual herbs were taken out. They were the ones that he had already chosen. Seeing these spiritual herbs, the old man's eyes lit up. He looked at them one by one and a trace of a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Seeing the old man smile, Xiaohua also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He secretly said, They must be pleasing to my eyes. Sure enough, when the old man finished looking, he smiled and said, Not bad. Fellow Taoist Xiao, although these spiritual herbs aren't the main ingredients, they're valuable in terms of age. Even in my Mo Ling sect, spiritual herbs of this age are rare. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're lucky. Hee, I don't dare. This junior has lived for so long, but this is also the first time I've encountered such a thing. Xiaohua said modestly, I wonder if these spiritual herbs, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Although these spiritual herbs aren't valuable, they can still be considered rare. I don't even come across them once a month. How can I not accept them? The old man said with a smile, I think fellow Taoist Xiao also knows that the main ingredients of a 100-years-old plant should be a mid-grade spirit stone. Although this spiritual herb isn't the main ingredient, it's a 180-years-old plant. I can also take out a mid-grade spirit stone. What do you think? A mid-grade spirit stone? Xiaohua's mouth opened. He was extremely pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that a 100-years-old spiritual herb would be so valuable. Seeing that Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised, the old man also smiled and said, Didn't you just say that fellow Taoist Xiao was lucky? Among your spiritual herbs, several of them are supplementary ingredients for my Mo Ling sect's special pills. This kind of aged spiritual herb is exactly what my sect needs. If it were other sects, they might not be able to pay such a high price. Xiaohua slightly nodded and secretly said, As expected, their reputation is pretty good. I'll have to ask Senior Liang to pay the spirit stone. Xiaohua replied. Fellow Taoist Xiao won't raise the price? The old man was obviously stunned. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. How could there be such a person? Even letting others raise the price? No, Senior Liang is so frank. Junior will also put myself in your shoes. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, What a good to put yourself in my shoes. The old man sighed with emotion. If all the loose cultivators were like you, they wouldn't. Speaking up to here, he didn't say anything else. He only waved his hand and put all the spiritual herbs into his storage pouch. Then, he took out nearly 20 mid-grade spirit stones and placed them on the counter. He said with a smile, These are I's spirit stones. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take care of them. Why are there 2 more? Xiaohua asked curiously. Are there still cultivators in this world who don't like having too many spirit stones? The old man patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, Why aren't you taking care of them? If others see this, it won't be good. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He waved his hand and put away the spirit stones. Then he looked at the old man. It's nothing. Your spiritual herbs are worth more spirit stones than these. Even I can get some benefits from them. Didn't you say it already? Putting yourself in my shoes, I think it's appropriate to give you more. The old man blinked his eyes at Xiaohua. So it's like that. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. Junior won't be polite. No need, no need. The old man waved his hand and said, Those can be considered a small token of appreciation from I. If fellow Taoist comes across such good spiritual herbs in the future, bring them all to I. I will give you an even better price. Yes, if Junior has good luck again, I'll definitely come and trade with Senior Liang again. Xiaohua said with a smile. However, he won't come again. Good luck once can be explained, but if it happens again, who would believe it? Oh, right, Junior has a question that I don't know if I should ask or not. Xiao Hua said with a smile. What do you think? The old man didn't answer directly. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, just now, I heard Senior Liang say that you know how to refine medicinal pills. Junior wants to ask, where can I get a pill furnace? Junior also wants to learn how to refine medicinal pills. You? Refine medicinal pills? The old man almost laughed out loud. After holding it in for a long time, he shook his head and said, I'm not laughing at you. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you've only just reached the second level of qi refining. Don't say that it's impossible to buy a pill furnace from a market or a shop. Although that thing costs several tens of top-grade spirit stones, it's still a priceless item. Even if you get a pill furnace, with your cultivation level, can you refine medicinal pills? I advise you to wait until you reach the fourth level of qi refining before thinking about this problem. Moreover, I refine medicinal pills. That's a secret technique passed down in my Mo Ling sect. It doesn't require any divine sense. You're a loose cultivator. Where did you get the technique? Loose cultivators refine medicinal pills? I've never heard of it. Xiao Hua's face was like water. After waiting for the old man to finish speaking, he cupped his hands and said, Many thanks for Senior Liang's guidance. Junior was enlightened after hearing it. Alas, this idea is really a bit excessive. You're still young. In the future, you might have a chance to find a sect to rely on. Maybe you'll have some good luck. The old man said with a smile. And Junior understands? Xiao Hua nodded. Soon after, he looked at the sky outside and cupped his hands in farewell. The old man also sent him off, a rare sight. Only after watching Xiao Hua walk towards the tavern did he turn around and return to Mo Ling Herb store with a smile. Xiao Hua left Mo Ling Herb store and walked along the same path back to the tavern. After walking for a while, he slightly leaned to the side and didn't see anything unusual behind him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The old man gave him a very good impression, but he didn't dare to lower his guard. Nearly 20 mid-grade spirit stones were enough to arouse the greed of others. After standing quietly for a moment, Xiao Hua finally walked towards the yellow talisman shop recommended by Fan Riguan. The yellow talisman shop was also very small, even smaller than the one Xiao Hua went to before. However, the inside of the shop could be considered lively. Several third and fourth layer aura refining cultivators were choosing items inside while discussing something. In the shop, apart from a middle-aged man with a full beard, there was only a boy in his teens who was also in the second layer of the aura refining realm accompanying several cultivators buying yellow talismans. That middle-aged man was very sturdy and looked very fierce. His cultivation level was around the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. When he saw Xiao Hua enter and saw that the boy wasn't free, he personally stepped forward and calmly asked, Fellow Taoist, are you here to buy yellow talismans? Greetings, Senior. Junior is here to buy some talisman ink, talisman paper, and talisman brushes. Xiao Hua cupped his hands respectfully and said, You aren't an individual cultivator? That middle-aged man was slightly stunned, but he immediately came to his senses and said with a smile, Sorry, I spoke too much. It's fine. Xiao Hua casually waved his hand. Oh, the items needed to make yellow talismans are all here. Fellow Taoist, please choose. That middle-aged man led Xiao Hua to the other side. Sure enough, under the wall, all kinds of talisman ink, talisman paper, and talisman brushes were neatly piled up. Chapter 1301. Why are there so many? Xiao Hua looked at the various talisman brushes and other items and couldn't help but reveal his stinginess, and he felt slightly dazzled. Xiao Hua pretended to ponder as his gaze roamed through these talisman papers for a long time, and then he said with a smile, Senior seems to have never introduced the price to me. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, Then he reluctantly stepped forward and pointed with his finger as he said with a smile, "Even though my talisman refining school isn't large, we've always conducted fair transactions. These talisman papers, talisman brushes, and talisman ink are the same price as the other shops in Jinghua City. Since fellow Taoist isn't at ease, then I'll carefully explain it to you." After that, his gaze swept past Xiaohua as he said, "This low-grade talisman paper costs 100 low-grade spirit stones per piece, mid-grade talisman paper costs 10 low-grade spirit stones per piece, and high-grade talisman paper costs 1 low-grade spirit stone per piece. Over there, a piece of low-grade talisman ink costs 1 low-grade spirit stone, a piece of mid-grade talisman ink costs 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and as for high-grade talisman ink, 1 high-grade spirit stone can only be exchanged for 1 piece." So expensive? Xiaohua was slightly surprised, as he never imagined that the price of talisman ink would be so outrageous. Then talisman brushes? The middle-aged man's tone was indifferent. Talisman brushes, low-grade talisman brushes cost 50 low-grade spirit stones per piece, mid-grade talisman brushes cost 20 mid-grade spirit stones per piece, and high-grade talisman brushes cost 10 high-grade spirit stones per piece. This? Xiaohua was depressed. He just obtained close to 20 mid-grade spirit stones and felt that his pockets were already plentiful, so he had the courage to enter the yellow talisman shop. But he never imagined that it was only more expensive and not the most expensive. Thinking about it, those 100-year-old spirit herbs of his couldn't even compare to these talisman ink and talisman brushes. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised when he saw Xiaohua remain silent. Then he thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, perhaps you want to rely on refining yellow talismans to make a breakthrough in your cultivation? However, talisman crafting isn't comparable to cultivation. These talisman papers, talisman ink, and talisman brushes all require the calm refinement of my talisman refining school's disciples. Especially the high-grade talisman brushes and ink, they're the painstaking efforts of the elders and seniors of my school. If they're sold cheaply, then how can we face our seniors? If fellow Taoist is curious, then there's no harm in purchasing some low-grade spirit stones. Then, you can carefully ask the masters of the school's talisman crafting. Perhaps you'll make some progress and it's beneficial to your cultivation." Then, the middle-aged man turned, as if he didn't intend to pay any more attention to Xiaohua. "Senior?" Xiaohua immediately called out to the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "I want to buy some low-grade talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brushes. Senior, please help me choose. This is my first time crafting talismans." "Okay. What attribute? What attribute is to talisman Taoist? Teet BBB refined Taoist? Xiao teet speak." Spirit stones to the time to the inn. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then pointed at several places and said, "This talisman paper, this talisman ink, and this talisman brush, they're quite suitable for crafting spirit stones." After he finished speaking, he hesitated a little and said, "Actually, if fellow Taoist is purely curious, then why don't you first buy some talisman papers with no attribute and ask the seniors of your school for advice? You can practice refining some simple messaging talismans first. Once you're proficient in refining, then you can refine low-grade fireball talismans. Only then, you won't waste these talisman crafting materials." "Hee, thank you, Senior. Junior already has some talisman papers, enough to refine messaging talismans. Senior, please help me choose some," Xiaohua said with a smile. Then how many do you intend to buy?" Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, the middle-aged man asked. "Junior asked for a mid-grade spirit stone from my master. Senior, please give it to me." Xiaohua naturally wouldn't choose it himself, so he could only leave it to the middle-aged man. At this moment, the people in the shop had already put the yellow talismans they bought into their storage pouches and were in the process of handing over the spirit stones. The middle-aged man had no choice but to personally choose the talisman papers for Xiaohua, a second-layer qi refining cultivator. Xiaohua was also a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't understand these things. Moreover, successfully crafting fireball talismans was related to whether or not he could join Heaven Forsaken, so he couldn't be careless. The middle-aged man's movements were very fast. In a short moment, he finished selecting the items and handed them over, saying, "Fellow Taoist, take a look and see if they're suitable." Xiaohua smiled and received them, then put them into his storage pouch. He took out a mid-grade spirit stone and handed it back, saying, "I'll have to trouble Senior. If it wasn't for the fact that Junior doesn't understand, I definitely wouldn't dare to trouble you." Hee, no matter. Seeing Xiaohua being so respectful, the man didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, smiled at Xiaohua, then turned around and left. The second layer qi refining boy had already sent off the customers. He turned around and quickly walked in front of Xiaohua. He cupped his hands and said, "Is there anything else I can do for fellow Taoist?" Looking at this boy who was younger than him but also had a higher cultivation level, Xiaohua's expression really didn't look too good. He cupped his hands and said embarrassedly, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, there's nothing else. I'll see fellow Taoist out." The boy was still polite. He didn't show the slightest bit of arrogance just because Xiaohua's cultivation level was lower than his. Xiaohua smiled and walked out of the shop. Just as he walked halfway, he suddenly frowned. He turned around and asked, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask if your shop is buying refined yellow talismans?" The boy stared blankly. Vigilance appeared on his face. He first shook his head, but then he turned around and looked at the middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man's expression didn't change. He raised his eyelids and said, "My humble shop sells yellow talismans. We naturally won't accept ordinary low-grade or mid-grade yellow talismans. If there's a senior in your sect who refined high-grade yellow talismans, I might consider it." The middle-aged man clearly regarded Xiaohua as a disciple of a cultivation sect with a senior who knew how to refine talismans. And Xiaohua slightly nodded. He was extremely disappointed in his heart. He secretly said, I just want to earn some copper coins to spend." "Why is it so hard?" "Copper coins?" Xiaohua immediately stared blankly. "It should be broken spirit stones. If fellow Taoist has a high-grade talisman, there's no harm in showing it to my master. Maybe he'll give you a good price." The boy saw Xiaohua was silent and said with a smile, "Oh, generally speaking, how many spirit stones is a high-grade yellow talisman worth?" Xiaohua casually asked while walking. "It's hard to say. It also depends on the attribute of the yellow talisman." The boy also casually replied, "If it's a fireball talisman, freezing talisman, or other offensive yellow talismans, it's around 40 to 80 low-grade spirit stones. If it's a defensive yellow talisman like an iron cloak talisman or a vajra talisman, it's around 1 to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. This depends on the quality of the yellow talisman." "And I understand." Xiaohua silently nodded. His grand plan of relying on making yellow talismans to make a fortune was completely sealed. How sad. It seems that I can only use spirit herbs to exchange for spirit stones. After leaving the yellow talisman shop, the sky had already darkened. There weren't too many people on the street. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly walked towards the inn. However, he hadn't walked a few steps when he met a person wearing a strange cloak. He very abruptly appeared from the side, giving Xiaohua a fright. He immediately stopped and carefully stood to the side. Only after that person left did Xiaohua slightly tilt his head. He looked at the somewhat fuzzy back and muttered, "Why did we meet again?" "What did you meet, little fellow?" A very wooden voice sounded from behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and jumped up. When he turned around to look, a cloaked person appeared behind him like a ghost. "Senior, Junior." Junior saw that it was already late and hurriedly ran towards the inn. But just now I saw a senior who looked like you very calmly coming to the street, so I was extremely astonished." Xiaohua stuttered and didn't hide anything. "And quickly hide back in the inn, little fellow." The cloaked person laughed loudly. His body suddenly floated up and quickly flew forward. "Isn't flying prohibited?" Xiaohua was stunned. However, he only had doubts in his heart. He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly returned along the road he came from. He knew that he couldn't remember the direction. If it was even late at night, it would be even more difficult to find the inn. Fortunately, the few shops recommended by the waiter were not far away. Xiaohua also didn't have to spend too much effort to return to the inn. Once he entered the inn, Xiaohua hurriedly looked for the waiter. Unfortunately, the one who met him wasn't Fan Riguan, but another waiter. "Senior Immortal, do you need a place to stay?" The waiter warmly welcomed him. "Oh, I have already stayed." Where is Fan Riguan?" Xiaohua looked up and asked. "Oh, Senior Immortal must be Taoist Master Xiao." The waiter's face was full of smiles as he said, "Brother Fan has an urgent matter at home today. It just so happens that a Senior Immortal is going to take a shuttle to the west side of the city tonight. He earnestly asked that Senior Immortal to bring him home. Oh right, before he left, Brother Fan also told me to properly serve Taoist Master Xiao." "Does Taoist Master Xiao have any business?" "No." Xiaohua slapped his forehead. Was there even a need to say it? This Fan Riguan must have been impatient after receiving Xiaohua's parasol pill. He couldn't wait until tomorrow to rush home. When did Fan Riguan leave?" Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. "I'm afraid it was an hour ago." That was because the sky wasn't dark yet. Xiaohua's heart chilled. From what he heard, that was the time when he had just left the inn. Ah, what a coincidence. Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. "I hope it's as fellow Taoist Liang said. The medicinal effect of this parasol pill can be endured by the physique of a mortal. Admittedly, the parasol pill can only heal injuries and can't treat Fan Riguan's mother's illness. However, it can't take her life. Taoist Master Xiao, do you have business with Brother Fan?" The waiter was very quick-witted. He smiled apologetically and said, "The Senior Immortal who went to the west side of the city will return at noon tomorrow. Brother Fan should also be coming back with him. If it's not urgent, Taoist Master Xiao can wait until noon tomorrow." "If it's urgent, there's no harm in telling me." It's fine, Xiaohua waved his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He stopped and said, "That's right, just now I saw a lot of people wearing cloaks on the street. What's up with these cloaks?" Chapter 1302. Cloak? The waiter was stunned at first, then he understood and smiled. "That cloak is used by the immortals. How would I know what it is? I only know a little bit about its origin." "Please enlighten me." Xiaohua cupped his hands. I wouldn't dare. Taoist Master Xiao, you're too polite." The waiter had obviously never received such courtesy and was very flattered. He quickly bowed and said, "This cloak is used by the immortals to hide their identity. Taoist Master Xiao must know that in this Jinghua city, there are disciples under City Lord Lu to protect the safety of the city. All the immortals are not allowed to fight. As soon as they are discovered, they will immediately send out a law enforcement team to punish them. If their cultivation is high, City Lord Lu and Old Ancestor Mu may have to personally take action. In that case, no matter how high the immortals' cultivation is, they will still have to take their lives." "So that's how it is." Xiaohua nodded slightly. No wonder Qing Fengmin and the others were so careful outside Jinghua City. As soon as they entered Jinghua City, they immediately dared to speak loudly and were not afraid of anything. With 2 Midyuanying stage-old monsters keeping watch here, no one would dare to mess around. However, was that really the case? Xiaohua unconsciously thought of Lan Li Sec's third elder, Taoist Master Mingjue. The waiter continued, "Although no one is causing trouble in Jinghua City, but if the immortals are targeted by other immortals, they will still have the opportunity to catch up to them once they leave Jinghua City. Therefore, the best way is to not be targeted. Therefore, our country Shi's Qiqiao sect refined this cloak specially used by the immortals." "Oh, Taoist Master Xiao, this cloak has a nice name. It's called Mystic Cloak. With this Mystic Cloak, no matter what you do, no one will be able to tell who you are." I heard that the immortals have different cultivation levels. but only the immortals with high cultivation levels can see through the cultivation of the immortals with low cultivation levels. As for their faces and such, it is still extremely difficult to see clearly. Qiqiao sect? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Is that one of the 3 major cultivation sects in the country of Xi? Taoist Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable. It's that 7 skills sect. Even my Jinghua city doesn't dare to neglect them. The waiter gave a thumbs up as if Xiao Hua was truly experienced and knowledgeable. Jinghua city, 7 skills sect. Xiao Hua abruptly came to a realization and said to himself, Isn't Jinghua city the same as a cultivation sect and a cultivation clan, an existence? What was the difference between a city, a grand formation, and the Yellow Flower Ridge and the sect protection grand formation? It was just that the form was a little different. This Jinghua city wasn't just a little bit stronger than Shanghuaming and Hundred Herbs Gate. For such a huge city like Jinghua city to be so wary of the 3 major sects of the country of Xi, then just how powerful are the 3 major sects? Of course, with the emergence of this maze, many sects have also introduced their own maze. However, the purpose is the same, but the effect is very different. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's ears perked up, but at this time, the waiter started to show off again. Taoist Master Xiao, you don't know. Previously, there was an immortal elder in Mayan who did not listen to this little one's advice and bought a shabby one for a cheap price. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This waiter was much more talkative than Fan Riguan. He talked for a long time, only talking about the different functions and advantages of the different Mai Ming, and also showing off his own recommendations. However, he didn't mention the price of the Mai Ming or where to buy it. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Hua could not bear it anymore. He coughed twice and said, Brother waiter, I'm tired. Let's not listen to this for now. Let's talk again tomorrow when we have time. As he spoke, he walked inside. The waiter was stunned and chased after him. This little one is not finished yet. That Xiao Hua suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly. His face was expressionless as he said, Is there anything else? Waiter. The waiter looked at Xiao Hua's face and suddenly shuddered. He retreated 2 steps and waved his hand, saying, No, this little one has nothing else to say. Please rest. Xiao Hua slightly snorted, then turned around and walked to the door of the room. He stuck the yellow talisman on the door, and the restriction on the room opened. Xiao Hua stepped inside, and a faint light flashed, and the door disappeared again, leaving behind the waiter who was looking at him in a panic. After a long while, he finally left in embarrassment. Sigh, people are the most greedy. How can this little one not understand what this waiter is thinking? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly in the room and said to himself, This Fan Riguan is also too much. If you want to leave, just leave. He even said to let this guy serve me well. Isn't this clearly telling him that I gave you the medicinal pill? How can this guy not covet it? Sometimes you can't be a good person. Xiao Hua was quite uncomfortable. After calming his heart, Xiao Hua took out the newly purchased foreshadowing brush, talisman ink, and talisman paper from his storage pouch. He also placed the talisman paper that Ma Qingqing gave him on the ground. Looking at the restriction that had been activated all around the room, Xiao Hua took out the Fireball Talisman booklet that Qing Fengmin gave him. After he carefully read the refining method of the Fireball Talisman in the booklet, he wrinkled his brows and put the booklet away. Sigh, no wonder. Senior Qing still wants to find a talisman maker to examine it. Refining the Fireball Talisman and refining the Transmitting Talisman are 2 completely different things. Refining the Fireball Talisman requires a talisman brush, talisman ink, and talisman paper. Refining the Transmitting Talisman only requires talisman paper. Even if I can easily refine the Transmitting Talisman, it can only mean that I have some talent in making yellow talismans. It simply doesn't mean that I can refine yellow talismans. Thinking, Xiao Hua took one of the talisman papers that Ma Qingqing gave him. Closing his eyes, he carefully recalled the talisman-making techniques that he had learned during the day. When he had confidence, his fingers didn't break, and threads of magic power were sent out. After a few techniques, a poch sound was heard. Xiaohua didn't conceal his cultivation and sent out all of his magic power. A crimson-red transmitting talisman was successfully refined. This transmitting talisman seems to be different from the one last time. Xiaohua held the transmitting talisman in his hand, a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. His eyes carefully looked at it. He discovered that although the talismans on the transmitting talisman looked simple and crude, they seemed to be interlocked. The few talismans appeared to be vivid and lifelike. It was obviously not on the same level as the one he refined this morning. This young master actually has the talent to refine yellow talismans. Even if I become a loose cultivator, I'm afraid I won't starve to death. For the first time, Xiaohua had confidence in his own prospects. However, presumably this is related to the profoundness of my magic power. The one I refined this morning only used 10% of my magic power. This time, I used 100% of my magic power. If this young master directly reached foundation establishment, then wouldn't the yellow talismans I refined be even more powerful? Xiaohua thought to himself. Therefore, the advancement of my realm is still the most important. Soon after, Xiaohua also refined several of those blank transmitting talismans. Although blank transmitting talismans were more difficult to refine than his own transmitting talismans, in Xiaohua's opinion, it was only a matter of carefully controlling his magic power to not let his magic power exceed a certain limit. This way, the transmitting talisman wouldn't leave behind the mark of a talisman maker. Of course, it would become a blank yellow talisman. It was far easier than what Ma Qingqing said. This transmitting talisman, no matter how I look at it, it's 100 times better than those blank transmitting talismans that Fu Zhan sent. Unfortunately, they actually don't accept yellow talismans. It's really annoying. Forget it, I'd better hurry up and refine the fireball talisman. This is the key to joining Heaven Forsaken. First, he spread out the rough talisman paper that Ma Qingqing gave him on the ground. Using his magic power, Xiaohua melted the ink into a smalt. According to the formula on the small booklet, the melted ink floated in midair. Then he took out the talisman brush and closed his eyes for a moment. With a shake of his hand, he poured his magic power into the talisman brush. Soon after, the end of the talisman brush touched the ink. Without the slightest pause, like flowing water, he drew the talisman that he had memorized many times on the talisman paper. Unfortunately, this talisman drawn with a talisman brush was far less convenient than the talisman used to refine a transmission talisman. Xiaohua had only just spent 2 strokes when the talisman quickly reached his wrist. His transcendence energy was somewhat stagnant and he immediately knew that things were not good. Before he could think of a solution, the talisman paper burned with a bang. Xiaohua's first time refining a yellow talisman could be considered to have ended in failure. Like I said, if yellow talismans were as easy to refine as I did this morning, the talisman crafting masters in the country of Xi would already be everywhere. Would there still be a need for each sect to specially nurture them? Even Heaven Forsaken wouldn't specially set a rule for talisman crafting masters that didn't need to contribute their cultivation method. I, after all, am not a genius. Xiaohua inwardly pondered. He also remembered what Ma Qingqing said. Every talisman crafting master had to practice for a long time before they could become familiar with it and successfully refine each yellow talisman. Therefore, he wasn't the slightest bit discouraged. He closed his eyes and carefully pondered over the mistakes in his technique just now. Only then did he pick up the talisman brush again. He couldn't help but admire Xiaohua's perseverance and perseverance. Only someone like him who could stagnate at the first level of qi refining for 3 years and use 12 years of transcendence energy to reach the second level of qi refining in half a year, a cultivator, had tried dozens of times on the simplest fireball talisman. Even after using up all the talisman papers Ma Qingqing gave him, he still couldn't successfully refine a single fireball talisman. Seeing the last talisman paper turn into ashes, Xiaohua's complexion didn't change. He didn't frown and put down the talisman brush. His palms facing the sky, he carefully pondered. It seems, when the transcendence energy passes through the talisman brush, It can't perfectly coordinate with my hand gestures? It seems, through the talisman brush, the amount of transcendence energy can't be controlled? It could also be talisman paper, or it could also be talisman ink. After thinking through all the possibilities, Xiaohua somewhat helplessly looked at the low-grade talisman paper, talisman brush, and talisman ink in front of him. Could it be the reason for these talisman crafting materials? That only high-grade talisman brushes can better control the transcendence energy? That only high-grade talisman paper can withstand the mutation of transcendence energy? And that only high-grade talisman ink can better fuse the transcendence energy within? Xiaohua's thoughts were indeed correct. These were the differences between high-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade talismans, but did Xiaohua have the spirit stones to buy those high-grade talisman papers? All of a sudden, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Chapter 1303. When Xiaohua's gaze fell on the other talisman papers he bought from the refining talisman school, his eyes unconsciously lit up. These are talisman papers specially refined by the refining talisman school. Aren't they much stronger than the talisman papers refined by Senior Ma? If I use these talisman papers, I should be able to succeed. Xiaohua didn't hurry to start refining. He first closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He circulated Shang Hua Ming's Qi refinement stage 2 cultivation method in his meridians a few times, replenishing the magic power he used to refine dozens of yellow talismans in one go. Only then did he open his eyes. The magic power required to refine yellow talismans is considerable. I've only tried dozens of times, but I didn't succeed even once. I actually used up 80% of the magic power in my body. Without magic power cultivation, I really can't succeed. Xiaohua took a deep breath and took out the talisman brush again. He controlled a thread of magic power with extreme precision and slowly sent it into the talisman brush. Then, just like before, he touched the talisman ink and sent his magic power into it. With a shake of his wrist, he drew the talismans that he couldn't be more familiar with on the unfolded talisman paper stroke by stroke. Hiss, a light sound was heard. This time, he drew more talismans than the previous dozens of times. However, after reaching a certain point, the incomplete yellow talismans still emitted green smoke without mercy. Following the green smoke, the entire talisman paper turned into a ball of flame. It shone brightly for a moment, then turned into a pile of ashes. Sigh, Xiaohua was speechless. He put down the talisman brush in his hand. He stood up with his hands behind his back and quietly stared at the slightly flickering wall. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue trying, but the previous dozens of times already told him that as long as he failed in this place, even if he tried a few more times, it wouldn't be much better than this. Why is that? Didn't the talisman master of the refining talisman school also say that? I can use these talisman papers, talisman ink, and talisman brushes to practice refining fireball talismans. These talisman crafting materials are also specialized in making fire-type yellow talismans. If I can't succeed, there's no reason for them to give it to me. Moreover, this fireball talisman is a low-level yellow talisman. Even if it's a special talisman paper, compared to the talisman paper Senior Ma gave me, it's still. I can't buy high-grade talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brushes for this fireball talisman. Xiaohua thought to himself, if it's like this, even if I can craft fireball talismans, then how would Heaven Forsaken view it? Although they didn't mention anything about talisman crafting materials, using a high-grade material to craft a low-grade fireball talisman, don't feel embarrassed? It's so difficult. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He sat down cross-legged, put everything into his storage bag, and closed his eyes to cultivate. At this time, it was already night. The starlight followed the fluctuations of tracing light in Xiaohua's mind and projected onto his body, slowly seeping into his meridians and body. Furthermore, there was an extremely large amount of starlight surrounding Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace, slowly seeping into it with great difficulty. Suddenly, that cocoon-like starlight suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. He flew away while shouting, How could I be so foolish? Since I can easily craft a message talisman using a technique, and I can also easily imitate the sect master's technique for refining pills, why did I insist on using that talisman brush? That toy. Although it can replace fingers and pass magic power through the talisman brush, it's very easy to control. But for me, I seem to be born with a very good control over magic power. When I form a technique, why do I have to be like other people and pass magic power through the talisman brush? Xiaohua laughed heartily. He formed a technique and melted a piece of talisman ink once again. After pondering for a while, he tapped his finger on the talisman ink. Then he placed his hand on the talisman paper. His 10 fingers urged magic power, and he drew the talisman ink on the talisman paper according to the fireball talisman's inscription. In a short moment, a fireball talisman was drawn by Xiaohua. Yes, it was drawn, and definitely not refined. The fireball talisman was stuck on the talisman paper. The thickness was uneven. Although the lines were all extremely correct, but the talisman paper was still talisman paper, and the talisman ink was still talisman ink. What is this? Xiaohua looked at the thing he made by slapping his head, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, a poof sound rang out. All of the talisman ink wrapped in magic power dissipated without a trace. Only a blank talisman paper was left, completely undamaged. Was I wrong? Xiaohua frowned. He seemed to have thought of something, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't grasp the clue. In the end, where did I go wrong? Xiaohua stood up and paced back and forth in the room. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua suddenly stopped and said to himself, I drew the fireball talisman, but when I used my finger to draw on the talisman paper, the thickness is uneven. I can't form a real talisman. The reason for the uneven thickness is that the time my finger touches the talisman paper is different. Although my magic power can be finely controlled, touching the talisman paper requires many times of practice to become proficient. That's right. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, I was wrong again. Since I can't draw the talisman on the talisman paper at the same time, why can't I draw the talisman on the outside of the talisman paper and then directly inscribe it on the talisman paper? But, in the small book that Senior Qing gave me, there was no such spell. Suddenly, Xiaohua's hand involuntarily waved. A series of spells that seemed unfamiliar to Xiaohua, but he felt extremely familiar with, came out of his hand. Moreover, compared to the fireball talisman spell, this spell was even more profound and obscure. It was to the point that it was a completely different type of spell. This is the spell to inscribe the talisman onto the talisman paper? Xiaohua had some understanding in his heart. Suppressing the unparalleled excitement in his heart, Xiaohua took a deep breath, dipped his finger in talisman ink, and drew the fireball talisman. After the practice just now, and trying out even more profound talismans, this fireball talisman appeared extremely simple. In just a moment, Xiaohua used talisman ink to draw a complete fireball talisman out of thin air. Soon after, Xiaohua's fingers moved in succession. It was the spell that he had just thought of. After the spell was completed, Xiaohua pushed his hand and reprimanded, "Quick!" A crisp sound rang out. The fireball talisman in the air landed on the talisman paper, making a sound. A yellow fireball talisman was born. This really succeeded. This is truly inconceivable. Xiaohua saw that the fireball talisman was actually successfully refined. He didn't dare to believe his eyes. When he picked up the fireball talisman, he was even more stunned. His eyes were practically about to pop out of their sockets. High-grade fireball talisman? Xiaohua couldn't help but rub his eyes, carefully looking at the fireball talisman in his hand. There's no mistake, it's really a fireball talisman. Compared to the high-grade fireball talisman Senior Bai showed me, the talismans are even more detailed. the fire-type spiritual energy contained inside the talisman is even more powerful. If this fireball talisman isn't a high-grade one, the yellow talisman shop of the Fujian sect will be smashed by others. Countless thoughts flashed through Xiaohua's mind. Even if I can refine a fireball talisman, but I can't directly refine a high-grade fireball talisman. At best, a low-grade fireball talisman would be pretty good. Don't tell me that I relied on my own hand technique just now, right? Since I can discard this talisman brush, then, this talisman ink and talisman paper, can I also discard it? Although I don't know if it's possible, I feel that it's indeed possible. Xiaohua frowned again. He sat down on the ground, not paying attention to the fireball talisman floating in the air. He closed his eyes and started to ponder. But if I don't use the talisman ink, what can I use to imprison the magical power on the talisman paper? If I don't have the talisman paper, what can I use to carry the magical power and produce the talisman? There must be. It's just that I don't know. Or rather, I can't remember. With his eyes closed, Xiaohua looked at the reverse light in the space behind his head. I don't know when I'll be able to retrieve my memories from this reverse light. At that time, I'll probably know about my life and this talisman crafting technique. After a long while, Xiaohua's joy of successfully refining the fireball talisman was diluted by his emotions of not being able to find his memories. Xiaohua simply turned his 5 hearts to the sky and silently operated Shang Huaming's cultivation technique. He adjusted his emotions to the state of being unintentional. Only then did his face sink. His eyes were calm. He waved his hands, dipped them in talisman ink, and drew 2 identical fireball talismans in the air. Then, his hands formed hand seals and waved at the same time. Ka-ka! 2 crisp sounds rang out. 2 high-grade fireball talismans were produced at the same time. Only when the 2 high-grade yellow talismans were produced at the same time did Xiaohua retract his hands. He placed his hands in front of his eyes and turned them back and forth several times. Then his 10 fingers moved slightly, appearing extremely nimble. This kind of dexterous hand seal was absolutely innate. It was also what Xiaohua possessed before he lost his memories. It had nothing to do with Shang Huaming and Yellow Flower Ridge. In any case, I refined it myself. Why should I care about what's going on? At this moment, Xiaohua was extremely calm. He believed that as time passed, there would definitely be even more astonishing things happening to him. Everything that happened now was merely a prelude. Although Xiaohua was in the early stage of the second layer of the qi refining realm, the magic power in his body was extremely vigorous. It was absolutely not something that cultivators of the same level could compare to. Just now, he had refined 3 high-grade fireball talismans. He practically didn't consume much magic power, far less than using talisman brushes. Next, Xiaohua also wanted to refine the talisman ink and talisman paper he bought from the refining talisman school's shop into fireball talismans in one go. However, he spent a mid-grade spirit stone in the shop and a low-grade talisman brush cost 50 low-grade spirit stones. That middle-aged cultivator also gave Xiaohua 30 pieces of low-grade talisman ink and 2,000 blank low-grade talisman papers. According to that middle-aged cultivator's estimation, these 2,000 low-grade talisman papers would be enough for Xiaohua to practice his craft. Unfortunately, he never imagined that Xiaohua's talisman crafting technique would be so inconceivable. Apart from wasting all the blank talisman papers Ma Qingqing gave him, there were also several pieces of talisman paper he bought in the beginning that were wasted. Afterwards, there were practically no wasted talisman papers. Therefore, after Xiaohua used up all 30 pieces of talisman ink and refined more than 300 high-grade fireball talismans, there were still more than 1,000 blank low-grade talisman papers left. Chapter 1304. What made Xiaohua the happiest wasn't that he refined over 300 high-grade fireball talismans, but rather, the growth of his magic power. Speaking of which, the magic power within Xiaohua's body was far stronger than those of the same stage, but his realm was only at the second level of qi refinement, so of course it wasn't enough to support the refinement of over 300 fireball talismans. After Xiaohua refined several dozen fireball talismans, the magic power within his body was completely exhausted, and he couldn't continue. He could only stop and use Shang Huaming's qi refinement technique to regulate his breathing and restore his magic power. At the beginning, he didn't think much of it, but in the end, after he used up all the talisman ink, he checked the magic power within his body. This mere night of refining talismans actually increased his magic power by more than 3 days of pure cultivation. Xiaohua unconsciously raised his head and laughed heartily. The heavenly law is the most fair. Although the growth of my magic power is slow and the growth of my realm is even more difficult, even refining a fireball talisman that can earn spirit stones can increase my magic power. What can I complain about? For a moment, Xiaohua's mood was free from worry. He felt that there were no more difficult things in this world. Even if there was a mountain of danger, there would certainly be a path to the mountain. I refined yellow talismans for an entire night. I'm afraid it's already morning. I don't know if Fan Riguan has returned or not. His mother is fine. Xiaohua suddenly thought of Fan Riguan and felt very uneasy for rashly giving him a parasol pill. Removing the restriction in the room, Xiaohua walked out of the room and into the hall. He met the waiter who came to greet him. It was the same waiter from yesterday. Greetings, Senior Immortal. Are you going out? It's already afternoon. If you still want to stay here tonight, I'm afraid you'll have to pay the spirit stones for the night first. The waiter's tone was the same, but it was less enthusiastic. Afternoon. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and looked at the sky. Of course, the sun hanging high in the sky was already leaning south. Has Fan Riguan returned? Xiaohua immediately asked. Senior Immortal, please know that Brother Fan hasn't returned yet. Didn't you say yesterday that he would return at noon today? Xiaohua thought to himself. I don't know. The waiter replied respectfully. I see. Xiaohua wanted to ask where Fan Riguan's home was, but after thinking about it, if Fan Riguan's mother had taken the parasol pill and lost her life, then it would have happened last night. Even if he found his home now, what use would it be? Xiaohua was filled with regret. He patted his storage pouch and handed the remaining 9 low-grade spirit stones to the waiter. He said, after I leave, I'll hand over these low-grade spirit stones to the counter when I come back. However, when the waiter saw this, his face revealed a troubled expression. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Immortal Elder, please don't make things difficult for me. If you want to give me 10 spirit stones, just give me 10 spirit stones. 9 spirit stones. The counter doesn't allow you to take them. Furthermore, it's still early in the evening. Before the sky turns dark, the array in the room won't change. Senior Immortal, you only need to return before your immortal talisman loses its effect and hand over the 10 spirit stones. Actually, if there's nothing in your house, it doesn't matter even if the array in your house fails. You just need to come back at night and ask the shopkeeper to give you a new talisman. Oh, Xiaohua understood. He nodded and said, I understand. As he said this, he put the spirit stones into his storage pouch and walked out without looking back. Yesterday, he didn't have any spirit stones in his pouch, so he had no choice but to look around. Today, he already had 20 mid-grade spirit stones in his pouch. Wouldn't he be able to stay wherever he went? Why should he be restricted to this place? Moreover, he had already noticed the slight change in the waiter's attitude. He felt shameless in his heart, so he didn't feel like saying half a word more. After leaving the inn, Xiaohua pondered for a while. He wasn't sure which yellow talisman shop he should go to. After thinking for a while, he came up with an excuse in his mind. Only then did he walk straight to the Refining Talisman School's middle-aged cultivator's yellow talisman shop. Normally, it should be afternoon right now, so there should be customers. However, when Xiaohua entered, the shop was empty. There was only a second-layer aura refining boy holding a thin booklet in his hand, reading it with rapt attention. When the boy heard the sound of footsteps, he immediately raised his head and put away the booklet. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist." When he saw Xiaohua's face and knew he came yesterday, he became even more enthusiastic. "So it's fellow Taoist. You just came to my small shop yesterday. What do you need today?" Xiaohua looked left and right and asked curiously, "Yesterday, I saw a lot of customers in your shop. Now, why is there no one here?" The boy stared at Xiaohua, not knowing what he meant. A moment later, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Maybe it's because the weather is hot and people are sleepy. They're all taking an afternoon nap." "Afternoon nap?" Xiaohua pinched his nose. He knew this boy was being perfunctory, so he nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist is right." The boy was a bit impatient. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I bought a lot of talisman-making materials yesterday. I'm afraid they won't be used for a long time. Did you come today to buy yellow talismans?" Upon seeing this, Xiaohua said with a smile, "In my school, there are masters with profound cultivation who can refine yellow talismans. I don't need to always come to buy them." "Then why did fellow Taoist come?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "I don't know if your shop has a talisman refining technique. I want to buy it and study it." "Talisman refining technique?" The boy was stunned. Soon after, disdain appeared on his face as he replied, "Fellow Taoist, since your school has masters with profound cultivation who can refine yellow talismans, you naturally have a talisman refining technique. Why are you coveting my talisman refining schools? Could it be that fellow Taoist is making fun of I?" The boy was much younger than Xiaohua and his cultivation was deeper than Xiaohua's. He had long looked down on Xiaohua in his heart. Now that he heard Xiaohua's thoughts, he became even angrier and his tone became a bit more angry. "Heh, I just want to compare them for reference." Xiaohua didn't get angry and said with a smile, "Does your shop have them or not?" "How is that possible?" The boy was somewhat flustered and exasperated. "The talisman refining technique is my talisman refining school's most precious inheritance. How could it be placed in the shop for sale? Did you get stimulated at the e-bazaar in the south of the city and came to my shop to make fun of me?" "E-bazaar?" Xiaohua was stunned and said inwardly, "What is this place?" Before Xiaohua could open his mouth, he heard someone berate behind the boy. "Qing Miao, is this how you speak to a customer?" When Xiaohua raised his head to look, it was precisely that middle-aged cultivator. His expression was also somewhat displeased as he walked out from inside. "Senior martial brother?" The boy turned his face and said with extreme grievance, "This guy. I'm afraid he came to cause trouble." "Fellow Taoist." That middle-aged cultivator should have also heard the conversation between the two. He walked closer and cupped his hands. "Within my talisman refining school's shop, we only sell yellow talismans and talisman refining materials. We don't sell talisman refining techniques. Within all the shops within Jingpa City, there's also no talisman refining techniques for sale. If fellow Taoist wants to look, you should go to the e-bazaar in the south of the city and try your luck. Perhaps you can even exchange for talisman refining techniques." "Talisman?" Xiaohua's heart stirred, then he said with a smile on his face, "Senior, please calm down. I was only joking with fellow Taoist. Don't take it seriously." That middle-aged cultivator's gaze flickered. His expression didn't change, and his tone was still indifferent as he asked, then, "Fellow Taoist, why have you come to my humble shop again?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's nothing much. I have 2 matters to discuss with Senior." "What 2 matters?" The middle-aged cultivator was somewhat baffled. Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and took out the talisman brush from within. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This talisman brush? Junior used it last night, but forget it. Junior isn't afraid of making a fool of himself in front of Senior. Yesterday, I bought some talisman papers and other materials to refine fireball talismans from your esteemed shop. Last night, I was idle and had nothing to do, so I asked the elders of my school to give me pointers on the refining method. But I refined it for a long time and still couldn't refine one." Xiaohua hadn't finished speaking when the boy at the side burst out laughing. He covered his mouth and was practically about to bend over. Ching meow. The middle-aged cultivator wasn't surprised at all. He only coldly berated, "What face do you have to laugh at me? You don't even have the guts to refine it." Soon after, he cupped his hands towards the embarrassed Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me." Fellow Taoist, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Even though the fireball talisman is a low-level yellow talisman, it's still a true offensive yellow talisman. It can't be compared to a supplementary yellow talisman like a messaging talisman. Fellow Taoist cultivation is still shallow. Being able to have the guts to refine it and not be afraid of failure is already commendable. Cough cough, my school's elders also said this, so. Xiao Hua awkwardly looked at the talisman brush in his hand and said, "This talisman brush? Junior hasn't used it much. Do you think? Can I return it to Senior?" That middle-aged cultivator didn't expect that Xiao Hua actually came to return the talisman brush. He unconsciously hesitated. Actually, even though this talisman brush is a low-level one, it's still refined by my talisman refining school. There's no harm in fellow Taoist keeping it first. It won't be too late to use it after a few years when your cultivation has increased. Senior, Xiao Hua pleaded, "This talisman brush? I'm afraid Junior won't be able to use it for over 10 years. There's no need to talk about talisman paper and talisman ink, they aren't worth much spirit stones. My other senior martial brothers can also use them, but this talisman brush. Senior martial brothers all have it. Wait until Junior's cultivation has deepened in the future, then I'll come back to your store to buy a high-grade talisman brush. What do you think?" "You're so unreasonable." The boy at the side jumped up. "If your cultivation isn't enough, then don't try to show off. Since you bought it and can't use it, you still want to return it. How can disciples of large sects like you all be so overbearing?" Qing Miao, the middle-aged cultivator, couldn't help but berate, "Shut up." Then he smiled apologetically at Xiao Hua. "Fellow Taoist, if this talisman brush is useless, then you can return it. But since you've already used it, forgive my store for being unable to do anything." "Oh? Since it's like this?" Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Since it's like this, then?" Junior also has nothing to say. "Sigh, I originally wanted to talk about a good matter with your store. Let's stop here." That middle-aged man's eyes slightly moved, and he asked, "I wonder if fellow Taoist, the second matter you mentioned just now is?" Xiao Hua slightly spun the talisman brush in his hand, and said with a smile, "The first matter still hasn't come to an end, so of course there isn't a second matter." Looking at Xiao Hua's almost rascal appearance, the middle-aged cultivator wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. He took the talisman brush, carefully looked at it, and nodded, saying, "Fellow Taoist is right. This talisman brush has only been used 20 or so times. It can also be considered new. This new bite is very heavy." Xiao Hua's face was embarrassed, yet he revealed a trace of a smile. "Fellow Taoist wants to return it like this, then I will also help fellow Taoist." The middle-aged cultivator said somewhat helplessly, "However, a new talisman brush costs 50 low-grade spirit stones. If my humble store wants to return it, I can only return 30 to fellow Taoist." "So little." Xiao Hua's face revealed displeasure, and he pointed at the talisman brush and said, "Didn't Senior also say it? This talisman brush has only been used 20 times, and it's still very new. Fellow Taoist, not to mention that this talisman brush has only been used 20 times, even if it's only been used once, fellow Taoist's magic power has already contaminated this talisman brush. Say, if it's fellow Taoist, would you still buy this talisman brush?" The middle-aged cultivator said with a chuckle. Xiao Hua's face was somewhat hesitant, and he thought for a moment, then said, "How about this, Senior, spare me another 10 high-grade talisman papers?" "Fellow Taoist, don't push your luck. If fellow Taoist doesn't agree, then please take back this talisman brush." The middle-aged cultivator's face slightly changed. "Cough cough, forget it, forget it. Since Senior has spoken like this, then I'll do as Senior says." When Xiaohua saw this, he hurriedly waved his hand, and he immediately placed his hand behind his back, looking like he wouldn't accept the talisman brush even if the middle-aged cultivator gave it to him. Umph! The middle-aged cultivator snorted from his nose, and he threw the talisman brush towards the boy, then said, "Qingmiao, this talisman brush can be considered a gift from senior brother to you. When you refine talismans in the future, you must remember senior brother's kindness." "Yes, senior brother." The boy happily received it, but the middle-aged cultivator's next sentence caused him to immediately cry. "These 30 low-grade spirit stones will be deducted from your salary." Soon after, the middle-aged cultivator cupped his hands and said, "I wonder what fellow Taoist's second good thing is." "Hee," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Senior said yesterday that if Junior has high-grade yellow talismans, your shop can purchase them for 1 medium-grade spirit stone." The middle-aged cultivator's brows slightly wrinkled, and he corrected, "It's 40 to 80 low-grade spirit stones, not 1 medium-grade spirit stone." Soon after, he said disapprovingly, "Could it be that fellow Taoist has high-grade yellow talismans?" "That's right," Xiaohua said proudly. "Yesterday, the elders of my sect guided Junior's cultivation, and I refined some high-grade fireball talismans. I wonder if Senior is interested in purchasing them?" Hearing Xiaohua's words, the middle-aged cultivator who originally thought that there was something good immediately deflated. Of course, a high-grade fireball talisman is worth 50 to 100 low-grade spirit stones in his shop, and if he buys them from Xiaohua, it's only 40 to 80 low-grade spirit stones. He can only earn a difference of 10 to 20 low-grade spirit stones at most. Can this be considered a good thing? The middle-aged cultivator originally wanted to refuse, but thinking about how he just received the talisman brush returned by Xiaohua, and how Xiaohua said yesterday that the shop can purchase them, he could only weakly say, "Fellow Taoist, please take out the fireball talismans refined by your sect's elders for me to take a look. I have already said, if they aren't high-grade fireball talismans. Oh, if the number is too small, am also not interested." Chapter 1305. Hee. Hearing the middle-aged cultivator agree, Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't care about the embarrassment and displeasure on the middle-aged cultivator's face. He slapped his hand and took out a fireball talisman he refined from his storage pouch. He handed it over and said with a smile, "Senior, please appraise this. Is this a high-grade fireball talisman?" "You bastard, you still want my senior brother to appraise it? So you don't know this is a high-grade fireball talisman." The boy at the side had already jumped up and said in exasperation. Presumably, he was still regretting his 30 low-grade spirit stone salary. "I'll let fellow Taoist know. Fellow Taoist's cultivation is higher than I's, and you're also cultivating in the refining talisman school. I wonder, when did you see a high-grade yellow talisman?" Xiaohua asked back without hesitation. The boy called Qing Miao was speechless. Xiaohua's words had hit his weak spot. Although he was a disciple of the refining talisman school, his cultivation was only at the second level of the Qi refinement school. In the school, he belonged to the type with low cultivation. Because he didn't have any future in the area of cultivation and talisman crafting, he was sent to Jinghua City to be a shop assistant. Although he usually had a salary of spirit stones, his cultivation was still far inferior to his other senior brothers. Therefore, not to mention that he saw a high-grade yellow talisman very late, even a middle-grade yellow talisman was only seen in this shop in Jinghua City. The middle-aged cultivator took the fireball talisman from Xiaohua and casually glanced at it. His ears heard the two people bickering, and he couldn't help but be enraged. Just as he was about to berate them, his face suddenly changed. His hands slightly trembled and he hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist? What's wrong? Senior, could it be that this isn't a high-grade fireball talisman?" Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed. He only roughly glanced at the appearance of a high-grade yellow talisman in the talisman school's shop. He wasn't completely sure in his heart. "No, it's not." The middle-aged cultivator steadied his mind and cupped his hands while holding the fireball talisman. I am the Refining Talisman School's Tian Haoguang. Fellow Taoist, what's your name? Seeing Tian Haoguang introduce himself, Xiaohua's heart blossomed with joy. He smiled and cupped his hands. Senior Tian is Junior Xiao. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao. Tian Haoguang was very polite at this time and said, I didn't expect. Alas, I was really rude. Based on what Senior Tian said, I didn't reveal any of my identity. Has Senior been rude? Xiaohua's eyes turned as he said with a light smile. Oh, if fellow Taoist is not worried, can you come inside and have a talk with I? This? What does Senior Tian have to say that you can't say here? Xiaohua immediately said vigilantly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't think too much. Tian Haoguang said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, this fireball talisman is a little strange. I have no choice but to test the power of this fireball talisman in the secret chamber. Therefore, I would like to ask fellow Taoist to enlighten me at the side. So it's like that? Xiaohua was still somewhat hesitant. Senior brothers are still waiting for I in the inn. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious. It will only take a moment. It won't take up much of your senior brother's time. Xiaohua nodded. Qing Miao, you make the decisions in the shop. Before I come out, don't disturb me. Tian Haoguang instructed, then said to Xiaohua, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please come with me. Senior, please go first. Tian Haoguang was also not polite. He took the lead and led Xiaohua to the back. The back of the store was also extremely small. In addition, the front of the store was also slightly smaller than the store of the Fujian faction. As Tian Haoguang walked into a small room that was faintly illuminated, Xiaohua subconsciously looked around. This room was only 1 square foot in size. Unlike the store in front of him, the walls of this room, from top to bottom, were covered with complicated runes, giving it a very mysterious appearance. However, Xiaohua's current identity was a disciple of a big cultivation sect. Therefore, he tried not to reveal anything and only calmly looked at Tian Haoguang. After Tian Haoguang entered the room, he patted his storage pouch and took out a yellow talisman. He sent a trace of magic power into it. The yellow talisman emitted an extremely resplendent green brilliance. Soon after, Tian Haoguang stuck the yellow talisman on the wall. The green brilliance immediately spread around the yellow talisman. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was enveloped by the green brilliance. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the place where my sect tests the yellow talisman. It's really simple and crude. Please excuse us. Tian Haoguang said. It's just SOSO. Senior Tung, please begin. Xiaohua said with a smile. Suddenly he said again, That's right, Senior. The fireball talisman used for testing? Who is it? Tian Haoguang stared blankly, then immediately laughed and said, That's easy. If it's really a high-grade fireball talisman, then it's naturally my sect that will pay the spirit stones. If it's not a high-grade fireball talisman, fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you say? I know. Naturally, there's no need for Senior Tian to pay the spirit stones. Xiaohua replied. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I wonder what the cultivation level of the senior who refined this fireball talisman is? Tian Haoguang hesitated for a moment and asked. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Xiaohua slightly shook his head. Sigh, I better not ask. I presume fellow Taoist Xiao will still say the same thing. Tian Haoguang smiled bitterly. Yes, indeed. I will still say the same, forgive me for not being able to tell you. Xiaohua said without the slightest hesitation with a spring breeze on his face. Tian Haoguang once again carefully looked at the fireball talisman in his hand. He glanced at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Actually, I have a doubt in my heart. I didn't dare to rashly ask you in the shop just now. Please speak. Xiaohua replied. I don't know what the cultivation level of your honorable sex senior is. I also don't know what kind of magic art this senior used. I'm really very curious in my heart. Well, Is there a problem with this fireball talisman? Xiaohua asked curiously. There isn't a problem. This is indeed a genuine fireball talisman. That's right. I really don't understand. How can this low-grade talisman paper be refined into a high-grade fireball talisman? Logically speaking, the quality of a low-grade talisman paper shouldn't be able to bear the magic power and spiritual energy contained within a high-grade fireball talisman. Tian Haoguang's eyes were filled with puzzlement. The only explanation I can think of is that your Honorable Sex Senior used your Honorable Sex special talisman refining technique. Of course, this isn't what I can't understand the most. What I can't figure out the most is that the runes on this fireball talisman, every stroke and stroke is abnormally uniform. It's as if there's no order at all, and they're all drawn at the same time with the talisman brush. Not to mention even if it's I's martial uncle, my refining talisman sex sect master, it's impossible for the runes he drew to be so consistent from start to finish. Nonsense, that's what I directly inserted into the talisman paper at the same time. Of course it's very uniform. Xiao Hua snickered in his heart. Sure enough, Tian Haoguang said again, according to what I's seen and heard, this kind of technique seems to be drawing the talisman out of thin air and then inserting it at the same time. Xiao Hua was slightly startled and secretly said, this Tian Haoguang really has some knowledge. He's almost right. Tian Haoguang frowned again, but this kind of technique to insert the talisman out of thin air is the refining technique of jade talismans. Xiaoyu continent, it's already lost. I've never heard of any sect in our country of Shi that still has this kind of consummate skill. Jade talisman? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and said with a smile, could it be? Senior thinks that my sect's master knows the refining technique of jade talismans? Even though he wanted to know what a jade talisman was, but he didn't dare to ask blindly. That's not it. This technique seems to be the refining technique of jade talismans, but I can also say with certainty that this is absolutely not the refining technique of jade talismans. Tian Haoguang said resolutely and decisively. Why is Senior so sure? Xiao Hua didn't understand. Because the talisman used in this fireball talisman is my country of Shi's most common and simplest kind. This kind of talisman needs to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in order to emit fire energy. And jade talismans can't possibly contain spiritual energy. Tian Haoguang's brows wrinkled into a knot and said, this is also what I don't understand the most. Since the Sex Senior has such a profound refining technique, why would he use the most simple and crude talisman to create such a high-grade fireball talisman? I thought you were going to say something? Xiao Hua let out a long breath and said with hidden bitterness, Senior Tian, don't forget, my sex master is instructing this junior to refine talismans. If he used a profound talisman, would this junior be able to understand it? Look at me, I've walked into a dead end and actually forgot this part. Tian Haoguang slapped his forehead and laughed, I am really muddle-headed. However, fellow Taoist's master really has good technique. Using low-grade talisman paper and talisman ink, he was able to refine a high-grade fireball talisman. I presume that the talisman brush used by Senior was also specially made by Senior, right? No comment. Xiao Hua still said the same sentence. All right, fellow Taoist Xiao, please be careful. I will begin testing the talismans. As Tian Haoguang spoke, he slapped his storage pouch again and took out another yellow talisman. With a flick of his hand, the yellow talisman turned into a flame and disappeared. An azure brilliance fell from the top of Xiao Hua's and Xiao Hua's heads, shielding the two of them behind it. Then, Tian Haoguang injected magic power into the fireball talisman. With a point of his finger, the yellow talisman slowly burned and lightly flew forward. Tian Haoguang's mouth softly let out an astonished sound. His finger slightly moved, and the small fireball burning in the yellow talisman was like a speck of brilliance. Following Tian Haoguang's finger, it swayed up and down, slowly flying towards the opposite wall. Boom! When the small fireball hit the wall, it made an extremely loud noise. The entire room was filled with a brilliant brilliance. Soon after, a gust of wind blew, followed by a blazing heat wave. The cyan light barrier in front of Xiaohua and Tianhaoguang shook violently, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance gradually dimmed, and the fierce wind and heat wave also gradually weakened. The azure light barrier finally couldn't hold on, and after a few swings, it disappeared without a trace. Xiaohua's mouth was wide open. He didn't expect that the fireball talisman he practiced would actually have such power. Xiaohua wasn't the only one who was surprised. The one who was even more surprised was Tianhaoguang. Tianhaoguang could only be seen blankly staring at the opposite wall. On the wall, the azure brilliance had already burned an enormous hole. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journeying YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.